Welcome, 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 everyone. This is possibly one of the biggest events of the year. It is none other than Norway Chess. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. मतलब super duper excited for this event.
भाई 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 मतलब अगर अगर इफ वी कैन से 1 साल से इंतजार है इस टूर्नामेंट का एंड आई फील लाइक द मोमेंट इज हियर मैग्नस इज हियर गुकेश इज हियर फिरूजा इज हियर भाई इट्स लाइक यू कैनॉट गेट दिस लाइन अप फॉर अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम लेट्स जस्ट पुट
Yeah.
ये लाइनअप जो आपको दिख रहा है ये शायद आपको दोबारा इट्स वेरी मच पॉसिबल यू माइट नॉट बी एबल टू सी दिस लाइनअप सो एंजॉय दिस चैट दिस इवेंट इज गोना बी एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग.
It's gonna be amazing, of course, and lineup is so strong, by the way. And one of the strongest players in front of us, Ali Reza Firouzja, who's I think playing with a sprained ankle. You can see उनकी टांग उस कुर्सी के ऊपर है. I don't know if he can play his A game today, Sahaj. What are your thoughts on this? And Chad, what are your thoughts?
You know, this happened in the previous GCT event that Alireza was playing, and I'm not sure exactly what happened or when the injury happened, but we did see that Firouzja and Sindarov were playing chess in literally inside the bedroom, because he had a he had a broken ankle, which I think is very very brave, and I kind of love that that players still want to play chess, despite having a serious injury like that. And तब से he tried to play one more match I believe after that which he lost against Fabi, which was the match जो rest day पे होना था, and then
Hmm.
Fabi decided to play anyways, and then उसके बाद Firouzja withdrew from the tournament, and since then
Yeah.
this is his only like entrance भाई. मतलब तो I mean for sure अगर let's just say कि if Firouzja had won one of the matches then maybe वो withdraw ना करता. Right. So
Agree.
maybe that bad performance could be a catalyst here as well that we definitely have to address.
Absolutely agree with you, Sahaj. I think depends. And a good start, for example, a win against the GOAT of chess would go a long way, not only in getting his form back. I mean, I'm sure his leg would be half healed if he beats Magnus today, literally. That's going to be insane for his confidence and the health. And chat, welcome to Norway Chess. I want to hear Norway Chess OP in the chat once. Jaldi se spam kar do, because we know what happens at this event. The tables across the world are watching this. I know half the people among the people watching right now are tables and their family surrounding the camera. देख रहे आज हमारा कौन सा भाई यहाँ पे पिटेगा भाई. That's the entire goal for this
Bhai,
stream. You have to figure out.
if you had to summarize this tournament or the anticipation of this tournament in 2 words, it would be Maze Dhamaka, if you know what I mean. So get ready for that chat because something crazy. You know that मतलब Norway chess के event में कुछ ना कुछ crazy हमेशा ही होता है. And I think we are already starting off with with by looking at Ali Reza, and the fact that he's playing Magnus as well. I mean itself is a huge deal, but playing like that can be very very impressive. तो भाई already drama मेरे को लगता है पहले round से शुरू होगा यहाँ पे.
I absolutely agree and wonder if we have like a scene of all the four cameras at some point. We'd love to have a look because chat, let's keep in mind it's a double round robin. So हर कोई player एक दूसरे से दो बार खेलेगा and you will play with white and you will play with black. So that means we're going to see each of those players play Magnus Carlsen twice. Who are these players? We see first of all today's pairing Pragg versus Wesley, a super important clash. Let's go over one game at a time, Sahaj. We have the time. We started early today just to go over the lineups today. What do you think is going to be the storyline of this crucial clash?
देखो भाई ये एक चीज तो पक्का है कि प्रग हमेशा शुरुआत के पहले 3 राउंड में ना किसी एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर को जरूर मारता है प्रग. लास्ट टाइम सिंडारोव को हराया था उसने जीसीटी में. उससे पहले उसने किसी को हराया था. लाइक आई रिमेंबर इन कैंडिडेट्स इन राउंड 2 ही डिफीटेड समवन वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग, और इट वाज राउंड 1. अनीश को ही हराया था ना उसने. यस इट वाज अनीश. सो इट्स लाइक वो एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर को तो वो हराता ही है शुरुआत में. एंड दिस लिटरली इज लाइक व्हाइट पीसेस. यू आर प्लेइंग वेस्ली. ऑफ कोर्स वेस्ली इज अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर, बट आई एम टेकिंग अ प्रग विन हियर. व्हाट अबाउट यू टिकू भाई?
I think Pragg started off very well even in the GCT tournament, Sahaj, that we didn't cover, Romania one. So Pragg is known to start off well. So I'm in the same boat as you. Wesley, of course, is one of the most solid and celebrated players and also very, very down to earth. We met him at Tata Steel India, Sahaj. But I think maybe Pragg with the white pieces, with more playing experience over the board in the last couple of years, maybe is a slight favorite in this clash, and he's about to show up at the board very, very soon. And maybe we go to the next pairing. That
भाई
could be,
यू नो
huh?
सॉरी टू कट यू ऑफ टिको बट चैट में ना बहुत दो सवाल मैं बार बार देख रहा हूँ
Huh.
आई जस्ट वांट टू एड्रेस दैट बिफोर क्योंकि टूर्नामेंट के मजे लेते हैं लाइक लेट्स पुट दैट लेट बायगॉन्स बी बायगॉन्स यस आई डिड लूज टू दिव्या एंड यस यू प्लेड अ वंडरफुल गेम अगेंस्ट मी विद द ब्लैक पीसेस एंड आई थिंक आई हैड नो चांस देयर शी प्लेड रियली वेल. And no, bhai, 2500 bhi nahi, because I haven't played any classical event since you guys last saw me. I did want to play this tournament in Germany, but it just didn't happen because I had some other projects.
So,
And but I will play something else. But yeah, continue to go ahead.
Sehaj, I love,
I
addressing
knew.
chat questions. And I remember, like, I think 2, 3 events back, we had this question in the chat, like, who is stronger between Sehaj and Divya? And I'm just wondering, who is stronger, Sehaj Bhai? Like, if we had to take an educated guess, like, we have Divya in front of us. So, who's stronger, Sehaj Bhai? I mean, do we have any recent evidence collaborating that, on who could be stronger?
We can definitely, and I think right now for sure Divya is more informed than me, and that's why she's playing Norway chess and I'm commentating here. So I for sure Divya is in more form, and I think she proved that as well. Like guys, I think technically because we were not commentating on that game, but let me tell you, Divya played modern defense against me, like something you play against an opponent जब आपको हराना होता है उसको black से. So she accepted a worse position. She did all the right things. She was really well prepared, I would say, and I basically had no chance. Yeah, because I also bhai, like when I was playing the tournament, I didn't know it was on this day. First round I skipped. Yeah, first round मेरा buy था, and then I was installing. I was like in a completely different headspace. Let's just put it like that. But that's not the reason why I lost. I think I lost because I think she just played a fantastic game, and yeah, bhai.
And
Um,
and also, she
but
must be
just
playing
wanted
for
to address
Norway.
that before the tournament goes on.
I think fair enough, and of course, I think Seva, you played a great event overall. You started off late. Of course, Divya is in great shape because she's coming off from a candidates tournament, and also you must be preparing for Norway chess. And there you see her playing the women's world champion. By the way,
Of
Chad,
course.
that's a big game for Divya Deshmukh.
Oh, 100%. June say match, I think, is something that I think all female players are. It's not in many ways, or in some ways at least. June is that dominance is very similar to Magnus in that sense, because she's been the world like the women's world champion for such a long time that it feels like in women's chess that she's clearly class apart, at least for now. So every player is going to take this match extremely seriously, just like in the open section people will take it seriously with Magnus. So very very big day for Divya, and I think Divya का warm up भी हो गया भाई. एक बढ़िया सा warm, वो भी black से ही
Huh.
खेला था उसने मेरे साथ भी. आज भी E4 G6 खेलो और बढ़िया से हराओ. That's what we want to see.
And we also have Vibisara there, of course, second place of the candidates, barely missed out against Koneru Humpy, who skipped the candidates. And I wonder if she's, kind of not happy with that decision. But anyways, she's there. She's there to win Norway chess. Is one of the favorites as well. This is going to be exciting clash as well, Sehaj.
अरे भाई हम्पी जी को after candidates I think it's the first time we are seeing her, so nice to see her in this, and playing against Bibi Sara, वो भी एकदम clash of generations right here, because you have experience on one side, and having played the world championship on one side, and then you have Bibi Sara on the other side. The name is enough in itself. And of course we have that final game between Anna Muzichuk and Zhu Jinner. By Zhu Jinner is another player that I think you have to, you have to give it to her, I think, in that sense, because I think each match in candidate she was completely winning, but she couldn't convert in those final crunch moments. But भाई ओपन में तो खैर नहीं पूछना चाहिए बिकॉज मैग्नस खेल रहा है, बट लेकिन वुमेन सेक्शन में कोई फेवरेट यू हैव अ हॉर्स इन द रेस टिकू भाई?
I think I have two horses. I think they would be the two Indian players, but I would say Wenjun Ju is the clear favorite on paper, at least at the start, because you play each other twice. There is very limited luck. The colors don't matter as much as other events, because if you're playing Magnus with black, you essentially are in a very difficult situation. But here you get to play as black and as white. So we saw last year how Magnus was not necessarily, steamrolling through the event, but as the event came to a close, he automatically rose to the top as he usually does. So I think it's going to be exciting, and I'm going to come to your predictions, but I want to quickly jump to the open section for a while. And there's one table which we have not looked at so far, Sahaj. That's the table which is under a lot of pressure. Maybe not today, but it's having premonitions at this time कि भाई कल क्या होगा परसों क्या होगा. And this is a table of the world champion Gukesh Damaraju against his own second Vincent Keimer.
Oof. Basically, no, first and second having a game with each other. Of course, now it feels strange to call Vincent a second in that sense because he has become. I mean, he has gained so much rating. Of course, he's German number one. He's won so many events, since then. Not sure if he's still helping Gukesh or if he's going to help Gukesh in the World Championship. That I think he could be a very very important catalyst in that match. So let's see क्या होता है भाई. But in this match, by favorites, I wouldn't say I have a favorite here. Vincent did win that tournament, the one in GCT Romania, the classical one. He won a wonderful game with the white pieces in the last round. I believe against Jordan it was. But so Vincent is clearly in form, and Gukesh once again we can say, let's say he's not
Wow.
100% back yet.
By that handshake happened at 4x speed. I don't know, Chad, if you saw that. That handshake was like, almost not visible to the human eye. A great short form piece, maybe if our editors are watching. That was crazy, man. And now the camera angle is not great. I see some vest there from wearing worn by somebody, but there we see it. We have the world champion on the left. We have Vincent on the right. Sahaj, for the world champion, let's keep in mind he's supposed to play the world championship in November. Look at the classical event he's playing. Chat, dekho dhyan se. Ek Norway chess and second is Olympiad. There is no other classical event as of now that he's playing for sure. That means though he opportunities hai unke paas to kind of get back in form, and if he's not in form in these two events, then Sindarov goes in as the clear favorite. And why? Seat adjustment.
I think firstly, I'm not sure what the chat's like view on this is, but I feel in light of recent events, like Sindarov is not like a clear favorite anymore because we are also seeing remnants of the fact that Sindarov is also human. He can also make mistakes. So I think there is that element for sure for Gukesh. But Tiku bhai, इस बात से ना एक question आया मेरे दिमाग में कि now you're playing the World Championship in November, December, of course. Of course, the venue I think has not been announced yet, but you are supposed to keep your preparation, throughout this process, right? अब जो भी आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए आप प्रिपेयर करते हो वो आप ऐसे किसी रैंडम like basically the top 6 players in the world are competing with each other. It's not a random event. So does Gukesh hold his prep or does he show everything on the cards? Because I feel this is the moment where you show everything on the cards.
I absolutely agree. And I think the two events he's playing, one is Norway chess and one is the Olympiad. You don't hold back prep there unless you're directly playing the guy you're supposed to play in the World Championship. I think if something that he's prepared gets out into the databases, he can always prepare a new opening because even after the Olympiad, he will have a couple of months to kind of rectify his openings a bit. So I think he should go for his A game. He needs that confidence. हमने देखा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में वैसे भी you go back and forth, like it's never a clear path for anybody, even for Magnus. It's rarely been a clear path in the classical. So I think just not worrying too much about the openings, playing your A game, not holding back. If Superman goes full in, I mean, Batman has no chance. I'm sorry, but they made a movie, but I disagree.
But Batman did defeat Superman.
Exactly. Like, if he doesn't hold back.
But he and that didn't happen in the movies. It happened in the comics. Like it's a real thing. Yeah. Like he found his weakness. Basically, it proves like nobody is invincible. If you find anyone's kryptonite, you can take them down.
Agreed. And we wonder what is the kryptonite for Magnus Carlsen. A mystery going on. Scientists are solving mathematical equations with AI. Maybe, hopefully, AI can help with that. By the way, see Gukesh meditating before in the important Norway chess event. Crucial moments. We are a couple of minutes of liftoff. Chat. Not final. The first predictions actually. Who do you think wins Norway chess 2026? I need one name in the chat. Let's go. Sahaj bhai, your prediction.
अगर मैग्नस कार्लसन का स्पैम ही देखना था आपको चैट में तो आप सीधा ही बोल देते. ये क्वेश्चन बोलने की क्या जरूरत थी? Like I think everyone's gonna say Magnus Carlsen at this point, and I think it's very much fair also because I still cannot remember the last event he played which he didn't win, which was a classical event by the way, not a freestyle event. But yeah, that's insane.
And but I can see a lot of Magnus.
I have to say, if Gukesh, like imagine Gukesh wins Norway chess, Like,
Oof.
I think instantly, उसी moment पे Gukesh becomes a favorite. उसी moment पे.
Agreed. And there we see Magnus. He's not late. Magnus is on time, even though barely on time. He's on time. And Firouzja with one leg in the air. Sahaj, I'm very excited to see this game, but I do feel like Firouzja is already playing with one hand behind his back.
भाई पता है मुझे इसमें वो क्या लग रहा है यार, कम से कम घड़ी राइट साइड पे तो रख सकते थे आप फिरोजा के, बिकॉज हिज लेग इज लाइक ऑन द, ही हैज टू
हाँ.
लाइक रीच ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड टू प्रेस द क्लॉक, व्हिच इज डेफिनेटली गोना बी समथिंग annoying during the game, especially when you have less time on the clock. I think it would be easier to have it on the other side of the board and flip the board ताकि आपको cameras वगैरह change ना करने पड़े. That's the only thing that I would kind of change here. But okay, it's the first round. I'm assuming it will be fixed as it
Yeah.
progresses. I mean, I'm sure Firouzja will say something himself.
But yeah, also classical chess, maybe it's not a worry, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case in the Armageddon, right? Chat, Norway chess, let's not forget, there are no draws at Norway chess. If you draw the classical, you head off into Armageddon every single day. That's why I absolutely love this format. The time control for classical is, by the way, 2 hours with a 10-second increment from move one. And once that game ends, if it's a draw, you move on to the tie breaks. And Sehaj bhai, I mean, it's a unique format which has not been replicated by anybody else. But for me, this is the best classical format ever.
So I think, like, of course, we have to test it out to understand whether this classical format works. But I like what they did because I think they removed वो जो आपको chat में, I'm sure a lot of people were there when we were commentating Grand Swiss. But in Grand Swiss, there was that moment जब move 40 or move 60 के बाद आपको 1 घंटा wait करना पड़ता था, because players are taking the time, because they have like an extra hour, extra 2 hours also they had in some moments. And I think वो पूरा उन्होंने eliminate कर दिया. But 10 seconds. Oh, by the way, we have handshakes
Let's
incoming.
go and
Let's go
pawn to
first
T4.
move.
Woohoo!
T4
Now it
Firouzja.
checks. Sehaj bhai,
Lovely.
I am very excited, man, about this match. I think we can have the Carlsen board for a second. We'll jump to Gukesh instantly afterwards. We have D4, D5 on the board. What do you expect? London, yeah?
Yeah, 1 second. D4, D5 on the, sorry, the previous वाला जो board था chat, that was Gukesh versus Vincent. We'll just jump to that. D4 knight f6 खेला गया था वहाँ पे. But yeah, we have QGD basically on the board. C4 just played, and E6 or C6 is the question. I don't think Magnus plays Slav a lot. Yeah, I think he's mostly gonna go for E6.
Agreed. I think Slav usually आजकल उतना trendy नहीं है as it was, but yeah, E6 on the board by Magnus Carlsen. Firouzja, of course. I don't know how comfortable that posture is, Sahaj. I think it's very hard to sit there for 4 to 5 hours in that posture, press that clock, as you mentioned. मुझे लग रहा है, as the time goes on and on, like, his leg is gonna hurt and he's gonna be in mild pain. It's gonna be very, very hard for Firouzja to kind of think clearly.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. But I think he has to get used to it. To
Hmm.
something like this. That's what it is at the end of the day. Yeah, it's sad. It's absolutely, but it's an event like Norway Chess. I mean, Norway Chess is such a prestigious event, and to be invited here and to be able to play against the likes of Magnus, Gukesh, I mean, is an opportunity I think that every chess player dreams of, in that sense. So I think very, very, I think, impressive that Firouzja still continued to play. And by, you never know, he could give a surprise. Or, I mean, at this
Yep.
very moment as well.
एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट सरप्राइजेस, सहज भाई, एक सरप्राइज गोकेश के बोर्ड के ऊपर है. हम बात कर रहे थे ओपनिंग प्रेप छुपाने की, बट लग रहा है कि ओपनिंग प्रेप वहां भी छुपाई जा रही है, बिकॉज लुक एट व्हाट ही जस्ट प्लेड. D4 knight f6, C4 e6 एंड बिशप टू f4. नो नाइट C3, नो नाइट f3, चेंजिंग द मूव ऑर्डर हियर.
तो चैट, आई जस्ट वांट टू मेंशन दैट अगर आप D4 नाइट F6 के बाद बिशप F4 खेलते हैं ना, और ब्लैक खेलता है E6, तो उसके बाद आप C4 खेल सकते हो. That would technically be like Gukesh playing London. I'm taking it,
हम्म.
Tikku bhai. I'm taking this as the world champion playing London. Just putting it out there. But by coming back to your point, I feel ki opening prep, I think maybe he's not hiding it, but probably he's hiding it from Vincent, because वो Vincent ने खुद ही, like, probably he also helped with the opening preparation, considering that he was the second in the previous world championship, and वो ideas आप Vincent के against थोड़े ना use कर पाओगे.
I have an
So
idea. I have a very, very, I would say a weird, funky idea. Let's say Gukesh and Vincent together looked at some opening with white. And then Gukesh went to that line, which Vincent really liked, yeah, as white. And then, or as black, whatever it is. and then found some improvement there. Something they had a look at 2 years back. And then he plays that line, and now Gukesh is better prepared. Would you try something like that if you were in Gukesh's shoes? Because Vincent has seen this with you and he's likely to repeat it.
You know what I'll do? I'll actually go to a variation जो हम दोनों को पता है, ठीक है? But we have an agreement कि मेरा सेकंड नहीं खेल सकता है लाइन, सिर्फ मैं खेल सकता हूँ ये लाइन, ठीक है? उस लाइन में लेके जाओ उसको और फिर उसकी शक्ल देखो, हाँ भाई, आर यू गोना लूज द गेम और लूज द एग्रीमेंट? Now that's I think a good place to be when you're
ये
Gukesh.
होता है सेकंड के फीस वापस लेने का गोल्डन तरीका. बाय द वे, ही डिड प्ले बिशप b4 check. So I think Vincent did not take that much time. So clearly he is prepared. And now knight to d2, best move played in just a second. So chat, यहाँ पे the knight on d2 is not well placed. Ideally you want to put it on c3. So what is the advantage, Sahaj, of putting the knight on d2? Why choose this move order and put the knight on a potentially inferior square?
That's a great question. And I think to understand this, we have to look at the other options in the position. So the other option was to play knight c3 or to play bishop d2. Bishop d2 we can ignore because bishop already आप move कर चुके हो. It will be a wasting a move. Knight c3 is exactly like Nimzo Indian. Actually ditto like Nimzo Indian, जहाँ पे knight c3 bishop b4 के बाद white ने bishop f4 खेला है, which is known to be, let's say, not the most popular move. It's not known to be the best move here. So by just process of elimination, knight d2 becomes the only sort of viable option. Now, the benefit of keeping the knight on d2, I think firstly is that कभी भी black जैसे bishop c3 मारता, अगर मेरा knight c3 पे होता, तो after pawn takes c3, this pawn structure could be a bit ruptured. And now
Hmm.
ideas like a3, where you're asking the bishop to take on d2 and you don't damage your structure, makes a lot of sense to me. And plus, there is an element of surprise here, obviously, which we cannot understate because Vincent is thinking and Gukesh has not even spent, more than a minute here.
Agreed. And I think it's going to be a crucial moment. C5, by the way, best move in the position played by Vincent Keimer. He's taking his, little bit extra time. That's very, very nice because you don't want to hurry with the move. And look at this move. D takes C5 played in a second. So Gukesh seems to be very, very well prepared today because this is not traditionally what you do. Put the knight on D2, play the same pawn twice, take on C5. And I'm hoping he has some clever idea up his sleeve, Sahaj.
Yeah, I think the idea has just begun for me क्योंकि अगर वो bishop c5 और knight c6 are the two moves, but I think the setup is kind of transposing anyway. Bishop c5 कभी ना कभी तो आप मारोगे, right? And you will play
Hmm.
knight c6 at some point anyway. So the position will transpose. I think Gukesh either goes for some e3, knight f3, bishop d3 as a simple chess, or he has some idea up his sleeves, like up his sleeve, yeah, some g4 business somewhere. अगर अर्जुन खेल रहा होता तो I would be like g4 100% होने वाला है यहाँ पे, but this is Gukesh, so slightly different.
And chat, let's not forget, it's Norway chess. So I'm guessing confessionals are going to be the norm. So question chat आपसे, क्या लग रहा है, who's going to be the first chess player to give us a confessional? I'm thinking they're still there at Norway chess. I think they're doing this year as well, as far as I know. So who do you think is the first player to give a confessional, Sahaj Bhai and chat?
By definitely not Firouzja. Because of course that's not
अरे
possible.
यार, अरे यार,
Firouzja के लिए तो
वो
not possible. So I think, I mean, an Indian plays में generally कोई confessional जैसे देता नहीं है, I think. I don't remember actually a single time I've heard Gukesh or Arjun is the first time. Oh, sorry, Pragg I think did give a confessional when he forgot that variation once and he remembered while giving a confessional. Chat, if you haven't seen that, look up that video. It was an awesome moment क्योंकि वो बात करते करते उसको याद है कि उसने कुछ मिस कर दिया गेम में. It was so crazy actually.
हाँ
But
हाँ.
besides that, I think I can't remember an Indian player like coming up and giving the confessional. So I'm gonna say Magnus bhai.
Yep. Magnus, I think, is known to give confessionals. Well, there was this silence moment, like finger on the lips moment that he did a few years back. I think it was his game against Hanish at Norwich a few years back. But regardless, it's going to be fun. And meanwhile, do we have the bird's eye view? Would love to look at the 4 games together in the open section. If we don't have, we can do it later then. So meanwhile, let's also have a brief look at the Pragg game, Sahaj, because the only game we've not looked at so far, it seems like a very modest opening by Pragg. Kafi normal development, nothing crazy. Take us through the opening moves.
So he started with Reti and he plays e3. This is basically like a modern way of playing c4 in the next move. अब directly c4 आते हो तो d4 can be a bit annoying. Just to avoid that, you play e3, knight f6, and now you play c4. Note that black अभी d4 नहीं खेल सकता, and e6 and b3. Basically, I think this can be like a nightmare for anyone below the rating of I would say
Hmm.
2500. ये said when you can easily get very very confused here. So bishop b2 happens, castle, bishop e2, c5. Now he takes and plays knight c3. So I think, like, of course, it's possible to break the position down further, but we are still very much in opening preparation for Pragg. 100% sure that there's many games. Yeah, there's many games here, around 41 as I can see. And Tikku Bhai, Pragg actually played this against Esipenko in the candidates.
Oh.
So Pragg has just repeated what he did against Esipenko just now.
So Wesley so जो वो head shake कर रहे थे, that was like Oscar level acting then, yeah? I mean, clearly
Bhai.
he has seen this game. It's the most recent and most important event. So जो भी यहाँ पे चल रहा है, it's like यार मैंने रिवील तो नहीं कर दिया, मुझे पता है ये. Oh no, मैं candidates follow नहीं करता Prag. I didn't follow the candidates. You know, I had this wedding I had to attend to of my imaginary friend, and then I went on a tour, even though flights were kind of blocked. Like I feel like this is Oscar level acting going on right now.
Absolutely, bhai, absolutely. But yeah, he has played it before, and also, bhai, just taking back to just very quickly going to Gukesh's board because I just took a look. Gukesh has also played this before, but 3 years ago it was, and the
Oh.
game did not go very well for him. In fact, in this moment, last time Gukesh played like knight f3 or he played a3 here, if I'm not mistaken. So d takes c5 was the first time that Gukesh is playing with the white pieces. Basically, like no games there.
Very interesting. And taking on c5 is very natural, by the way. And now bishop takes c5 on the board. And finally, I think we have knight f3 played by Gukesh just now. So Gukesh playing very quickly so far, developing. I think अब अगला गोल उनका है castle करने का. That is the goal. जल्दी से e3, bishop e2, castles. Of course, b4 is in the air as well to kick that bishop on c5. And black, of course, wants to break in the center with d5, maybe b6, bishop b7, and develop his pieces very quickly. Maybe d6 as well, also possible. Let's see what happens. Sahaj bhai, I think very interesting. Let's also have a brief look at the women's section one by one, very quickly, on what's happening on all the three boards, and then we jump back to the Magnus game.
भाई भाई वुमेन सेक्शन आपने बोला एंड क्विकली तो नहीं होगा भाई. क्विकली तो पॉसिबल नहीं बिकॉज भाई लुक एट दिस जू वेंजुन वर्सेस दिव्या देशमुख. दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. टिकू भाई, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू.
What?
आप ओपनिंग बता दो, मान जाऊंगा.
Bong cloud. I mean, if I'm gonna be wrong,
भाई
might
पॉन
as
ई
well
टू
be
पे है,
wrong.
किंग ई टू नहीं आ सकता.
Oh shit! I mean, if I'm gonna be wrong, might as well be like a wrong in a joking way, yeah. Because I cannot guess this in a million years. What's the opening?
Bhai, I don't even know if this is correct, but it's King's Indian Attack, something that Divya used to play when she was, a bit younger. And then uske baad c5 aaya, short castle, she plays knight c6, and now basically if you go d3, then that's like playing King's Indian defense, but with the white pieces. Because black e5 खेलेगा, and that's literally the same position. So generally white ये avoid करता है, white खेलता है यहाँ पे d4, and that's what she did. Takes, e5 आया, knight takes, pawn takes. By the way, this is exactly like Grunfeld, but आप white से खेल रहे हो with an
Hmm.
extra tempo. So she plays c4, rook b8, knight c3. So far, I think is preparation. And I think knight c3 is the first time she's actually testing Divya here. And now she plays d4, the blue arrow. Takes, bishop takes, and she plays queen c7. Best move again. And now f4. And abhi Divya सोच रही है, भाई, this is a big problem. Like, let's just address it like, right now. Firstly, Juvenjun is very well prepared. She has launched
Hmm.
an attack. She has pushed the golden pawn for aggressive purposes. And now Divya is yet to castle. She has to play some extremely precise moves here to survive. Like, bhai, bishop h3, rook f2, and f5 is what she has to find here.
Wow. Wow. And look at Ju Wen-jun right now. She's just has a slight smile on her face. If you can notice carefully, I think she's very happy with the opening battle here, of course. And it feels like Divya Deshmukh, if she's not prepared, could be under huge pressure already. And I think, you can see the power of castling chat in front of you right now. White ne castle kar liya hai. The king is safe. Black two moves away from castling, and white is not giving her the time to simply develop pieces. It's so tough here. So Divya under huge pressure, and we have the eval bars also. Let's go. Sorry by OP.
Arey, amazing.
Amazing.
Arey, amazing.
So Sahej bhai, Let's have a look at the bird's eye view. I really want to look at all the games together, get a grasp of how day one of Norway chess has started. It would be amazing.
Yeah, let's do it. So we have, I mean, I think we did take a look at the open section. That is the center top game between Pragg and So, and then there is the game of Gukesh on the bottom right, and then there is a game on the bottom left, which is Firouzja versus Magnus. Those games we have looked at it. By the way, Firouzja has just played A3. I don't think we've covered that, but that's an interesting move there. Definitely not preparation, as far as I'm aware, and I think that's probably why Magnus is thinking. And Firouzja, by the way, on 1 hour 59 minutes, he hasn't even thought for a minute yet. That's a very
He's
important
like,
factor there.
तुम मेरा दर्द नहीं समझोगे मैग्नस मुझे जल्दी खेलना ही पड़ेगा आज मेरे पास मौके नहीं है एनीवेज प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर
I think Muzichuk versus Zujino looks very calm for now. It was some 4 night Spanish. I think opening battle abhi bhi chal rahi hai yahan pe, even though looks like Muzichuk is slightly well prepared. Uh, Actually, Tiku bhai, on all boards besides Bibisara, on all of the boards, it looks like White has won the opening battle. Besides Bibisara, Humpies looks like she's in some at least a sharp position. It could be a bit difficult, but apart from that, looks very very aggressive and very sharp throughout. I would say Ju Wenjun and Divya I think looks the most sharp to me, and I would say Gukesh versus Vincent also looks like it has potential to be extremely sharp. Which game strikes to you the most?
Oof, very hard to know. I think, of course, the Divya Vengeance game is quite interesting, but Divya is going to think for a while. So I'm guessing we maybe jump back to the Magnus game and then we go to Gukesh. Because ye kone wale pawns, right? First black plays at 6, quite a trendy move nowadays to avoid this bishop g5 idea. But White says, by two can play this game. Yeah, I can also play a3 and avoid bishop b4. So quite interesting. Magnus, by the way, he is the goat of chess. He's won Norway chess so many times. Saj and chat, who do you think is the biggest threat to Magnus in terms of winning the entire event? One guy who has the maximum odds of finishing ahead of Carlsen at Norway Chess 2026.
Maximum odds. I would have to give it to Vincent then. Because Vincent is coming off of a win. And Vincent, when he won the freestyle tournament, then Magnus was playing there as well. And Vincent has defeated Magnus in a match like जब वो playoffs वगैरह होते हैं. We've seen it happen many times. So I think by odds, just by the form that Vincent has and the fact that he just won a super strong classical event, I have to give it to Vincent. What about you, Tikubai?
I would have to kind of agree there. Vincent definitely one of the favorites. But I'm still hoping, I think Gukesh maybe pulls off like a crazy run in the first few rounds. I think that sort of confidence will be perfect for him. But Vincent, current form based, I think definitely the strongest prospect here. Although Firouzja का post देख के मुझे लग रहा है he could also win Sahaj bhai. He looks too relaxed.
अरे भाई वो तो चिल कर रहा था अभी भी प्रिपरेशन चल रही है उसकी क्रेजी बाय द वे जस्ट वांटेड टू मेंशन दिस दैट दिस मूव A3 was actually played by Matthias Bluebaum in the candidates as well against Hikaru, this A3 just now. So it's not like it's a completely new move. Definitely not for the players. It could be for us, but definitely not for the players. And Magnus ne instantly at C5 खेला and instantly Firouzja responds with C takes D5 and suddenly bhai no games. Okay, just one game so far in 2025. That's otherwise no other games. Without pawn takes D5, there were at least 20-25 games. So I think we are headed off to some targeted prep from Firouzja here.
भाई कार्लसन का टाइम भी देखो यार like I still feel like Carlsen maybe is just kind of playing out of instinct. I don't know. Like Carlsen is very unique. Like if he shows up unprepared, chat question to you and Sahaj bhai also. Let's say Carlsen कहता है मैं preparation करूंगा ही नहीं ना tournament से पहले ना tournament के दौरान. Do you think he's still the favorite to win Norway chess?
But firstly, yes. And secondly, I think uski jo last time he could use the MacBook. So like so he still has like if he has an iPad, bhai, easy. He can just copy all the files to chess.com and just like go through it there, bhai, easy. But
Yeah, I
Magnus
mean,
is the only guy I will say this about, I think.
that's the interesting part for me. Like I feel like maybe the level of preparation that Magnus might have done might not be on par with the other players. Like बाकी लोगों ने definitely ज़्यादा effort लगाया होगा. but the kind of player he is, like he can just show up. Even if h6 is not on in his prep, he can just play it over the board because he's like, okay, I'm gonna play good chess anyways. He has that faith in himself. So yeah, let's see what he does. By the way,
But
he's not at his
but
chair right
Tikubai,
now. Hmm.
But Tikubai, I feel that, this is I think that advantage. I wouldn't really say unfair in this. I think it's completely fair that Magnus has this advantage, but he does have this advantage over everyone else. When you prepare against Magnus, now you try to avoid simple positions, I feel. Because if you go into mess, you go into like very complex positions, then Magnus can make a mistake. Because jitna position simple hoga, utna wo acha khelne lag jayega. So, and if I'm preparing as Magnus and I know simple positions mein I thrive the most, then I think it's maybe a little bit easier for me to prepare as Magnus. Because if I have to find something like each time,
Hmm.
then it makes it more difficult for the opponent, I feel. So Magnus ko abhi bhi, like in order to keep up, I don't really think he has to work on theory all the time. I don't think it's needed for him because uska style hi aisa hai कि he can just go into the end game and he can try to press. Like you remember that game against Yaz, bhai, that was such a beautiful game because each 3 घंटे से एक ही एंड मतलब एंड गेम चल रही थी बट मैग्नस वन लाइक आई थिंक नो बडी एल्स इन द वर्ल्ड कुड से दैट दे कैन विन दैट एंड गेम बिसाइड्स मैग्नस.
I absolutely agree with you, Sahaj. And Sahaj, I'm going to show you something magical. Something you said earlier in the stream kind of struck my heart. And I was like, Sahaj Bhai really wants to see one move on the board and it's not happening. And I'm going to make it happen for you, Sahaj Bhai. So let's go to Ukesh's game. As Magnus, of course, is going to think for a while. While I mean like 2 seconds, but still. And we go to the current position in the Gukesh game. And he just played knight f3. And thank you for the suggestion in the chat. What happens on queen b6 is a very good question because now bishop f2 is checkmate. So there's a huge, let's have it on the board, Sahaj Bhai. You'll see some magic happen on the board soon. So white's only move now is e3 or you are busted. Black can take the pawn on b2, be happy. He's not had dinner yet. It's 5 p.m. in Norway. Fair enough. A little bite couldn't hurt. Now only move bishop e5. The queen is attacked. Has to go back all the way to b6. You take on f6. Pawn takes f6. And now bishop d3. So you are kind of hoping for an attack. And now black plays the best move, knight c6. Very logical, right? You bring the knight. And after queen c2 attacking the pawn, if you play h6, which is natural, chat, question to you. What is white's one of the best moves? Let's say the best move in the position. What will white do now? Come on, chat. Let's go. Let's see who will find it. Said, you mentioned this move earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I was thinking, don't think about what you would do, chat. Think about what a strong player you might know very well. What would that strong player do here?
Gukesh is not losing, chat. I think this is prep. This is prep with some risk.
Yeah. रिस्क के बिना तो भाई एडवांटेज नहीं मिलेगा.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Actually, a lot of people have guessed it. And it is indeed. Tikubai, reveal it.
It is G4 with the
Oof.
idea of H4 and just. And my only question is, Sahaj, I love this for white. First of all, if this happens, by the way, if he plays Queen B6, very likely this happens. Where's White King gonna go? That's my only question. Where is Gukesh's King gonna settle? Like what is his retirement plan? I
आप वो
feel like
बॉन्ग क्लाउड
he's
कह रहे थे ना, वही बॉन्ग क्लाउड करेंगे भाई किंग E2 पे, देन रुक को G1 पे लेके आएंगे, देन H एंड G5 पे मेट होगी भाई, सिंपल.
I feel like
जरूरत
uski
ही नहीं, व्हाट इज
investment
कास्टलिंग, वी डोंट इवन नीड टू कास्टल.
I feel like his investment strategy is quite risky, man. And I think G4 looks very interesting. And then, of course, H4 next, Rook G1 potentially. And it's going to be a very strong attack. So Vincent Keimer already beastment piche clock pe. So pressure building up.
Yeah, for sure. And now knight F3. He's thinking right now. I see a question in the chat. Sahaj bhai, why do you think Gukesh needs to change his team for World Championship? Because Sindarov as a team, I think, filled many top ranked players as his performance and preparation level increased. I think as a chess player, this is like a very sensitive thing, not just at the highest level. I can only assume how much it affects them, but at, let's say, my level, or maybe let's say a little bit lower than me, if I try to change my coach, at least that's like 6 months that I need an adjustment period. क्योंकि उस कोच का एक स्टाइल रहेगा, उस कोच के कुछ प्रेफरेंसेस रहेंगे, एंड नॉट नेसेसरीली सेइंग दैट those recommendations or those preferences are wrong, but they are just different. And the fact that they are different it changes the dynamic of how you play, and sometimes it can be very good, but sometimes it can be bad. That's why you say 6 महीने का आपको ना एक वो adjusting period चाहिए होता है, वो गुकेश के पास नहीं है, like frankly speaking. And also, like, if even if you change something in the team, it should never be the core person. It should be like
Hmm.
जो additional players होते हैं जिससे आपका वो let's say tournament का mood change नहीं होगा. So still the core members I think would still be there, but I'm not sure about the rest of the team. That's still yet to be announced.
And also, I think just think about it. Yeah, this is the team that got him to the world championship, right? So clearly, they got a lot of stuff right. Like, for example, imagine, like whatever goal you have in life, you achieved it. You achieved that goal with this very team. And now you have to think, कि भाई, अब मुझे बस वो maintain रखना है. Let's say you want to lose weight and your weight is losing 10, goal is losing 10 kgs. You hire a coach, he helps you lose those 10 kgs. You got where you wanted. And now you just have to maintain your weight. And somehow you're gaining a couple of kgs now and you're wondering, oh my God, do I change my team? But I think clearly something was hitting the correct spots and something was working. So tweaking the team a bit to get that extra opinion there on what's going on is great. But core team change nahi karni chahiye because then everything could fall apart. Yeah. And as Sej mentioned, I think it's a transition period. And 6 months, I mean, the world championship is 6 months away. So not enough time to change everything.
Exactly. Also, like it also when you switch a team, it has to be like something really horribly wrong has to go, But I don't think that has happened. I think still more or less the team is working pretty well, and it's working really well for Gukesh as well. He also looks and like a lot better to me, like in comparison to Jan. Yeah, like Abhi, like Gukesh feels more relaxed. He feels. I mean, maybe not at this not at this exact posture. Here he's extremely well focused, but in general, I feel chess में भी दिखता है like he's playing a bit more relaxed, which I think is a very good sign.
Agreed. And I think starting off well is very important for all the players today. Gukesh ke liye super crucial. By the way, he did not go for Queen B6. Knight C6 खेला Vincent ने, so he did not want to enter that mayhem with Queen B6 ideas. So काफी solid approach. And now E3 and now Queen B6 makes no sense because there is simply no bishop F2 threat. You can simply play B4 and attack the bishop. So अब कुछ solid खेलना पड़ेगा. And Sahaj, maybe you want to play D6 at some point or D5, maybe bishop E7 now could feel like okay, he's played b6 already, yeah, so already on the board.
Yeah, he wants to do a fianchetto on b7 and maybe push d5. By Gukesh is still in prep, by the way. Just want to put it out there, chat, that after, let's say, when you're preparing this at home, चाहे वो tournament से पहले चाहे आप घर पे कर रहे हो preparation, like I think unless you've done like some very deep prep, this is like very very smart from Gukesh, because knight f3 के बाद, like Tikubai mentioned, queen b6 is screaming to be played by the engine. And this is the move that probably you will spend the most time analyzing, because we saw the variation. White was losing a pawn, black का king थोड़ा unsafe था. You have to play g4, h4, whatever. अब जब भी आपको g4, h4 खेलना होता है, वो analyze तो आपको like you have to analyze that as deep as you can, because वहाँ पे गलती करी तो आप हार सकते हो like instantly. So the fact कि Vincent didn't play that and Gukesh anticipated that is actually quite, I think, nice here.
Agreed. And I think chat में बहुत सारे सवाल भी है. We will get to your questions, chat. Just let's jump to the Pragg game, because why is his queen on b1, Sahaj? Like it feels like the queen came to c2, then came to b1. At first glance looks a bit risky, but I also see you could go h4, knight g5. Like there could be ambitions for Pragg. What's your take on the current position?
So this h4 knight g5 is a very very common idea here, combining with queen b1. But you have to time it like correctly. Basically, you can also play a3 here and then h4 as well. But h4 to aa hi raha hai. Pragg is not gonna castle. Definitely not. He's gonna keep the king on e1 for as long as he can. But now the question is when, because for sure he has seen this h4 knight g5 idea at home, and he has also considered it over the board as well. I think Wesley could be in trouble, bhai. Whenever you see h4 knight g5, and chat, remember, bishop takes g5 looks like a pawn. So let's say आप खेलते हो bishop b7, whatever, random move, knight g5, bishop takes g5, pawn takes g5. ये queen g5 नहीं मर रही है यहाँ पे, because queen and rook are connecting on this h7 pawn, and that's just a checkmate. So this is a very very cool tactic that Pragg could employ in this position. And chat, question
Agreed.
for you: have you ever seen a tactic like this before? Because I don't think that we have, this exact knight g5, pawn takes g5. I feel like that's a new pattern for you guys.
Yeah, and I think also let's not forget the bishop on b2. जब भी वो file खुलेगी, to avoid the mate, you will have to play g6, and the bishop on b2 will be smiling like a beast. in that
हो
structure. So white के सारे pieces नो को perfect combination, symmetry and वो coordination से वहां बैठ जाएंगे. So I do agree. I think there's potential in Pluck's position. Let's see how quickly he plays.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. One serious question, hope you'll answer. Don't you think it was unfair on Pragg? Didn't get a point with Ali Reza, but everyone else almost got. If someone else withdraws, don't you think his result should be removed? Um, Firstly, I don't think it's unfair because you cannot predict when a person gets an injury. Like, if अगर आप पहले राउंड में इंजर्ड हो और आप फिफ्थ राउंड में इंजर्ड हो तो पहले 4 राउंड्स तो आप फिर भी नॉर्मली खेलोगे ना. तो इट्स नॉट अनफेयर. बट दिस इज लाइक नॉर्मली हाउ दीज इवेंट्स को, जब भी कोई प्लेयर इंजर होता है क्लोज्ड इवेंट में, तब उनको बाय दिया जाता है. बट नेसेसरीली वो बाय 1 पॉइंट नहीं होता, वो बाय कभी कभी आधा पॉइंट भी होता है. आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली एक था कि आधा था. बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रेटिंग, नाउ दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रेटिंग वो मैच हुआ ही नहीं है. तो अगर आप फीडे के उसमें आप रेटिंग्स में जाके देखोगे ना, वो मैच हुआ ही नहीं है बिकॉज फिरोजा डिडंट शो अप. So all the rating and all the points that you're gaining, maybe if there was a some incentive कि आप जितने मैच जीतते हो आपको उतने प्राइज मिलता है, that also probably wouldn't be there. So I don't think it is unfair at all. I think it's just an unfortunate situation and you have to find a solution that fits all the players. And besides this,
Also,
there is no other solution. Yeah.
it's very rare. It's very rare. Just look back at when it happened last. Literally, a player withdrawing takes me back to when Magnus withdrew in that Hans controversy. Like it's
Yeah.
very, very, very rare कि कोई withdraw करता है. So of course, it will not be perfect for everybody, but it's a solution that just works and it's kind of fair for overall. So yeah, I think looks interesting for Pragg. Chances अच्छे लग रहे हैं. By the way, Magnus game में चलते हैं सहज, एक बार नजर मार के आते हैं क्या चल रहा है. Because we have a bunch of moves for A3 H6 drama के बाद. Now kind of novel development. And I kind of like what Firouzja has in front of him now. Like what D5 pawn could be a weakness.
Bhai Firouzja, I think a very good position from the opening itself. So this is kind of similar to an IQP position because let's say white कभी भी pawn takes c5 मार सकता है, black bishop takes c5 मारेगा तो एक IQP बन जाएगा इस position में. And I think this move h6 is not the most ideal here in this position. It could backfire in some scenario. Plus on top of that, there is a very cool idea for white कि आप knight e5 bishop f3 खेल के ये pawn जो d5 का है, you can start putting some pressure here. I don't know, bhai. I feel Firouzja is very comfortable, maybe slightly better, and has good chances. And by the way, Magnus has to find c4 here. Like if he doesn't find c4, it's a problem.
Yeah, because अगर आप bishop develop करोगे ना, then you can take on c5 and then bishop को same pawn, same square पे आने के लिए दो move लगे. So that's not ideal. And you don't really have a clear development move as well, right? Which piece do you develop? I mean, bishop on c8, but which square do you go to? So कहीं ना कहीं पे लग रहा है कि there's a lot of pressure building up on Magnus and you can see it on the clock. 23-minute difference already. And I want to point out the format again. If you're joining for the first time, Norway chess has a unique format. There is no extra time that you get. It's simply 2 hours and 10-second increment from move one. That's it. And if it's a draw, then you have Armageddon at the end. Sahaj bhai, that brings me to the question कि हमारे पास 6 player हैं. So we have 6 games, 3 in the open, 3 in the women's. And Firouzja, I think, calling to someone. I don't know what he was saying. How many Armageddons can we expect today?
भाई यूजुअली ना आई थिंक एलिट इवेंट्स में एक आई थिंक फर्स्ट राउंड हमेशा काम रहता है और सेकंड राउंड में एकदम तबाही मचती है. बट लुकिंग एट द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ लाइक से द प्रग गेम, गुकेश गेम, द जू एंड जू वर्सेस दिव्या गेम, आई थिंक very few Armageddons I see
Bhai,
today.
Firouzja's trying to get up. I think he wants to go to the washroom or something. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's, oh my god, it's very tough for Firouzja to
भाई
play in
कुछ
this
भी
situation.
होगा भाई. It could get coffee, it could get like it can be many
हाँ,
things. Yeah. Bhai, you like okay. I know it's a very tough situation, but this is exactly, it shows the dedication. It shows that Firouzja is there to play. He loves chess. He loves classical. I know a lot of people are were saying कि Firouzja से classical chess नहीं खेलता, हमेशा rapid chess खेलता. I mean you can see भाई ऐसे एंकल इंजरी में मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट क्लासिकल में वो भी उसके मतलब लिटरली नॉर्वे में जाके आप खेलना. इट शोज दैट यू that you absolutely care about the game, about the love of the
and
game.
it's a story to tell your kids. To be honest, Sahaj, Magnus Goat, yeah. I had a broken leg when I defeated him. Like, super easy, barely an inconvenience. Like, it's like, a story to tell your kids for the next 20 years. So let's see how this pans out right now. Magnus under serious
Bhai,
pressure, and you can see it in his body language.
I absolutely respect this because I always felt कि कभी भी ऐसे आपको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए tournament like halfway through. But of course, like when it's absolutely a situation जहाँ पे आप नहीं खेल पा रहे हो, then it's okay, then it makes sense. But you should absolutely try to avoid it as much as possible. In my life, Tiku bhai, I have only not played one game. Just because of health reasons, yeah. Because और वो तब था जब I literally decided it was a 10 a.m. round in Mumbai, Mayor's Cup. I was playing against Swams, by the way. I'm not sure if you know him. Grandmaster Swayam Mishra is a very, very famous coach of the Indian chess as well. And I was playing against him, and then basically, मैं गया नहीं, and it was a penultimate round. And then Swayams went on to win the next round as well, and then he won the tournament. फिर उसके
Oh,
बाद लगा
nice.
कि भाई यार खेल ही लेता.
But it's also, yeah, it's a very double-edged sword, right? Bimar ho, then you
Yeah,
could pass on whatever you have to the opponent also. Then either way, you're gonna get, kind of roasted a bit. So I think it's a tough choice. But anyways, I think I agree with you. I think if you can play, you should play. But
for
meanwhile,
sure.
Firouzja showing some
And
courage there, and of course, he'll be back soon. So Magnus, as he thinks, Sahaj, let's jump to the Gukesh game, जहाँ पे कुछ चालें हमारे पास खेली गई हैं, and maybe
भाई एक
हल्की सी
प्रग पे
advantage.
1 sec भाई.
हाँ
एक
हाँ,
प्रग
चलो
पे
चलो
वन
चलो.
सेक 1 sec भाई, because just wanted to show this भाई.
Oh,
Just wanted to show it.
oh.
The H pawn, the Harshit pawn is on the board. Knight G5 incoming, chat. Let's go. एकदम तबाही on the board. And by the way,
By
chat में some people were saying, just want to address this as well, कि जो पिछले round में buy नहीं मिलना चाहिए था. Chat, like the fact कि Firouzja got like injured, like of course it's very sad, but it is not the fault of the opponent. Right? आपके opponent की गलती नहीं है कि you are injured. So when you show up at the board, you are saying कि I think I can win this match. Right? तो अगर किसी आपके अपोनेंट की वजह से अगर आपको ड्रॉ मिल रहा है तो ये तो आपके लिए अनफेयर हुआ ना. You are showing up, you are healthy, and you only have to think about yourself. So I think it's a difficult situation overall. I saw a lot of comments on this, so I just wanted to address it. It's a difficult situation overall, but I don't think it was unfair. This is the norm in most chess events, let's say.
yep. And you know what? I think H4 ke baad, how much time has Wesley been thinking for? Do we have that? I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. So he's still
1.5 minute,
thinking.
yeah.
And what do you do as black now, Sahaj? Because, for example, you just played knight d5, and that knight is moving away from the king's side. That's where you need the protection. And if you play a normal move, I don't know, bishop b7, it's already borderline lost after knight to g5.
Exactly,
So
bhai.
you have to be accurate, and maybe bishop f6 is the move. Yeah, you're hoping to trade off some pieces and just hold the game somehow. And he plays it.
Bhai, he
Oh no, he
played
plays something else.
he plays f5, and by the way, that was the top move for me. I'm not sure about on your side, Tiku bhai, but this was the top move for me. And this brings me to a question, Tiku bhai. Is G4 possible? मैं खेल नहीं रहा because I don't want to be disappointed. But I like the moment कि I can think about G4 and it's not easily refuted. Just let me know कि is G4 a good move here?
It's not a good move, but it's possible.
Like कितना कितना का घाटा हो रहा है?
लेट्स से होता है ना, कई बार आप दुकानदार के पास जाते हो एंड आप कहते हो कि भाई यार ये चिप्स का पैकेट लेना है, बट वो कहता है भाई 1 रुपए 2 रुपए चेंज नहीं है, तो आप एक टॉफी ले लो. आपको पता है टॉफी खाओगे नहीं, बट वो 2 रुपए वेस्ट जाएंगे. बट ठीक है भाई, टॉफी रख लेते हैं घर पे, कभी कोई खा लेगा. सो 2 रुपए के बराबर नुकसान है. लाइक इट्स नॉट, इट्स
फिर तो
ओके,
ठीक
इट्स
है.
मैनेजेबल. हाँ फिर ठीक है,
फिर
कह
तो
सकते हो.
ठीक.
हाँ
भाई
हाँ.
2 रुपए के लिए तो आप G4, that's perfect. I think that's a good trade off there. Chat, what is your thought? Bhai, it's not even worse.
Yeah, it's
Did
equal.
you
It's
see
roughly
what is
equal.
Black's best move after G4?
I saw it. I saw it actually.
Chat, wanna take a guess?
Which is insane.
Chat, please take a guess. मान जाऊंगा मैं.
Okay, let's go full
आप
screen. You know
आप
what?
you
I
will
would.
be like नहीं देखना मुझे ये गेम छोड़ो.
So chat, आप में से 4 लोग ये देख के चेस छोड़ने वाले हैं. उनको मैं कहूंगा होल्ड ऑन करो. ये प्लेयर भी नहीं निकाल पाएंगे ये चाल. पहले से वार्निंग कर रहा हूं. इवन आई डोंट थिंक वेस्ली कैन फाइंड दिस.
Wesley will find it. Wesley will
Are you
find it.
sure?
If he play, yeah, Wesley finds this. By I will put a Maggie that if Pragg plays G4, I think Pragg won't play G4 because Pragg also saw it.
नहीं
Right?
भाई,
Pragg है
they will
भाई.
not find this
Genius है वो
move.
भाई. क्या बात. नहीं नहीं
There is
नहीं.
no chance they find this move भाई.
every time I try to, जब भी मैं सोचता हूँ ना ऐसे like calculation के बारे में, sometimes because we commented so much on Pragg, Arjun and Gukesh, and sometimes we forget like how ridiculously good their calculation is. We sometimes forget this. Yeah. So I actually have this book, this Improve Your Chess Calculation book, and because it's based on like Pragg, how he was when he was a bit younger. And the more you read it, the more you realize, भाई अगर वो निकाल सकता है 9 साल की उम्र में, भाई ये क्या है? This is nothing. So I feel he is more than capable of finding it. Chat, what do you think?
So chat तो I think is kind of in the middle, but Sehbhai, show us the move. Maybe then they will understand कि कितना आसान है और कितना difficult.
The move is, and chat found it. Someone found it at least. It's knight d4. A सूखा knight, and if you take pawn takes d4, भाई कुछ capture भी नहीं. Knight f4. आप you are again chat. You are a full piece down. एक pawn तक नहीं है आपके पास. But black is better.
Okay, I mean possible, but
भाई उसका बाद का फॉलो भी देखो आप. Look, this is all forced by the way chat. gf5, cd4. Okay, knight takes d4 is forced. Bit unfortunate कि आपको ऐसे knight वापस देना पड़ रहा है, but it is the case. But you are getting something back in return. So black goes queen d4, and now you show your real cards. And knight e4. Look at this bishop looking at the g7 pawn. Rook g1 पे आने वाला है, and the knight is very active. f6 आ सकता है कभी भी. Black has to go queen d8 or queen d7, doesn't matter. Rook g1, rook f7 and f6. एंड इसके बाद भाई 2 कैप्चर्स हैं आपके पास, ठीक है. ब्लैक अभी भी खत्म नहीं है. आपको लग रहा होगा खत्म हो गया, खत्म नहीं है चैट अभी. आपके पास 2 कैप्चर्स हैं, बिशप या रोक. कौन सा वाला चूज करोगे आप?
भाई खत्म तो है, बट मैं हो गया खत्म. बट ओके, लेट मी
तो
थिंक.
ये इसका आंसर दे दो टिक्को भाई, मान जाऊंगा. बिशप
अच्छा,
और
ओके
रोक.
ओके, लेट मी चैट. कम ऑन चैट. ओके,
नाउ
टिकू हैट ऑन.
यू आर नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट चेस, यू आर थिंकिंग वेदर आई एम ट्राइंग टू ट्रिक यू और नॉट.
Ha. It's not a capture.
You're
That's what I
thinking
thought.
ये
It's
trick
not
था
a
कि नहीं?
capture. It's not a capture. That's my thought process. I'm thinking. Oh, come on, chat. Okay. Hmm.
You need to be
220
3600 to find this. Yeah bhai, that I to in
I'm
this amount of
I'm
time for sure.
I'm thinking 92, Sej bhai.
Knight e2 is losing भाई, वो तो टॉप 3 में भी नहीं है भाई. It's between bishop f6 रुक से. मैं I wasn't like
Okay,
giving
okay.
any
Okay. अब इतना
unless
पूछा है तो रुक
आप
F6
कुछ
से होगा
कर
ना
रहे
भाई.
थे. Wait, कुछ था क्या knight e2 के बाद? देखा नहीं मैंने
नहीं, मैं तो
भाई.
देखा
Knight
भाई.
g5. Do you see this? Queen h7 mate. You play g6, knight takes h7. भाई this is a real game. This is possible in an actual
अरे
real
रुक
game.
H7 पे कुछ, रुक H7 पे क्या है?
Queen takes g6,
King
king
H8.
h8 and okay f7 is there, f takes e7 is there.
उफ.
कितनी सारी भाई. अगर आपको ब्यूटीफुल मेट्स कर कोई मेट है यहाँ पे, दैट इज नाइट h7 के बाद आई थिंक हियर नाइट h7, नाइट g1 आई गेस. या कुड बी अ ब्यूटीफुल मेट. क्वीन g6, king h8 and f e7. Okay, not as beautiful but yeah, still very nice. But this is possible chat. This is very very possible if Pragg finds the move g4 here, but it's very risky.
Yeah, very tough.
It could also
very
backfire.
tough. 100% could. And I think the fact कि इतना crazy chess possible है kind of justifies Pragg thinking for a while after f5, because f5 you kind of think कि अगर मेरे opponent ने खेल दिया, I already have a slight edge, positional edge, so you don't think about this too much after playing h4. You're more focused on knight g5 and other options. So now Pragg is thinking what to do. He doesn't need to play g4. He can play h5. He can take on d5, open the bishop up and play it more positionally. तो option बहुत है. I think Pragg को यहाँ पे थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा. And of course, I think time का भी ध्यान रखना है. उसके बारे में नहीं पूछना. Objectivity has to be part of the equation, Sahej bhai.
Correct, bhai. If you're not objective, then nothing works here. Even if you take more time here and you find the best moves, I think this is a very, very critical moment for Pragg. Of course, he has handled the opening phase really well. He had more time on the clock, but now he has less time, but he has a slightly better position. So there is a trade-off there, but in order to keep that edge, he has to take his time and play in the best way possible. And chat में someone was asking that how difficult is it to play classical events at the elite level without showing your world championship preparation. Chat, this is the type of question that I don't think I'm the best person to ask, because I have never been in a situation like this before. But we do get Vishy sir a lot. And I think this is a question that I will ask on your behalf the next time he is here, because I'm genuinely curious as well, because I'm sure he has had to do this on many different occasions when he was playing, the World Championship matches in the past. So I'll definitely put it, yeah, like I'll definitely think about it, and then I'll definitely ask him and get back to you there.
Let's do one thing, Sejbhai. Let's go full screen. Let's go full screen. I want to kind of grab the players' expressions a bit. एंड अभी दोनों प्लेयर्स सोच ही रहे हैं तो एटलीस्ट किस गेम पे चले भाई गुकेश की मैग्नेस बताओ
भाई प्रग प्रग अच्छा प्रग के तो गेम पे ही है, तो आई
सोच
थिंक
रहा है
विल
अभी
गो
सोच रहा है
टू भाई आई थिंक लेट्स चेक इन विद दिव्या, बिकॉज दिव्या
ओके
के गेम
लेट्स
में वो
गो
क्रेजी पोजीशन आ रही थी यार, वो यू रिमेंबर F4 के बाद एकदम धूम एकदम प्रॉपर।
सहेश भाई
एंड लुक एट
ऐसे
दिस।
कहते हैं ना यू कैनॉट क्वांटिफाई लव बट किलुआ गेमर ने कहा है लव फॉर सहेज भाई 100 रुपीज सुपर चैट थैंक्स अ लॉट किलुआ भाई
अरे अरे अरे, thank you so much, bhai. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it, bhai. Nice to be back. Yeah, yeah. It hasn't been that long, but feels like बहुत ज़्यादा time हो गया था, भाई. So absolutely loving it. By the way, speaking of a lot of time, after F4, Divya took 15 minutes to play F5 here. And भाई आपने golden pawn का rule तोड़ा तो I will do the same. And now Juventus goes bishop g2 almost like very quickly. And then uske baad Divya plays bishop d6. And chat, this is an interesting moment because Engine here is shouting, like screaming the move e4. Like by, and I think the difference
वाह
is 0.19 and 0.23. बट इट दिस इज एन ईजी थिंग टू मिस लाइक व्हेन यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग, क्योंकि आपके दिमाग में आएगा आपने F5 खेला है तो E4 के अगर आप नहीं रिपीट कर रहे तो व्हाट्स द पॉइंट, बट Divya very smartly switched here, and I think this was not in Juvenjun's file. Position is still maybe slightly better for Juvenjun, but nothing crazy. And you can see she's thinking for 20 minutes now, Tikku bhai.
agreed and I think Divya also looks a lot more comfortable starting with her she had her head in her hands तो सोच रही थी बहुत deeply and now she looks a bit more comfortable not completely convinced whether she's okay but of course she's one step away from castling तो उसे थोड़ा सा एक उम्मीद आती है चलो भाई I'm going to get my king safe and then बाकी सब बाद में देख लेंगे so and of course Ju Wenjun is now thinking and behind Divya on the clock even though this was her preparation so बड़ा मजा आएगा सहज भाई इस गेम को देखने में 20 मिनट से सोच रही है भाई that is like insane
Yeah, exactly. 20 minutes for Juvenjun is a lot of time. But I think there's a lot of ideas here because had Divya played the move e4, then उसके बाद Juvenjun को queen takes d4 मारना यहाँ पे force था. And if this was Divya's preparation, maybe she would have found e4 and she would have sacked the pawn. But I think we can all agree कि ऐसे फालतू में sack करना pawn when it's not your preparation, आपका opponent इतना fast खेल रहा है, it's definitely not an easy thing to do. So after bishop d6, this kind of worked really well for Divya because now Juvenjun has to create a plan completely from scratch. अब d4 का pawn नहीं बढ़ रहा है टिक्कू भाई. Now she has to create a plan by let's go b3, let's go bishop b2. And bhai, as I was looking at this, there is another very interesting point here, Tikku bhai. The best move for white is to play queen d3. जिसके बाद guess what is the best move for black?
e4 yeah
Exactly. And उसके बाद
oof
क्वीन डी फोर. बट जुवेंचुन को लगेगा ना कि एक टेम्पो ज्यादा है उसके पास.
Bhai,
नहीं.
very tough to play all this. Agreed, very tough, man. And also, like Black's bishop could come to c5 on a good day. I mean, imagine if there was no c pawn, bishop c5 just wins the queen instantly.
भाई या एंड ऑल्सो दिस
So
बिशप ऑन जी2 इज हॉरिबल नो. कोई
yeah,
मतलब कुछ स्कोप ही नहीं है, कोई फ्यूचर ही नहीं है इसका.
and I think there's definite compensation there. So Divya gets up from the seat. Chu Wenchun still thinking and chat. Let's not forget, she's the women's world champion. We're going to see a world championship between Vaishali and Ju Wenjun at some point, maybe next year in April. And Sehaj, by unki games we follow karna, unka form follow karna. We do follow Gukesh's form, we do follow Sundarov's form, but inki form bhi follow karna bahut crucial.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई, एब्सोल्युटली. एंड फॉर्म फॉलो करने से याद है भाई किस वो वी हैव अनदर सुपर चैट बाय किलुआ गेमर. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द सुपर चैट भाई. जेम्स हैज इवन मोर लव फॉर एनएम टिकू भाई. यो भाई, दिस वन वाज फॉर यू टिकू भाई. लेट्स गो.
I
थैंक यू सो
saw
मच भाई.
Sarupeka love. Thanks a lot, Kriva. I love it, bhai. I think really, bhai, you've really taught me a lot about economics and love, bhai. Thank you. I love you too.
भाई वो भाई लव तो मतलब उसमें कोई वो प्राइस नहीं डालना होता भाई.
Ha, of course, of course. And by the way,
गंदी
maybe we
बात.
can have the bird's eye view एक बार लाते हैं भाई जल्दी से हमारे सामने. Would love to have a look at all the 6 games. And जब भी बर्ड्स आई व्यू आता है चैट, यूजली क्या होता है ना, पूरा कवर होता है, तो हम लोग कुछ भी ऐसा कुछ होता है तो खाना होता है बर्ड्स आई में खा लेते हैं, बट इसमें हमारी शक्ल है. सहज, पॉपकॉर्न नहीं खाऊंगा मैं. आई विल आस्क यू कि व्हाट डू यू थिंक हैपेंस इन द 6 games. कितने रिजल्ट्स कैन वी एक्सपेक्ट टुडे?
जस्ट सो यू नो टिकू भाई, अगर आप ये बात ना बोलते हैं ना, मैं कभी भी ना बोलता है, बट नाउ
आई नो,
दैट
आई
इट्स
नो.
आउट आउट इन द ओपन, आई वुड हैव नेवर एवर सेड दिस एवर ऑन स्ट्रीम के कि आप कि दैट्स व्हाई वी गो फुल स्क्रीन, बट रिस्पेक्ट रिस्पेक्ट फॉर एक्चुअली एड्रेसिंग इट, राइट.
Yeah, yeah.
कौन सा गेम भाई, सारे गेम एक्चुअली, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, आई एम नॉट एक्चुअली बीइंग बायस, ऑल गेम्स राइट नाउ आर लुकिंग सुपर to me. It feels like there's a fresh game everywhere. Like कोई भी ऐसा कोई ड्राई सा ड्रॉ नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे, बिकॉज आई थिंक प्लेयर्स को भी पता है ना, ड्रॉ करने के बाद फिर से आपको आर्मागेडन खेलना है, तो काइंड ऑफ इट्स अ बिट irrelevant. By the way, Magnus did push C4. Maybe we can jump there, Tiku bhai,
Hmm.
because C4 was a very important decision by Magnus, and Firouzja responded very quickly. By 40 minutes का difference between Firouzja and Magnus.
Bhai,
That's a lot.
we that's insane. And he's also slightly worse still, right? It's not like he's completely equal as or something. And Firouzja Magnus की rivalry बहुत crazy है. सहज याद है वो 2020 और 21 के ऑनलाइन मैचअप्स, कैसे फिरोजा मैग्नस नेक टू नेक खेलते थे इन दो सीसीटी इवेंट्स. सो यहाँ पे कार्लसन वो डेफिनेटली टेक फिरोजा सीरियसली. चैट, बहुत रिस्पेक्ट है उनके लिए. अभी भी लोग डिबेट करते हैं कि इफ फिरोजा हैड वन द कैंडिडेट्स in 2020, I think 3 it was, like Magnus might have continued and played the world championship. that
Why
that is
not
how much
might? He
respect.
would have. He would have
Yeah,
continued. By 100%, he would have continued. He said that's the only guy he's willing to play. So that was
yeah.
some, big statement from, of course, the world champion back then. But sadly, वो हुआ नहीं भाई. But we do have a classical match now between these two players. Of course, not both of the players not super healthy, but I will say by time advantage, opening advantage से थोड़ा compensate to have. So let's actually jump there to go
Yeah.
to Firouzja versus Magnus and try to understand what is happening, because after 95, Magnus has been in deep thought again.
भाई, you would think Firouzja would have less time actually with stuck in that pose, because chat सोचो यार, तुम्हारी टांग राइट में है, so basically your body is facing towards the right, like towards the camera. So it's not comfortable to sit for 5 hours and फिर left की तरफ देख के calculate करो. Just do that, chat. जहां पे भी you're sitting, you're standing, just sit somewhere, put your leg in one direction, put it on a chair, and then try to turn around 90 degrees and look towards the other side. And do that for 5 hours now. It's
Why
not
it
easy
is
to play
tough,
in this
why?
situation.
It's very tough, but it's very. I have played like a couple of matches which I can remember were very very difficult for me to play, and I think this is like a very also by the type of opponent also you have also matters here. Like you could argue कि 2-3 दिन के बाद maybe the his ankle starts to feel well, and maybe then Magnus से खेलना would be like you know at least I think you would enjoy it a bit more, because
Hmm.
when you look back on this moment 10 years from now, you're gonna say, "Bhai, I was playing Magnus, but like उस time पे I had this ankle injury, I wasn't feeling my best," and yeah, that's the only like kind of thing that I'm concerned about for Firouzja. But I think besides that, um, to be honest, I think he's handling it really well so far. I think
Agreed.
you can't really say कि भाई कुछ there's any problems on the clock, no problem on the board. He looks very comfortable, and
Yeah,
by
yeah.
attack is just beginning.
And Bishop D6 played, I think काफी logical move Magnus ने खेली है, develop किया है Bishop को, no problems there whatsoever. And I think now both sides will castle, and then we're going to see the real middle game start, the maneuvering of the pieces, and both the players trying to gain an edge on the clock. So let's see. फिलहाल Magnus really struggling on that clock. And Saj bhai, आपकी मूव बोर्ड पे आने वाली है. सहज भाई, पार्टी कब दे रहे हो? लेट्स जंप टू Pragg, because he played queen c2 and Wesley has made a minor inaccuracy. He put the knight to c7 back. Chat, trace that move first of all. Can we go back to move number 12, सहज भाई एक बार?
Yes, here we are. H4 हुआ था, फिर F5.
हाँ. सो इफ यू गो टू मिनट 12, वो नाइट D5 पे आया, राइट? सो H4 के बाद
Yeah,
नाइट A3 के बाद नाइट D5, 11 सॉरी, ही प्लेड नाइट
yeah.
D5. सो वो नाइट किंग साइड पे था. इट मूव टुवर्ड्स द सेंटर, सो मतलब H7 वीक हो गया. अब H7 वीक हो गया तो Pragg ने खेला H4 टू प्ले नाइट G5. अब वो नाइट उठा के C7 पे जा चुका है, सो इट्स नाउ फार फार अवे फ्रॉम द किंग साइड. एंड सहज भाई, जरा इनॉग्रेशन कर दीजिए बेस्ट चाल की. चैट, एनी गेसेस व्हाट इज द बेस्ट मूव इन दिस पोजीशन?
भाई तब से लाइक आई बीन स्क्रीमिंग इट, आई फील लाइक दिस इज द बेस्ट मोमेंट टू प्ले, बट भाई प्रग उस साइड पे देख नहीं रहा है right now. We have to address this. I feel this is a big catalyst, I think, whether he plays it or not. Pragg right now is focused on the queen side, and Pragg could think d4 is a very strong move here. Because to be honest, Tiku bhai, that's like a very, very easy advantage, or like as it is. Because I
हाँ.
mean, not an easy advantage. Because CD4 के बाद आपके पास knight b5 है, and you are kind of thinking bishop d7 to defend this knight. Knight d4 just gonna go up to the position, takes and bishop takes. And आप बोलोगे भाई ये black का जो pawn f5 पे इतना इतना खराब pawn है, e5 का square इतना बढ़िया है.
हम्म.
I can guarantee that in this position I know I'm better क्योंकि position एकदम symmetrical है and you have committed f5. तो
हम्म.
board पे justify करना आपके लिए बहुत आसान होगा ये. तो एंड
अग्रीड.
व्हेन यू हैव दिस ऑप्शन ना, ये सेफ ऑप्शन, देन जी4 जैसी चालें खेलना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. देन इट्स अबाउट व्हाट टाइप ऑफ प्लेयर यू आर, राइट.
अग्रीड.
अगर आपको डायनामिक पोजीशंस एक्चुअली में पसंद है तो आप जी4 वैसे भी निकालोगे.
अग्रीड. आई थिंक इट्स मोर अबाउट लाइक, चैट इमेजिन करो आपको आपको नौकरी मिली है किसी अच्छी कंपनी में, यू नो यू गोना गेट स्टार्टिंग में ही आउट ऑफ कॉलेज आपको सैलरी लग गई, आई डोंट नो 1 लाख पर मंथ, वट एवर इज योर ड्रीम. 1.5 लाख 2 लाख पर मंथ, जो भी आपका एक
और नौकरी,
क्रेजी
सॉरी,
सैलरी है.
आपकी फील्ड ऑफ स्टडी क्या थी?
कोई भी हो सकती है सहज भाई, यू नो इट
हाँ.
कुड बी इंजीनियरिंग, कुड बी आईटी. वैसी सारी नौकरी खत्म तो होने वाली है, पर आपको ड्रीम नौकरी लग गई. यू ऑल्सो हैव अ बिजनेस आइडिया दो, एंड यू कुड टेक मोर रिस्क फॉर मोर रिवॉर्ड. एंड दिस इज दैट क्लासिक चॉइस, सेम चॉइस है. आई कुड जस्ट प्ले D4 जो सहज भाई ने दिखाया, एंड गो फॉर अ स्ट्रेटेजिक एडवांटेज जहां पे लॉन्ग टर्म एडवांटेज है. आई एम नॉट टेकिंग एनी रिस्क. आई कुड टेक दैट गुड पेइंग जॉब, वेल पेइंग जॉब.
बट
और आई कुड से
व्हाट अबाउट मोर रिस्क एंड लेस रिवॉर्ड?
वो तो मेरी
उसके
लाइफ की
बारे में
बात
क्या
होगी ना, आई
कहना
एम
चाहेंगे
टॉकिंग
आप?
इन जनरल. वो मेरी लाइफ की बात होगी
हाँ,
सर,
ओके.
आई एम टॉकिंग इन
ओके,
जनरल.
ओके, ओके.
सो हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड, यू प्ले G4, you might just win in 5 moves, but you might just make a huge blunder and lose. So Sahaj bhai, take us through that G4 idea. क्या concept है इसका?
By G4, I think just to firstly, you want to open up the G file. You're expanding on the king side. All of your pieces, like this queen, the bishop, maybe not the knight, but the queen and the bishop are definitely looking on this side. Knight is one step away from jumping to G5. Rook is also joining the attack. So you have kind of a lot of pieces, on the king side. So it makes sense to open up some files. But I think in specific, if we're talking about what you're targeting, it's this f5 pawn, because the moment you move it, I have knight G5, and now ये queen का रास्ता खुल गया. And I still don't think it's lost. You still have rook f5, but it just looks very, very difficult to save this from black. Because let's say you make a move like g6. Chat, can you guess what the best move for white here is? It's actually beautiful. Like I genuinely think this is the moment when you actually should calculate. This is a beautiful moment.
भाई we saw those relations earlier सहज भाई. Like मेरा कह रहा है just rinse and repeat भाई. बस धूम धड़ाम
Exactly,
कर
bhai.
दो, खत्म करो.
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. Knight takes h7, king takes h7 and h5, and the pawn is just pinned. Pawn takes g6, double check के साथ आएगा. Queen takes g6, checkmate के साथ आएगा. And it's just too much to sort of deal with in one go. Plus, and this is the point that Tikubai mentioned very, very early on, and I think this is super important in this position. This knight, which technically could be a defender. Like imagine same scenario chat, right? G4, fg4, knight g5, but ये knight d5 पे है. एटलीस्ट मेरे पास नाइट f6 है जिसके साथ मैं
हम्म.
पॉन को बचा सकता हूं. एक पीस है मेरा डिफेंडर विच कैन एटलीस्ट डिफेंड अगर कुछ अर्जेंट सिचुएशन आती है तो. बट बिकॉज वेस्ली प्लेड नाइट c7 and he removed that defender from the position, this is why it's the perfect moment to strike on the king side. But it also doesn't mean it's super clear, right? g4 के बाद black can play a move like bishop a6, gf5, bishop takes e2, king takes e2,
Oof.
sorry, knight takes e2, my bad. Actually, king takes e2 not there, a bit surprising. But anyway, knight e2, you go ef5 or rook f5, I'm not sure which one, and you try to go long castle, rook g1, and you put some pressure on the g7 pawn. This is how the game could progress. Now, assessing this as better for white, okay, it is definitely possible. I think Pragg could play it, but at the same time, अगर आपको याद हो chat, besides g4, there is that safe option, वो जो d4 वाली जो option है, and अगर वो Pragg को अगर उसमें वो comfortable हो गया, then I think he won't even consider G4. Because क्या जरूरत है पोजीशन में मैस डालने के लिए when you know comfortable advantage है आपके पास.
Agreed. I think जो भी होगा इस गेम में, Pragg looking in great shape right now to get his first win. By the way, we have a super chat Kilua gamer 400 रुपए की Question for Sej Bhai, do you think book Duratsky's Endgame Manual by the most famous chess game of book of all time, sixth edition, should be for intermediate players who have around 1200 yellow, or do you suggest another book for intermediate players?
That's a great question, bhai, and very happy that we are getting questions like that from the chat. It means that you guys are actually, like, you're really focused on self improvement and growth, and I love that question. I think for every chess player, it's Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual should not be your first endgame book, because I think it's like an encyclopedia of books. It's great,
Hmm.
but it has too much information, which I think is not necessary for a beginner. Like 1200 का player, I would say, is more or less a beginner. So उनके लिए, learning, let's say, I don't know, FNH pawns वाली एंड गेम जो अर्जुन ने डिफेंड करी थी मैग्नस का, you don't need to learn that, because वो आएगा कब आपके बोर्ड पे, तो you can focus on things or areas which are more applicable to your life. So I would say there is one book which I think is very good, 100 Endgames You Must Know, which I think is kind of like a compressed version of Dvoretsky. Like it's like a TLDR version, like if you will. And I think when you only reach a certain level, let's say 1800, 1900, something higher than that, then you can start reading that end game book. But also don't read completely, like you have to read certain sections and you have to practice them and so on and so on. Then it becomes a whole process. But right now I think 100 end games you must know would be my recommendation, by, and I've done it, like all of it, by myself as well.
अग्रीड आई थिंक सिंपल एग्जांपल कुड बी कि आप ड्राइविंग तब सीखे जब आप लीगली अलाउड है, जब आपको एक्चुअली मार्केट से सामान लेके आना है मॉम के लिए, आपको किसी को डेट पे लेके जाना है। 12 साल की उम्र में ड्राइविंग सीख के करोगे क्या? यू कैन ड्राइव, देयर इज नो यूज केस फॉर यू। सेम वे जब आप बनेंगे स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर 1800 रेटिंग 2000, देन आई थिंक यू कैन गो इनटू द एंड गेम मैनुअल, जहां पे बहुत डेप्थ में आई थिंक इवन मैग्नस कार्लसन must have looked at that book at some point in the last 3 years. Very, very likely he might have looked at that book. So that tells you ki who is it meant for experts. But yeah, I think very good question. Meanwhile, Sej bhai, आप notes बना रहे हैं तो hopefully calculus solve कर रहे होंगे, because कैलकुलस के बराबर ही क्रेजी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पोजीशन हमारे सामने है। एंड आई वंडर हु इज गोना टेक द फर्स्ट ब्लो। प्राग सोच रहे हैं। सो लेट्स जंप टू गुकेश गेम में भी एंड सी कि वहां पे व्हाई इज ही थिंकिंग फॉर सो लॉन्ग।
So, but firstly, the Gukesh still has more time on the clock, but he has spent around 17 minutes on it. So you are right, bhai. That is a lot of time. So let's try to break it down. Basically, Wesley played h6 in the last move, and I think this is a logical idea, क्योंकि आप कभी फ्यूचर में नाइट जी5 आ सकता है, कभी फ्यूचर में कुछ बैक रैंक की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती हैं. So you're trying to take care of that early on. And now I think there's a bunch of ideas here for white. One, I think, is b4, just to kick the bishop. And second is like something like rook d1, rook c1, and to just simply develop and centralize your pieces. Now, why Gukesh is thinking? It's probably because this is maybe the first time जो opening के बाद जो एक fresh position जो आती है आपके board पे. Maybe this is the first time that it is happening for Gukesh, because I think Vincent was surprised a little bit earlier. So Vincent has been thinking, and now it's the first time Gukesh is thinking, okay, what should be my plan? Should I push b4 at all? And after b4, where should my knight be? Where should my pawns be? Where should my rooks be? And so on and so on. So kind of makes sense. But b4 should be automatic, no? Or do you think that's not really that
I think it
simple?
should be.
Dekho bhai.
It should be. Usually black bishop e7 पहले ही खेलता है, but okay, he starts with bishop g3, and this is going to
Mm-hmm.
be super exciting ki by how both the players kind of navigate this position. But I also want to go full screen. Say, on a non-chess note, like I feel like Gukesh हमें classical chess खेलते हुए अभी दिखने वाला है for the next 10 days or so. Then we'll see him in September to play classical chess. So this is May going on. जून में ही इज नॉट प्लेइंग एनीथिंग एल्स। जुलाई में सिर्फ एक रैपिड ब्लिट्स है जो जीसीटी जागरेब है। देन अगस्त में ही इज नॉट प्लेइंग एनीथिंग एल्स बिकॉज आई डोंट थिंक वो ईडब्ल्यूसी के पार्ट है। देन सितंबर में जाके सेकेंड हाफ में जाके वो क्लासिकल चेस हमें देखने। सो लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई, एंड पॉपकॉर्न खाने के लिए नहीं बोल रहा, आई प्रॉमिस। आई जस्ट वांट टू सी काइंड ऑफ बोथ द प्लेयर्स
But
बैटल इट आउट, हिज एक्सप्रेशंस बाय द वे बेसिकली।
yeah, for sure. And as we look at the game, and there is the popcorn right there. I'm just joking, chat. I'm just
अब ले
joking,
ही
chat.
आता
There
हूँ,
is
बोल
no
ही
popcorn.
अब सहज भाई ने बोल दिया तो अब थोड़ा खा ही लेते हैं भाई।
आप इतना इंसिस्ट कर रहे हो तो.
हाँ।
By the way, chat, look at this. After bishop g3, there is actually some masala in the position, because Vincent can play here knight h5, जिसके बाद position थोड़ी crazy हो सकती है. There is an option of going bishop h4 here. Weird move, I know. बट इसके बाद देर इज G5, knight takes G5, pawn takes G5,
वाओ।
bishop takes H5, pawn takes H4. I know मैं थोड़ा fast जा रहा हूँ chat, but the final move is here. Gukesh is a piece down right now, but just one move that draws the game. Tiku bhai, what do you think?
भाई अगर पीस डाउन है तो फिर एक ही चाल हो सकती है ना भाई, बिफोर 95
Let's
कम्स
go.
आई हैव टू जस्ट गो
Let's
फुल ऑल इन, या ऑल माय चिप्स इन।
exactly bishop F7, king F7, and then you start giving checks, and basically the king cannot escape. That's
भाई
basically
इट्स स्टिल नॉट चेक्स, दैट्स व्हाट आई आल्सो थॉट कि क्वीन एच8 कुछ चेक होगा, बट नॉट रियली। क्वीन एच8
how you
चेक,
play
किंग
knight
ई7
e4,
इज
but
लॉस्ट।
then you repeat, yeah,
हाँ,
basically.
यू कवर द D6 स्क्वायर फर्स्ट, बिकॉज वरना किंग D6 और किंग
Hmm.
C7 करके भाग जाएगा एंड सडनली यू आर लेफ्ट हैंगिंग विद नथिंग इन योर हैंड एंड खत्म, गेम हार गए।
और कहीं गलती से जैसे विंसेंट कामर ने किंग थोड़ा एफेक्ट किया, बट कुछ झटका लगा उनको एंड किंग F6 पे चला गया बाय बाय एनी चांस, चैट वाइट टू प्ले एंड विन।
उफ, ब्यूटीफुल।
चैट द फाइनल मूव है, वही दिखाना चाहता हूँ मैं आपको, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम आस्किंग यू दिस क्वेश्चन बिकॉज द फाइनल मूव इज काइंड ऑफ ब्यूटीफुल।
सहज भाई, आपके मुंह से सुनते हुए अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, फाइनल म्यूजिक इज ब्यूटीफुल।
क्यों भाई?
मतलब सहज भाई को जो मुंह से घटिया लगती है ना, मतलब जो कभी नहीं खेलेंगे
नहीं
वो।
नहीं नहीं भाई, ये तो अब मैं लास्ट पोजीशन दिखाऊंगा भाई, आपको मजा आ जाएगा भाई। क्रेजी, नाइट E4 क्वीन H5 भाई, क्लोज क्लोज, पॉन दो घर भी चलता है भाई। नाइट E4 किंग E5 एंड F4, and that's a checkmate with a pawn
वाह।
while the king is in the center of the board. Bhai, crazy.
एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट इज किंग को सिर्फ D5 ही जाना है बाद में, टू शो द
Yeah.
रिजल्ट, ज्यादा दूर जाना नहीं, आधा रास्ता कवर कर लिया उसने। सो या इट्स गोना बी फन।
Because when you resign, your king goes to D5, your king goes to E4. By the way, Tikku bhai, did you know that अगर आप resign करते हो ना, तो it doesn't matter if your king is on D5 or E4. It can be on either color. Like जैसे let's say, I think what we are taught is that white का king E4 पे होता है, black का king D5 पे होता है. That means white wins. But actually white का king D5 पे और black का king E4 पे, that's also white wins. Like, did you know this? Like I figured it out like very recently.
हाउ डू फिगर इट आउट दो, उल्टा लगा क्या?
नहीं नहीं, आई जस्ट आई वाज प्लेइंग व्हेन आई वाज प्लेइंग दिस टूर्नामेंट ना, दिस लीग वाला, तो वहाँ पे लाइक देयर वर सम लाइव वर्ड्स एंड सम पीपल वर डूइंग इट, आई वाज लाइक वेट वेट वेट, दैट डजंट लुक राइट टू मी, बट देन आई वाज लाइक ओ ऐसे भी चलता है।
हाँ, बिकॉज बिकॉज आई थिंक बोर्ड सिर्फ प्रेशर डिटेक्ट करते होंगे ना, कि भाई अगर ये दोनों है तो इट्स गोना बी वाइट विन, ये दोनों है तो ब्लैक विन। दे माइट
राइट।
नॉट डिस्कवर द कलर, सो दैट्स अ नाइस ऑब्जर्वेशन, आई डिडंट थिंक अबाउट इट एक्चुअली। um but very nice observation actually.
Yeah, and also like if you want to make a draw, like the king doesn't have to be on E4 and E5. It can be D4 D5 as well. That's also a draw.
Hmm.
Like वो तो
Nice.
पता था क्या यार, दिस इज मोर नोन
Yes,
आई
yes.
थिंक, बट ये किंग वाला जो किंग दूसरी साइड पे हो सकता है, still it's when is something new to me. But yeah, let's come back
By
to
the
the
way,
games. Vincent
we have
thinking,
a very good question in chat. Why are the commenters not speaking in Tamil? Said by any thoughts on that?
क्योंकि मेरी 2600 रेटिंग नहीं है।
Good one.
जो समझ गए वो समझ गए।
So, maybe someday, YouTube will solve that problem for you.
नहीं नहीं,
You will
तमिल
have
आती होती तो
real
2600
time.
होती ना मेरे भाई, 100% 2600 होती मेरी, अगर अगर मेरे
भाई,
को तमिल आती होती।
जब दुनिया चल रही है, आई थिंक एक साल के अंदर वी विल हैव लाइक रियल टाइम ट्रांसलेशंस ऑफ आवर वॉइसेस इनटू एनी लैंग्वेज पीपल वांट, सो डोंट वरी, बहुत जल्दी आएगा वो भी। हम
हम्म।
बोलेंगे हिंदी में क्या हाल चाल है, आपको सुनाई देगा स्पेनिश में अनो अनो पोंद्रो से, एंड देन इन एनी अदर लैंग्वेज you can hear instantly, so that will be amazing, and we'll have global reach then, Sahaj bhai. Somebody watching in any other country could consume our content then.
Isn't that amazing, Tiku bhai?
That's
That's
today
actually beautiful. That's
magnifique.
crazy.
Yes.
Magnifique. ये पहले पता होता तो सहज भाई की हाईएस्ट 2532 की जगह 2580, नहीं नहीं भाई, ज़्यादा होता भाई हायर, अगर तमिल आती होती भाई, इमेजिन द डिफरेंस या, इट ओपन्स अप आई थिंक सो मेनी डोर्स आई थिंक इन दैट सेंस। बट या ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज अ लाइट हार्टेड कमेंट, चैट उसको इतना सीरियसली मत लो। बट आई वाज लुकिंग एट दिस भाई, जो कल जो इवेंट हुआ ना, लाइक इवन वैभव वाजंट, लाइक आई वाज थिंकिंग भाई दिल्ली के प्लेयर्स कैसा कर रहे हैं, लाइक ओवरऑल,
Hmm.
बट वैभव आल्सो वाजंट प्लेइंग द बेस्ट। आई हैड अ हॉरिबल इवेंट एंड आई वाज थिंकिंग भाई क्या हो क्या रहा है, इट डजंट फील नॉर्मल।
Hmm. 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 Well, they look at it already international. I love from Bhutan and other countries. I know, chat. It's glad to have people from all countries. But I think ऐसा जैसे joke कर रहा था कि भाई, like कोई भी language आप prefer करो, I'm pretty sure pretty soon that will be possible. Like already you can get real time captions, I think, on YouTube. Like it's already possible
Yeah.
sometimes. So yeah, let's see what happens. Bishop G3 played. So knight h5 आपकी चाल थी सहज भाई. That's the best move for black, but leads to a draw. Um, yeah, I mean, do you think Gukesh will be happy with the draw, though? Is my next question. Let's say he sees all of this, which is likely. He's a great calculator. Does he go for this, or does he say after knight h5, you know what? I'm not going to take the draw. I'll place anything else, even if that means giving up the bishop pair.
Bhai, I think if you asked me this question in 2024, my answer would be no. If you ask me
Hmm.
this question in 2025, my answer would be yes. But I think we are at a stage where I think we are not exactly sure like how comfortable Gukesh is right now in classical chess.
Hmm.
Um, but I think l- optically, like objectively, removing all the other things, I would play on here as white because I feel only white can push.
Hmm.
ब्लैक का नाइट C6 पे थोड़ा awkward लग रहा है मुझे, like even if
Bhai
I don't
played.
play bishop h4.
Played.
Wow.
Oh.
Bhai, what I was saying is even knight e4, a move like that, it seems calm, it seems normal, like, but it still looks pretty good. You still have pressure on the d6 square. ऐसे knight e4, knight d6 बिठा के you can still play on, I think, here from Gukesh's side. But I think if he does make a draw, then bhai, he has to play an Armageddon match. And वो मतलब that's like, let's just say कि with white
Played.
might not be the best
Played.
strategy.
He
Bhai,
has
no
played
way.
Bishop h4.
तो repetition हो रहा है मतलब. You are joking me.
Bhai, repetition is great because we will get Armageddon.
But, but bhai, that's not. But white say Armageddon, we shouldn't be happy about that. Like I feel
I
Armageddon
know,
is
I know,
not
I know.
favored towards like players who are playing with the white pieces. No,
Yeah,
like chat.
true, but I
Hamisha like Armageddon is a very difficult thing to like make it fair in chess, and I think always black has a slight advantage. क्योंकि आप result को कैसे quantify करोगे यार? Oh, by the way, he plays bishop e7. He does not play g5.
oh yeah, I think maybe he didn't want to enter the complications, but Gukesh definitely I think saw all of that. But Vincent was like, okay, maybe Vincent is like, I don't want to draw. Yeah, he wants to beat the world champion, maybe.
I think also like playing a move like g5 is not easy on. भाई हम लोग ऐसे देख के बोल रहे हैं, but g5, like let's say if I go bishop g3, I mean अगर बार के बिना हम देख रहे हैं, you are seeing takes and okay, why did I play g5 so unnecessarily in this position? या बार देख के लग रहा है कि अरे g5 इसलिए खेलना है क्योंकि g4 h5 के बाद ब्लैक खुद अटैक कर सकता है. So, like that switch from having to defend the game, getting out of preparation, and switching to trying to play for a win, I think is very difficult for a player. So I think bishop e7 maybe is a more logical move out of the two. And Gukesh takes on e7. Vincent recaptures, and now it's Gukesh to move. b4, by the way, only move here to have any
But
advantage.
I think Mukesh will be happy because the knight on h5 will have to waste a move to come back. He can gain space on the queen side. The queen can later sit on b2 and cover that diagonal if need be. The rooks will come to c1 and d1. And even though the position is roughly balanced, maybe Gukesh with slightly more space can say he's optically better. So, should be okay with Gukesh. Yeah, I don't think he should have anything to worry about in this position at all. And maybe he can grind it out in the endgame.
Yeah, possible. और just middle game also भाई. अभी queens कैसे trade करोगे? अभी तो मुश्किल है आपके लिए. I think now for sure I think Gukesh doesn't agree for a draw here because he knows optically he's much better. Like he will feel comfortable here more or less. देखो भाई,
Agreed.
एक चेसकॉम इंडिया के चैट पे एक बंदा स्पैम कर रहा है, मतलब एक बढ़िया सा, लेकिन उन्होंने स्पैम किया, तो एक बार पढ़ लो और एक बार आई थिंक कर भी दो.
भाई
आई थिंक
कर
इट्स अ
दो
वेरी
मतलब. एक बंदा कहता टिकू
रिक्वेस्ट
भाई
कंप्लीट.
डू 6-7. आई डोंट नो 6-7 करते कैसे है सही भाई. डू यू नो 6-7 कैसे करते हैं? मुझे पता नहीं है क्या है ये.
आई डोंट नो भाई कैसे करता है. डू यू नो इट?
नहीं, आई हैव नो आइडिया भाई. मे बी
आई
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 लर्न.
थिंक यू आई थिंक यू डू नो इट भाई. आई थिंक यू
नहीं
जस्ट
नहीं
नॉट
भाई,
डूइंग इट
आई
भाई.
हैव
आई
आई
थिंक
हैव
यू
नो
नॉट डूइंग
आइडिया
इट
भाई.
भाई.
बट अप्रिशिएट अर्पण भाई इतना सपोर्ट. बट आई डोंट नो व्हाट दैट मींस. करना कैसे बोलते हैं उसको. बट एनीवेज, मीनवाइल chat, I think it's time for the bird's eye view. Let's look at all the updates in all the games together जो भी हुई हैं अब तक. And Sehaj भाई, first of all I want to look at the Pragg game जहां d4 खेला गया है. You mentioned this कि d4 is too tempting and instantly मारा वेस्ली सो ने. Also दिव्या गेम में देखो We did get e4, but it was
Oh
a better
wow.
version. It was a better version कि pawn sack भी नहीं करना पड़ा. So let's do one
Hmm.
thing. Let's go to Divya quickly, cover that update very quickly, and then let's rush to Pragg and see कि d4 क्यों खेला उन्होंने. Let's go to
Yeah,
Divya.
for taking a look at Divya. So f4 f5 bishop g2 हुआ था. Bishop d6 is where we left it. This moment, जहाँ पे we were debating, Ju Wenjun was thinking for a long time. Actually, she thought for almost 26 or 27 minutes, like 27 minutes almost. She thought for about in this position, and she played e3, slight inaccuracy. जिसके बाद Divya immediately took on e3 and played e4. Basically, पहले आप e4 खेल रहे थे तो e2 का pawn white का बच रहा था because you were just basically taking on d4 by force. But now, with the extra pawn, this is now a protected pass pawn. And unless Chu and Jun miss, like, कुछ tactical miss हुआ उससे, I don't understand why she would go for this.
Bhai, I mean, I would think Divya should have good chances here.
Oh,
I mean,
why?
if
I
she,
understand.
huh?
Because she
Huh?
wanted to play c5, bishop e7, and I think she wanted to go bishop d4. And bishop d4 के बाद ना टिको भाई, black
Hmm.
supposedly cannot go short castle because there's bishop e5 and this hangs. ठीक है, आपके पास bishop c5
Oh.
check है, आप वो सब कर सकते
Hmm.
हो, मतलब आप sacrifice कर सकते हो, but you are worse for sure. But maybe what Ju and Jun missed is here you can go bishop f6 and now optically this looks like a very ugly move क्योंकि
Hmm.
after takes and takes आपका pawn structure ऐसे टूट गया and आपको लग रहा है आपका king एकदम खाली है, but I think the more
Hmm.
you observe the position, the safer black's king looks. Like black के king को कोई मतलब एक check है आपके पास h5 पे, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है
Hmm.
आपके पास. Black can just play king f7, bring the bishop out to e6 or a6. Protected pawns पर अभी भी है. ये c5 का pawn थोड़ा overextended. And the more you look at it, the more it feels like भाई कौन जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है यहाँ पे? Maybe that's what she missed.
Yeah, and queen h5, queen f7, and there is nothing more. b2 pawn hanging है, आपको वापस आना पड़ेगा e2 पे, and then black can just castle and is at least equal. वो e4 pawn is a huge asset, and it's impossible for white to attack because you would have to play g4 to open the g file, which is not a move you want to play anyways. So मुझे लग रहा है Divya has good chances to actually even potentially beat the world champion with the black pieces. That would be something that goes on her CV for sure, Sahaj.
Yeah, and I think it would be great because I think this would be the strongest player with the black pieces she would have defeated this week if she beats Viju Venjun. So I'm really really looking forward to it because the last time जो black से दिव्या जीती थी वो गेम मैं थोड़ा भूलना चाहता हूँ चैट. you know
कौन सा वाला था सर भाई?
कोई गेम था लाइक
Ah,
रैंडम
अच्छा. Oh, you
कोई
mean
रैंडम गेम था. आई डोंट.
candidates? Yes, yes, I remember.
कैंडी
Yeah,
या
yeah,
या
yeah.
कैंडिडेट्स जो
वो जो Anna Muzichek वाला था Queen
वो
H3. Yeah, yeah, she
आई
was.
कुडंट डाई लाइक दैट. वो लॉस हजम ही नहीं होता भाई.
Yeah,
सो
yeah, yeah, agree,
डिफिकल्ट.
agreed, agreed,
आई थिंक
agreed.
दिव्या अब जीतेगी ब्लैक से. वो आई थिंक वो हार का जो दर्द है वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. लाइक फिर वो खत्म हो जाएगा.
सहज भाई, आपको भी दर्द होता है हारने के बाद कभी कभी की या नहीं?
दर्द होता है भाई, बहुत बहुत दर्द
होता है ना?
होता है भाई.
होता है.
कभी कभी
हाँ,
टूर्नामेंट छोड़ना भी पड़ता है भाई.
होना
बट
चाहिए,
लेकिन
होना
वो
चाहिए.
इसलिए नहीं छोड़ा. दैट्स सो चैट, मैंने इसलिए नहीं छोड़ा था वो टूर्नामेंट. लाइक आई जेन्युइनली वांटेड टू जस्ट शो अप एंड जस्ट प्ले like 3 games. I had a class, like I had like this one of these group sessions, so I only had time for like 3 games or so I was like चलो भाई जाके 2-3 games खेल लेते हैं against strong players and we'll see how it goes.
By the way, chat बता रही है कि Divya went to the confession booth. Not the first thing that came to mind कि she'll be the first one to go. If we have that video, would love to show it, chat. I don't see it just yet, but if it's there, समय भाई, let's have it. It will be great to show chat कि दिव्या ने क्या बोला. By the way, oh, I'm checking. Maybe she did go. Do check that thread, Samay bhai, and see if it's worth showing on the stream, and would love to show it.
Yeah, and Divya can just talk about Norway chess and like Jojo Hua, and that's it. Yeah, nothing else is necessary here.
Oh,
बस सिर्फ
oh, we should
मैच
show
के
this.
बारे में बात करो, लाइक सिर्फ या दैट वुड बी परफेक्ट.
भाई,
क्या हुआ भाई?
समय भाई उससे कुछ फनी बोला. We should show this, समय भाई, जो confession booth का. Let's get that video and show it to chat. Chat कुछ entertaining आ रहा है, कहीं मत जाना. Meanwhile, and that's why she's not on the chair. She was in the confession booth. Let's go back to Pragg, Sehaj bhai. And then, of course, we'll have the video very soon. Kya tha d4? You mentioned, yeah, this was a nice move by Pragg. Just take us through the last couple of moves and how the position has changed.
We did take a look at this. Was d4 basically is
Hmm.
the solid choice out of the two, and I think Pragg, being extremely balanced and extremely positional in his approach, I think this is what he's more comfortable with. So I think in essence you can say, हाँ भाई वहाँ पे point 6 था, यहाँ पे point 5 है भाई, it doesn't really change anything. The point is after pawn takes knight b5, which is the crucial move which Pragg found, and bishop d7 के बाद it's very simple. You just take the knight, take the pawn on d4, knight d4, and bishop takes d4, and you keep your eye on the e5 pawn. And as long as this square on e5 exists, as long as I can play knight e5, as long as I can just have some kind of control over the square, black is going to be worse. It's just that simple. बिकॉज पोजिशन एकदम बैलेंस्ड है, एकदम सेम पीसेज हैं आपके पास, दो बिशप एक नाइट, पॉन्स भी सेम फाइल्स पे हैं इसको। एंड इन पोजिशंस में जब भी आपके पास एक एडवांटेज होता है, उसका कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं होता अपोनेंट के पास, सो यू कैन टेक अ लॉन्ग टाइम, put pressure here, play queen b2, play short castle, like try to keep an eye on this square, and soon your opponent will be in a lot of trouble. By the way, he did take on d4, so we are getting this on the board as we speak.
Yep, and very comfortable position for Pragg right now. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. Let's not forget, आज ही हमें आर्मगेडन भी देखने को मिलेगा, तो बहुत स्पाइसी गेम्स होंगी. It will be a lot of fun. And Pragg, of course, taking a brief think, because knight d4 also looks tempting because you have pressure on e6, you have bishop f3 incoming. Could he be considering knight takes d4, Sahaj?
No, bhai, because knight d4, I think, goes against the
Hmm.
ideas. I mean, knight d4, I will only consider Tikku bhai if I have knight c6 in my mind. नहीं तो
Hmm.
आप कैसे जस्टिफाई कर रहे हो नाइट डी फोर को, लाइक बिकॉज योर एंटायर आर्ग्यूमेंट इन दिस पोजिशन इज दिस द स्क्वायर ऑन e5. ब्लैक का पॉन f7 पे होता इस पोजिशन में, तो आई डोंट इवन थिंक
Hmm.
ब्लैक इज बेटर हियर. Like I don't even think Pragg is better. The reason he played d4, the central move d4, the reason he played d4 was because one move or a few moves ago black played f5, which strategically makes the position worse, and that's why he opened up the center here. So I would be shocked if he goes knight d4 here, but let's see भाई क्या होता है.
हाँ, थोड़ा बोर्ड लैग कर रहा है ऐसे. आई डू चेक इफ दैट्स द केस. लग रहा है नाइट बीच में मेरा c5 और d4 स्क्वायर के बीच में अटक गया था. आई वाज लाइक कि भाई ये कैसे किया नाइट ने. देन आई रियलाइज कि लैग
भाई
होगा.
फिर तो आपको वो व्हाट बोलना चाहिए था भाई, तभी समझ आता.
ये कौन सी मूव है भाई, आधा स्क्वायर चलना. बट या, विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आई थिंक Pragg, कैन ही काइंड ऑफ स्क्वीज अ विन आउट ऑफ दिस strategic. Oh, we have the Divya confession video chat. Let's see what she said. Apparently something funny. Let's go.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do this while sitting or standing, but okay, so my game, I think it's very interesting. I think she has c5, which I'm a bit worried about because it looks very unclear there. I think I can go maybe like bishop c5, fe5. I really hope she cannot hear me, but I was thinking I could go castle, and there are some d3 threats, but it looks quite murky to me. I'm just happy that the opening wasn't that bad, and also I have managed to equalize on the time now. I saw that there are some people who are sleeping in the first row, but honestly I don't blame them. I think it's what I would have done too. I'm just waiting for her to make a move. I don't see many moves for white, but for me c5 is what is annoying me, and maybe to some extent e3, but I think I'll be fine there. And yeah, I'm actually getting a bit hungry, and there's a packet of dried mango kept on the table, but I'm unsure if we can eat it because it might be for promotional causes, and I want to find that out, but I have no idea how. Right now I'm just waiting for her to make a move. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen if c5 happens on the board, but I think if she doesn't play very actively, I think I have a fine position, should have a fine position.
Bhai, that was hilarious. She said कि भाई front row में people are sleeping, and that's what she would also do. Bhai.
इतना भी सच नहीं बोलना था मतलब दिव्य, बट आई एम ग्लैड आपने इसी बारे में सच बोला, सो दैट्स ग्रेट. बट यू नो ओवरऑल आई थिंक शी सीम प्रीटी कॉन्फिडेंट नो विद द गेम, एंड दिस वाज बिफोर जू एंड जून मेड अ मिस्टेक बाय द वे.
No,
Like
I
imagine
agree.
now, like now the confidence would be like, or like through the roof for Divya. And I really hope she got those dried mangoes. Was it is?
No,
Was
she
it?
she thought I think Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. She wasn't sure कि वो real mango है कि नहीं. She was like कि ये शायद कोई promotional purpose के लिए ना रखा हो. And this, and if I eat or drink whatever it is, then it's like she's not sure if she should kind of eat that. And by the way, you talked about confidence. I think it helps when you get some wins under your belt and you have done a fair share to give Divya that confidence. So we really appreciate that sacrifice, Sahej bhai, you've done for Indian chess. For Indian chess, Sahej bhai, open the chat. Let's go.
भाई भाई ये यू नो ये चैट आपको याद होगा. आई लाइक आई टोल्ड यू मुझ के देयर इज लाइक व्हेनेवर आई प्ले अ गेम ऑफ चेस देयर इज दिस कर्स आई हैव, एंड लाइक इट्स ऑलवेज लाइक दिस, लाइक ऑलवेज, लाइक जो भी whenever I play against a female chess player, like somehow I just lose every single time. Like whether it's online, whether it is like or like OTB, तो मैंने ये सोचा कि अब से मैं खेलूंगा ही नहीं भाई.
Interesting. Okay, very interesting actually. I don't know. Maybe you put a lot of pressure on yourself, Sahej bhai, ki, like, I don't know.
No, there was bhai. It was no pressure. Like when I as I said, like literally, I missed the round and I just showed up for 3 rounds. Like how can you have pressure there? So I was just playing normally, yeah.
Hmm. Okay, I'm going to focus on the Prague game. Okay, Bishop D4. Obvious move, I guess. Which I have a question. See, Bishop D4, you mentioned it's the best move, right? It looks very logical. But there's also Rook C8 incoming, right? And maybe queen looks a bit sus on the C2 square. Like I have to move it again. So what do we do about the queen now? After Rook C8, let's say.
We move it, bhai. We move it to B2.
Hmm.
कोई जोक मार रहे हो, मुझे 100% पता है कौन सा जोक है, वो मेरे को समझ नहीं आया अभी तक. Sehaj bhai, serious question. Thank you, bhai. We really needed a serious question at this point. So, do you prefer to set up a fortress or hoping for a draw, or set a trap to get back in the game? It's extremely circumstantial. Like, if let's say if my opponent has less time on the clock, then I wouldn't like put up a fortress, because then I would think that okay, maybe they can overpress and they can try to play for a win. I think setting up a fortress should always be like the last resort, because एक बार fortress आपने बना लिया, then you are actively saying I'm not gonna win this game anymore. तो fortress हमेशा last में consider करना चाहिए once you have figured out everything else. That's at least how I would look at it.
True, true. And by the way, it seems like Firouzja has a slight edge
अरे भाई
against
मैं क्या पढ़ रहा
Magnus.
हूँ चैट में भाई. what is this chat भाई? बंद करो ये.
Bye. Let's go to Firouzja because
Yes,
Sahej
please.
bhai, आपके
Oh,
सारे प्रिंसिपल्स अगर फिरोजा यहाँ पे तोड़ दे तो ही कैन गेट एन एडवांटेज अगेंस्ट मैग्नस कार्लसन. क्या लग रहा है बिशप फेकत खेल पाएंगे वो बेस्ट चाल?
bhai, for sure. I mean, why? I mean, if I asked you, why did he go bishop g3 here? There is only one answer, no? Because he wanted to push like f4, or just to solidify the stance on the square. But my question is, कि what if I don't play f4 now? Like, why is it so? Why is there such a massive difference? That's what I don't understand. Like, अगर मैंने इस position में pass बोल दिया, तो why is it equal? मैं f4 next move में भी तो खेल सकता हूँ. Or I'm missing something.
गुड क्वेश्चन. आई थिंक फर्स्ट कंसेप्ट इज कि f4 नहीं तो क्या. दैट्स माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन बैक टू यू.
Like h3 or h4, I mean h3 maybe. Like h3 अच्छा नहीं लग रहा मुझे, क्योंकि g3 का बिशप थोड़ा वीक हो जाएगा उससे. आई डोंट लाइक दैट. मे बी दैट इज द पॉइंट, यहाँ पे फ्री मूव्स नहीं है आपके पास.
हाँ, and I think rook c1 doesn't really improve the game, right?
Yeah.
Because knight
और
a5 knight b3 आ रहा है. That can trap the rook.
एक्चुअली
So I think कोई
एक्चुअली इट मेक्स द पोजीशन वर्स भाई, बिकॉज एक्चुअली यहाँ पे रह
hmm,
के कम से कम b3 खेल सकते हो. अब यहाँ रह के आप b3 नहीं खेल पाओगे, क्योंकि a3 का पावन हमेशा मरता रहेगा.
hmm, hmm.
Same with h3, like it makes the position worse because it does not, you don't defend this bishop on g3 when you are inevitably going to take on c6. So f4, I think he has to find, because he's pretty much out of moves here. So yeah, f4 has to be played.
Yep, I think F1 निकालना पड़ेगा. फ्यूचर का अच्छा मौका है यहाँ पे कुछ प्रेशर डालने का. Magnus by the 56 minutes for Magnus. And that's a huge time lead for Firouzja. Can he create chances is the question. We'll know the answer very, very soon. Sej bhai, let's jump to the game of the world champion. Let's go full screen on Gukesh's game. I think थोड़ी डेवलपमेंट हुई है. उन्होंने अपने दोनों रुक सेंटर में ले आए हैं. I think Queen E7 हमने लास्ट देखा था. रुक C1. Knight comes back to f6 and now rook fd1. So he's done all the logical moves, but आगे plan क्या है is not so clear.
Hey, आराम से, like you play h3, you play b4, you play queen b2, आराम से, like knight f1. And I think as long as you make sure that black cannot play d5 comfortably or successfully, like for example in this position d5 is possible, but I have some pressure with pawn takes, knight takes. Of course, pawn takes would be a very bad decision because the d4 square is not under your control. So knight d5 के बाद bishop b5 and okay, white के पास एक हल्का सा pressure है इस position में, which I mean probably black has to play something like rook ec8, which is not comfortable. So as long as you make, you can put pressure for a long time. And I think Pragg ka yahi, I think this is one of his, I think, like specialties where that he can play such positions really well, where it's a bit dry, the game can be a bit long, and he can make small improvements, small adjustments. I think Pragg is very very good at that. So I think I have every reason to believe that he's going to play extremely slowly. भाई सबसे लंबा गेम यही होगा I think आज.
तो प्रग का समझ में आ गया. गुकेश कैसे खेलेगा सहज भाई?
Sorry, I meant Gukesh का. My bad.
सहज भाई taking too much
भाई
pressure, I
Pragg
think.
की वजह like okay, it's fine भाई, होता है.
हाँ, I think वादे विंसेंट क्या लुक दिया है कैमरा में सीधा, मतलब कि इट्स लाइक क्रेजी था.
Too much yeah, in the game.
But okay, I mean, time difference wise, I think this is kind of balanced. So nobody kind of taking huge pressure on the clock. Also, by the way, Charlie's. By the way, do we have? We don't have any extra time, right? Like after 40 moves. So iska matlab hai there is nothing to look forward to. Once you are in time pressure, you are perpetually in time pressure, and also increment bhi 30 second nahi hai Sahaj. So इट इज वेरी ऑब्वियस कि आखिरी के आधे घंटे में क्या होने वाला है इन एवरी गेम. इट्स गोना बी जस्ट अ नाइटमेयर ऑफ ब्लंडर्स एंड क्रेजी टैक्टिक्स ऑन द बोर्ड.
But like, 10-second ka increment, I feel uh, like maybe it can remove 99% of blunders. Like, I don't think we, like, wo jo last year, when we saw Gukesh versus Magnus, wala, where you both players were playing under seconds and the blunders you saw there, I think wo blunders are very, very less likely, like now. Because I think wo
सहज
10
भाई,
second ka increment puts a very nice cushion on
वो
your
उस टाइम भी था सहज
time
भाई.
pressure.
10 सेकेंड दिल मत तोड़ो सहज भाई. आई वांट सी
नहीं, वो 40 मिनट के बाद आया था ना भाई, पहले नहीं
नहीं,
था.
बट आई फील लाइक दुनिया भर
नहीं
का
40 मिनट
टेबल
के बाद आया था
समाज.
भाई, आई रिमेम्बर. नॉट फ्रॉम मूव वन. Oh,
रियली?
okay. So it's okay. So chat, just gonna re-announce something. 10-second ka increment is from move 41, not from move one. Just putting it out there.
तो इट्स
We
सेम.
mentioned it a bit earlier that it's from move one. That's also what I thought as well. But it's from move 41. So by that changes things. That changes a lot, I think, of the situation. That means blunders can happen by very, very easily.
सो टेबल समाज डरा हुआ है अपने बाकी टेबल स्क्रीन देख रहे हैं हमारे कि भाई हमारा जो फैमिली मेंबर है वो सेफ रहे, बस दैट्स द ड्रीम दुनिया भर के टेबल्स के लिए. एंड आई वुड लव टू सी सम डेंस सहज बाय इन द टेबल्स टुडे. कुछ ना कुछ तो क्रेजी होना चाहिए. एंड इनफैक्ट गुकेश से पूछा गया था ड्यूरिंग द प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस दैट दे हैड कि व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस, विल लिटरली पूछा गया, विल यू पॉसिबली मेक मैग्नस द गोट बैंग द टेबल अगेन, समथिंग लाइक दिस आई थिंक वाज आस्क्ड. And I think उन्होंने कुछ बोला था कि anything that shows expressions is nice because it kind of helps people consume chess, fans consume chess. So yeah, hopefully Magnus hesitate नहीं करेंगे जब भी उनको थोड़ी frustration feel होगी.
100%. 100%. मजा तो आएगा भाई. Let's see. And भाई होगा भी last day को chat. I'm not sure if chat if you looked at the rounds, But Magnus and Gukesh literally play on the last round of Norway chess. मतलब जब एकदम standings everything is
फोर्थ
super
में भी
clear. Yeah,
भाई.
fourth round में भी है, but tenth
हाँ
round वाला
हाँ
ज़्यादा important I feel because then
हाँ.
everything is more like everything is clear. You know किसके कितने points and it could be like Magnus has to defeat Gukesh or Gukesh has to defeat Magnus to win the tournament. Bhai, imagine that. That would be so crazy.
भाई पर राउंड 4 में गुकेश के वाइट है. सो लास्ट राउंड मैग्नस के सफेद पीसेस होंगे. सो उसमें मतलब वो आएगा पूरा, मतलब वो बोलते हैं ना वो हॉकी स्टिक लेके ब्लैक पीसेस को मारने के लिए. सो आई एम होपिंग कि मतलब फोर्थ राउंड में गुकेश स्ट्राइक्स अगेंस्ट मैग्नस एंड बाय द वे थर्ड राउंड में इट इज प्रग अगेंस्ट मैग्नस. सो चैट 4 गेम्स अगेंस्ट मैग्नस ऑफ इंडियन प्लेयर्स. दैट्स व्हाई दिस टूर्नामेंट इज सो क्रेजी. एंड बाकी प्लेयर भी भाई, फिरोजा, विंसेंट, वेस्ली, सुपर स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Gukesh does make a move, Queen A4 in the position. I'm guessing just to create some pressure on the queen side somewhere. And there is an interesting idea in this position, which can only be seen if, let's say, Black does not make a move in this position. Let's say Black कुछ खेलता है King H8 and something like that. And the idea is to reroute this knight from D2 to a more active square. And वो आप कर सकते हो knight B1, knight C3, knight b5 and then knight d6. I know it's a bit long, but I think because the position is slow, like not a lot of tactical like things happening in the position, so you can take your time to reroute and activate your piece. And this looks like a good method to activate this knight on d2 because we can all agree that this knight on d2 maybe is the problem. And by the way, look at this, Tiku bhai, knight b1 is the best move now. Crazy because knight b5 is a tempo.
Ooh, very interesting. And of course, वो d6 square पे अगर knight बैठ गया, that's going to be a nightmare for black to handle because it controls the c8 square, controls e8 and attacks the bishop, and suddenly black को हर चाल पे वो captures देखने पड़ेंगे. So Vincent Keimer plays rook c7. It doesn't change the evaluation much because कई बार, this is a static position, nothing crazy is happening. But कई बार ना, it all collapses in one move, Sahaj bhai. It feels like there's no pressure, and suddenly there's so much pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's almost like, position sometimes can be point 0.3, point 0.4, and you have a sizable time advantage as well. And then you make one move and suddenly it's -2 and you can never come back. And then your co-commentator, every single time is talking about it.
I think actually I should message Divya and ask her कि भाई कैसा लगा. I think I
भाई
would
मेरे को
love to
लगता है
get.
अभी इंटरव्यू करोगे उसका वो उससे पूछोगे अभी.
भाई सच में नॉर्वे के बाद ना वी विल ट्राई टू गेट दिव्या फॉर इंटरव्यू. एंड पहला सवाल, सो नॉर्वे छोड़ो, सहज की गेम का बताओ कैसा लगा.
How does it
But
feel to win? Imagine दिव्या जीती है नॉर्वे चेस, उससे पूछते हो how does it feel? नहीं पहले सहज का बताओ फिर उसके बाद नॉर्वे की बात करेंगे.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन तो हराते फिरोगे, सहज को हराने का
हाँ
बताओ कैसा लगा.
एग्जैक्टली भाई.
By the way, we also have a confessional from Magnus, apparently. So if we can have it ready, would be nice. Would love to know how long is it. If it's 1 minute or so, then we'd love to play it. And yeah, would love to know Magnus के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, सहज भाई. Always a learning experience.
Yeah, for sure. Tell me, do let us know when it's there. By the way, chat में कोई पूछ रहा है सहज, can you illustrate the structure Gukesh and Firouzja have? Like Scandinavian Queen C7. I'm not really sure what you meant, bhai. Because I think they have a slightly different structure, no? Because in this and this is I think a typical. This is not a very well-known structure, but ये structure आता है जब black d6 खेलेगा तो then it kind of resembles hedgehog, where the knight should be on d7. But if you're asking for which side is it a bit better for, I would say it's more or less even. But if you are, I would say just starting out chess, then I will say white's structure is way better because आपके पास ज़्यादा space है. And I think when you are starting out chess, it's easier to play with space because playing against space it requires a lot of experience. It requires more patience for sure.
Bhai, it's a 3 minute
So,
video. So I'm not sure if you want to play
oh
a
my
3 minute
God.
video chat. That's too long, no?
Oh, Jan Christoph Duda. Bhai, Dhoop is saying hello, Sahaj Grover. Hello, bhai. कैसे हो?
अरे अरे
Jan Christoph
दुला
Duda.
भाई.
I'm not actually sure if this is you or not. Okay, no, it's not. भाई एक पिक्चर भी एकदम ऐसे परफेक्ट लगाते हैं ना ये, कि you actually think that it could be the person.
Yeah, of course. I think याद नहीं है भाई. I think it was the Olympiad जहाँ पे सारे players हमारी chat में ही घूम रहे थे. Like
Oh
we
yeah, yeah, yeah,
literally
of
had all the
course.
players in our chat. So it's glad to see कि इतनी global reach है हमारी. And chat, we will play Magnus Confessional. Maybe at a moment जहाँ पे कुछ चल नहीं रहा है in the next 15 minutes. And also he might have a new one by then. You never know. So we're gonna play it very soon. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai,
Bhai,
Pragg
I'm not
has
answering your
lost.
Bhai,
हाँ
I'm
बोलो
not
बोलो.
answering your question apparently. Which question did I not answer, Tiku bhai?
आप मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ रहे.
आपका कोई आंसर, आपके कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने, apparently that I didn't answer.
Really?
So yeah, भाई ये चैट को
कौन सा सवाल भाई?
I don't know. I read it on the chat, but
Sahil
never
asked
mind.
in caps whether we should play it or not. Sahaj, no, we should play Ludo. वड़ा वड़ा कभी खेलेंगे भाई, लूडो खेलेंगे कभी. सहज भाई मेरे को फेवरेट
हाँ
गेम
हाँ,
है भाई वो
ऑनलाइन
लूडो आफ्टर चेस.
डन भाई.
By the way, Sahaj bhai, mistake by Pragg. He has lost the big chunk of his advantage actually if we jump to that game. Because after bishop d4, knight b5, वेस्ली ने कहा भाई ये बिशप दे दे मुझे ठाकुर, लेकिन बिशप बचाने के लिए बिशप e5 खेलना चाहिए था. He had to sack the a3 pawn essentially temporarily. But Pragg ने कहा नहीं दूंगा pawn. But अब rook c8 के बाद the queen doesn't have the b8 square. D2 जाना पड़ा and bishop c6, and this could be simplifications.
Oh yes, this is a problem. Actually तो बिल्कुल ही dead draw हो गया भाई. Okay, maybe not because still takes के बाद bishop c4 and you can still put some pressure on e6. But I think for the most part, Wesley is out of any problems completely.
Hmm.
I think he's complete. By the way, let's also show what was the difference. The chart in this moment after knight b5, Wesley attacked the bishop and the pawn on a3 as well, and bishop e5 sacrifices this pawn, which was the best move, जो Pragg ने नहीं खेली. Knight a3, queen b2, putting pressure here and putting pressure on the pawn. There is this check, king f1, and then bishop to b5. And chat, मेरा सवाल आपसे है कि in this position, is it possible for white to go rook takes a3? It looks like a free piece क्योंकि bishop a3, queen a3 looks like a free piece. What happens? Because this could very well be the reason why Pragg did not go for this line.
Hmm. It's possible. Definitely possible.
Exactly. And I think a lot of you have found it. Two people have found it so far, but I'm assuming that people have found it. It is actually a back rank checkmate here, queen d1 with this nice spin of the bishop. And maybe it's possible that, after looking at this rook a3 queen d1, he was like, no, this is unnecessary. Pure game mein ek wo stable sa edge tha mere paas. Let's just try to keep it like that. Very hard to, I think, switch from a static position to a dynamic position like that, and because it requires a complete change of style, complete change of sort of your like how you are in the match as well. So he doesn't go for it. He plays rook c8, queen d2, and now bishop c6, and now the position is basically equal. Perhaps a teeny tiny advantage for Pragg still.
Yeah, I think वो वही है f4 pawn है. अगर pawn f7 पे होता, I think it would be dead equal. But with e6 pawn maybe gives some hope, long-term hope for Pragg कि कुछ तो pressure में डाल पाऊंगा. But definitely a slight missed opportunity there for Pragg. He has taken the queen on d8. I think a fair choice because he's still not castled. And now he can choose to maybe not even castle for longer, right? He can keep the king in the center for a while and see कि मुझे castling की जरूरत है भी कि नहीं. So I think maybe tiny advantage of Pragg. क्लॉक पे ऑल्दो ही इज वे बिहाइंड, 25 मिनट पीछे हैं, उस पे हल्की सी नजर को रखनी जरूर पड़ेगी. एंड सहज भाई, if he jumped to the Firouzja game, f4 played, and now he has the chance to play bishop to f3 and put more pressure on the d5 pawn. अगर कोई भी प्रेशर में है तो इट इज मैग्नस कार्लसन.
भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये बिशप e7 चाल मतलब दिमाग में कैसे आई. Like you want to defend the d5 pawn, but how else can, oh maybe bishop h4 you can justify it with this, yeah, because bishop e7 खेल के आप already pin से दूर हट रहे हो. I think that's very important here. Okay, that's why maybe bishop f3 is so important because let's say if you go bishop h4 here in this position, then black can go knight e4 instantly, and then bishop
या
e7 के बाद knight से मर सकता है ये. भाई it's a crazy tactic by Magnus, yeah. Even though he's worse, he's still forcing Ali Reza to play basically only moves.
Yeah. I think, but Alisa is going to find them. He is going to find them. Bishop 3 would be a nice move, and it's very logical. It's consistent with what he's done so far. So I see no issues there. And Magnus Carlsen has 52 minutes. Again, similar to Pragg's game, he's half an hour behind. That more than half an hour actually. So I think Firouzja doing really well. He's also put his leg down, I think. So he's feeling some confidence, yeah?
For
Literally put
sure.
his foot down.
I mean, he can't, I'm guessing right now, but yes. He can't right now, but why would you say he? Oh,
ओके सो आई थिंक मैग्नस पानी पीते हुए यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा प्रेशर बनते हुए सो एक काम करते हैं सहज भाई ओहो आहा लेट द म्यूजिक प्ले भाई बिकॉज गुकेश ने खेला है ब्यूटिफुल चाल वी डिस्कस दिस नाइट अनडेवलप कर दिया है B1 की तरफ घर भेज दिया है नाइट को भाई सब्स्टिट्यूशन आ रही है भाई व्हाट इज हैपनिंग सहज भाई नाइट टू B1 ब्यूटिफुल मूव
I think like every time you play a move like Knight B1, you really feel good as a chess player. Because it's like
हाँ
it's such a cool move to play, I think, over the board. No, because you're like, okay, like position thodi balanced, like, you were pushing, and it's like one of those like plus 20 aura every time you play a move like this, I feel. Like it's very, and also you can see like thoda pressure building up on Vincent's side. I feel he's in some trouble here for sure. Knight B5, Knight D6 looks a little annoying, to say the least.
agreed and I think also once you put the knight on C3 black can never really break through with d5 ever. Like it's gonna be a nightmare to push that. So मतलब black थोड़ा passive है मतलब basically. It's like you're doing okay. There's no pressure on you, but you don't have a plan. And we discussed this Sahel by during tape segment कि कितना difficult है to do nothing. It is extremely difficult for anybody in the world. So I think for even for Vincent Keimer to sit there with those passive rooks, play rook c7, d6, rook c8, rook d8, just sit there waiting for white to create initiative is not easy. So I think knight b1 excellent find. एंड अगर आपने कभी भी चेस के पोजिशनल पार्ट पे काम किया है दिस इज अ कॉमन थीम यू सी बेसिकली नाइट ऑन D2 द मूव प्लेड ऑन मूव नंबर आई थिंक 4 wasn't the best square. There's a tempting B5 square available. There's a tempting D6 square available. And अब knight C3 say we can go to these squares. So knight B1, excellent move.
या सिंस आपने एकदम बढ़िया से इसको ब्रेक डाउन किया, मैं भी थोड़ा इसको ब्रेक डाउन करता हूँ. लाइक Knight D2 इज लाइक जब आप ऐसे बोर्डिंग स्कूल में जाते हो बट आपको
वाह
वो
वाह वाह
स्कूल पसंद नहीं आया, तो आप घर वापस आ गए, ये टू ट्राई आउट अ न्यू बेसिकली मेजर, essentially like a new school. That's what it's like.
बट एक फ्लॉ है सहज भाई अगर बोर्डिंग स्कूल से घर आ जाओगे तो पेरेंट्स पीट के वापस भेज देंगे कहेंगे चल वापस जा
That's definitely, yeah, that's a problem. I didn't. This is why, Tikku bhai, I should not be doing analysis.
But that's see, I am lucky. I have an engine for analysis. अभी वो engine for
भाई
analysis
एक
चाहिए I think.
एनालिसिस का भी इंजन बना के दो ना चैट मुझे प्लीज. Like I'm sure with like some AI it's possible to build it now.
Definitely, right? Definitely. And meanwhile, chat. I think Gukesh has gotten up from the chair. So yeah, I mean, so far no games जहाँ पे एक player के पास clear advantage हो. Do you see this game, this day overall, ending peacefully, Saj? And very important chat, ध्यान रखो. There is huge incentive for you to win games here. क्यों? Because normal tournaments में a win gets you 1 point, draw gets you half, and loss gets you 0. But at Norway chess, a win gets you 3 points. So a win is definitely worth chasing. And if you draw the classical game, then you head off into tie breaks. And in that tie break, if you win, you get 1.5. If you lose, you get 1. So 2 tie break wins equate to 1 classical win, Sahaj. And that means it's really worth winning in the classical and going for that extra risk and chasing the win.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Especially if you have the chance, then you should definitely be going for it. And I think Gukesh ke liye specifically, I think, because if you start off strong in a classical tournament, it really sets the stage in that sense. So I think it very, very important for him. Also by Vincent, I think for me, I think Vincent is a slight favorite in faster formats in comparison to Gukesh, I would say, right now. तो it's harder and also white भी होंगे आपके, तो आपको अब white से जीतना is harder than black से मतलब black से draw करना. So that's the only thing. Also, I feel like this tournament becomes extremely fair because आपको ये चीज़ भी आपको white से याद रखनी है in classical कि Armageddon में भी आपके white होंगे. Like even though
Hmm.
Armageddon में white होना is a slight disadvantage, we can agree classical में white होना is an advantage, right? So you still have to have those thoughts
Yeah.
in your mind.
Yeah, true. And सहज भाई मेरे हिसाब से I think Vincent Keimer अभी थोड़े pressure में लग रहे हैं. He's gonna think for a while. So which game shall we jump to? Maybe it's time to go to the Prague's game because we do have developments after the queen trade. He goes for the only move in the position essentially, bishop to c4. And now, of course, that e6 pawn is a soft point for black. For example, you might think I can play king f7, but then there is knight g5 and knight e5 ideas. Both of them really just ending the game on the spot. So king f7 nahi khel sakte. What is the best way to defend? I like bishop d7, just kind of opening the rook's file also. Any other moves that come to mind?
By bishop d7, I like optically I would go knight c7 because मेरे
Hmm.
दिमाग में ये चलेगा कि bishop को d5 पे लेके आते हैं. If you trade
Hmm.
this, then I capture back with my knight, then okay, then everything is perfect. Yeah, I have a great sort of pieces. I have very active pieces, very active rooks, no weaknesses whatsoever. But if I play bishop d7, then this bishop becomes slightly inactive. And I
Yeah.
understand that you want to play knight d6 and kick my bishop as well. But I feel this is unnecessary complication. I think the position is super simple, super equal. Vincent has managed that for sure. And I think knight c7 is what I would go for. But I think there will be nuances, like smaller tactics which we are missing on either side. Um, so yeah, we'll
Agreed.
see, bhai.
I, I think bishop on d5 would be awesome. That will completely equalize. And chat, dhyan rakhna. This is not a two result position because the point is कि भाई black के rooks already are active. If everything goes smoothly, black's rooks can enter d2 and c2 pe, and he could have a winning endgame. That's why in the last position, bishop c4 was the only way for Pragg to maintain equality, by the way. That was the
Hmm.
only way. So that means Pragg has to be careful कि end game में worse ना हो जाऊं. And वो bishop से बहुत अच्छा piece है, blocks the c file and makes the knight or the bishop passive as well. So he also has to be on guard to not get worse in the end game.
Correct, correct. And I think like considering both bishop d7 and knight c7, chat, I think दोनों options जो Wesley खेल सकता है यहाँ पे, उसके बाद I think it is only Pragg who will push, like in both scenarios. But I think Wesley has to kind of compare कि which scenario is more, let's say, easy to hold. Because I'm
Hmm.
seeing bishop d7, उसके बाद by the way only moves are incoming for both sides essentially कि white के पास थोड़ा और freedom है. Let's say you can go short castle, which I think is an impossible move to play here by the way. But knight d6, bishop a6, rook c2, and you put the bishop on d4 and some stable edge in this position. देखो भाई, the second
Yeah,
option,
I looks nice.
which was knight c7, sorry. I mean, it looks amazing because you can play bishop d5, but there is a tactical problem here, which is knight d4, and now you cannot play the move you want to play, which is bishop d5. Because bishop d5 ke
Hmm.
baad, I will take on d5, and if you take with the knight, then this pawn hangs on e6. And if you take with the pawn, then this pawn hangs on f5. So lastly, only move rook d5 is remaining. Then uske baad knight c6, and इनमें से एक चीज definitely will fall. So after a move like knight c7, knight d4, where black's bishop is under attack, he has to play just one move. I just want to repeat myself, just one move in this position that does not lose, which is bishop e4. And
Oof, that
by
is not easy.
f3 के बाद, then bishop d5. How are you finding this?
I mean, maybe once I reach there, I think Wesley might still find it, but this is not easy. So maybe this is the best way forward, and Wesley is still not out of trouble. So अच्छी चाल निकाली bishop c4 यहाँ पे Pragg ने, and he's still putting on pressure, and that's why you see Wesley still thinking. So interesting, काफी position currently है. सहज भाई, मुझे लग रहा है maybe we can have a look at the Divya game for a second. I think we've not looked at it for a while, and then we jump back to Pragg and see what Wesley has played. Because actually, Ju Wenjun did not go for c5 at the end. She thought for 20, I think some 24 minutes and played queen to c2. And if Divya had castled, she could even have an edge there. But she plays c5, stopping that idea from white forever. As she mentioned in the the confessional, she was worried about this move for white. अब क्या लग रहा है evaluation का आपको? Who's better?
For sure, I think Divya is better. I think, like hands down, I think Divya is better here. No question about it. Solely because this bishop on g2 is a horrible bishop. ये pawn उठा के आप b6 पे रख दो, then okay, maybe white has some hope. But this pawn on e4 is a huge problem. And on top of that, of course, your b file is open, so यहाँ पे भी थोड़ा pressure बन सकता है बाद में. But I'm seeing a very, very crazy idea here, Tiku bhai, which is rook d1, short castle, g4,
Oof.
and chat black to play. And टिकू भाई वो confession play करना है क्या या फिर नहीं, क्योंकि
नहीं
chat में लोग
करते हैं,
पूछ रहे हैं.
I think करते हैं. We'll do it.
करते
We'll do it
हैं.
now, I think. In the
ठीक
next
है,
2-3
समय भाई
minutes.
प्लीज लेट अस नो जब भी वो होता है रेडी.
Yeah.
तो भाई g4 के बाद chat, can you let us know what is the best move in this position, because it is absolutely crazy.
Okay, I can take a guess.
Bhai, I
Is
think
it
you will
G5?
guess it in like 1 second. Of course, yes, let's go.
Oof.
This,
Oof.
I think, just wanna put it out there, chat. This, I think, from the Indian chess school, I think ये move 1900 1800 मतलब I think 1600 के ऊपर कोई भी player निकालेगा, because this is how the Indian chess school is kind of trained, yeah, because you are so you're taught to calculate really well. So a move like g5 is almost instinctive, I think, for an Indian chess player. Tikku bhai, would you agree with me on this or no? Like, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं एक 1700 का player इस position में इंडिया से और इंडिया के बाहर, will like who is more likely to find g5 here?
I think for sure Indian players. I think they also were underrated. Also, I think it's sharp chess, and I think Indian players
Yeah.
definitely love sharp chess, especially youngsters. I think they would love to play such a move because it gives you that different satisfaction, right? कि भाई क्या तूने देखा भाई ने क्या खेला आज, भाई G5 खेल के जीता हूँ भाई मैं, G5 खेल के तेरा भाई. So that's the feeling we go for.
Absolutely, and I know this fresh hand because besides the game against Divya, I've had like a couple more rounds as well where I was, they are so sharp and so they are not afraid to go into any tactics. Yeah, moves like g5 is just instant for players like that. So I think ये आता है बोर्ड पे तो दिव्या तो निकालेगी g5 यहाँ पे for sure. तो मजा आएगा भाई.
Agreed. So I think super interesting moment. Let's do one thing, Sej bhai. Let's jump back to Gukesh. Look at Black's next last move, and then let's show the Magnus confessionals. So knight e4. Vincent Keimer clearly does not want the knight to come out to c3. He's like, bhai, I love your move. इसलिए I'm going to avoid and trade that knight if you come out now.
बट भाई नाइट b1 पे थोड़ी ना रख सकते हैं ये तो, मतलब अब बोर्डिंग स्कूल से अगर आप घर पे आ रहे हो वापस, तो फिर आप उसके बाद आप गैप ईयर थोड़ी ना ले सकते हो, फिर तो कहीं तो जाना पड़ेगा ना आपको.
ये पेरेंट्स ही आ रहे हैं ना भाई e4 पे. कहाँ गया हमारा बच्चा? घर आ गया? ऐसे कैसे भाई? आओ वापस
हाँ,
बाहर आओ. ये वही
तो
पेरेंट्स आ
नाइट
रहे हैं
c3
e4
के
पे.
बाद यही पिटाई है क्या, नाइट c3?
हाँ,
हाँ,
yes.
now it connects. Now it
Now it
connects.
connects. But I don't think you have a choice, right? I mean, क्या ही करोगे? You have to play knight c3, and there's no way to remove that knight on e4, right? I mean, knight d2 maybe, but that feels like a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, knight bd2 is just offering a draw, I mean, which Vincent does not have to take, and of course, definitely not going to happen, not in a million years. Knight c3, I think, is very logical here anyways. Takes के बाद you go knight d4, bishop f3, and okay, हल्का सा pressure, but I think Vincent should be able to hold this one in the long run.
Yeah. So, Sevai, is the confessional ready? So let's do one thing, chat. Let's show you Magnus Carlsen's first confession at the Norway chess. It's a 2.5 minute video. We'll be back on the other side.
So back in the days, I used to be worried about playing the Queen's Gambit with Knight f3 and Knight c3 as white. One of the reasons was that I think there are about 8 moves that are playable. There's c6, c5, d takes c4, bishop e7, knight bd7. There's a6, there's h6. What am I forgetting? Well, at least there's them. And knight e4 is, I think, like semi-playable as well. I might have... Oh, bishop b4 as well. Bishop b4 was the 8. And so I decided to try one of them, h6 today, which is also, of course, also what Hikaru did in the candidates, with some success. Like, he kind of needed wins, but they at least gave him easy draws. And then a3 is what Bluebomb did as well. And then I don't know, I just decided to start thinking over the board and like not repeat what Hikaru did. And I was just thinking like a3, how dangerous can it be? And then something else should be playable as well. I feel like my position is quite okay, but it might come to life a little bit here with some queen a4 stuff. I don't know, maybe there's queen c7. Otherwise, if not queen c7, I can maybe also go bishop d7, allow knight f7, and then if knight f7, king f7, bishop d6, I at least have knight d4, and then I don't know if knight b3 is playable after that, but I can at least take on e2, and I'm not like lost or anything. Maybe just slightly worse. Or otherwise, maybe queen c7 is possible after queen a4, and then knight b5, and so on. But yeah, otherwise, I think if he castles, takes on c6 at some point trades on d6, and then plays b3, I take bishop f5. My bishop is really, really good, and I think that generally compensates for my slight structural defects there. So we'll see, but I think generally the margin is big enough in the openings that the most you will get in these positions is like a bit worse.
And there was Magnus Carlsen with his first confession at Norway Chess. So glad to see him there, his thoughts, and of course, very instructive how he showed कि भाई 8 चालें हैं black के पास in the Queen's Gambit. I never thought about it that way. You know, you can
आठ
play
चालें,
with black.
उसमें से 8 चालों में से रागोजन उसने लास्ट बोला भाई. That is like my favorite weapon, and that's the one that I'm thinking, भाई वो लास्ट में कैसे याद आया उसको? That's probably the most famous, no?
भाई मैग्नस
Like
को बेचारे
these days.
लास्ट में याद आती है. You know, Ragozin और Knight A3 दोनों लास्ट में आ जाती है उसको.
हाँ 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 हाँ, वो नाइट ए थ्री की थ्योरी पढ़ पढ़ के आई थिंक वो थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया होगा. But yeah. So I think so we are on the same position. Gukesh still considering knight c3 or not. By the way, he looks a little unhappy, Gukesh, I think, right now. Like probably he realizes ke position is not as complex as he wanted. And it looks like जो भी simplification हो रही हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा simplify कर रहे हैं position को. Then it's not possible to push anymore. I think that's what I'm getting from his body language.
Agreed. And I think today, chat, so far, it feels like we are seeing top level chess off the bat. Like usually, I don't know, Seth, because candidates, for example, we saw so many mistakes on day one itself. ऐसा लग रहा है कि maybe because कई बार you're not forced to go for the win, right? यहाँ पे you can take a draw and still okay. आई थिंक बहुत सारे ड्रॉस आज हमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं, बट इसका मतलब उतने ही ज्यादा टाई ब्रेक्स और आर्मगेडन देखने को मिलेंगे. बाय द वे, नाइट टू C3 प्लेड बाय द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
पहला राउंड है टिक्कू भाई, एंड आई जस्ट से कि इंक्रीमेंट 40 मूव्स तक नहीं है, तो वो जो ब्लंडर्स वाला जो मूवमेंट आता है दैट इज स्टिल येट टू कम. It could still very well happen. I mean, not on. I think on this board it's highly unlikely because it's a very simple position. At least for now, it's hard to. And also, both players have enough time on the clock. But on some board, it is possible. Like for example, Ju and Jun, I think could falter today. For example, वहाँ पे आधे घंटे का फर्क है. Like Divya is half an hour ahead on the clock, and she's slightly better already.
You know, Juan की आपने बात करी. Chat, I have a question for you. I think very interesting. So let's say today Divya wins against Ju and Jun, and that would be a great result for her, beating the world champion. And you could interview Divya Deshmukh. Would you ask her about her win against Ju and Jun, or would you ask her about her win against Sahaj Grover? And that, I mean, I know win is very important, but Sahaj wali bhi crazy hai na?
The
Sahaj, what do you
moment
think?
the moment you started speaking, I knew where this is going. I knew exactly where this is going. But yeah, I think beating Ju and Jun with black, especially Norway chess, is like very very nice. So I hope the answers are gonna be to ask her, कि भाई opening में क्या हुआ था, and how did she manage to, come back from that? Because it is very impressive to beat Juventus. Bhai, I mean, the fact that, Vaishali is gonna play the candidates and she's gonna play the World Championship, and then she gets to challenge Ju and Jun. It's like this is the world champion. This is the final prize. If you can beat Ju and Jun in a classical match, it definitely makes a statement for someone like Divya.
And let's not forget, Divya is, I don't know what, 20 years old, I think something like that. She is going to get a shot at that world championship at some point, right? So that means when you beat Wen Junju right now, you create that psychological pressure that's going to last for a long time. So, for example, you look at how Divya and Zhu Jinner have played in the past few games. Every time Zhu Jinner gets a good result. So now when they're going to face each other, you already know कि भाई Divya pressure में होगी. So winning against these players is very important. So for example, if we see Gukesh and Sindarov play, the guy who wins more games already builds up more pressure. So I think ये रिजल्ट याद रहते हैं बहुत ज्यादा एंड प्रेशर बहुत बिल्ड करते हैं. सो आई थिंक बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है दिव्या के लिए. बाय
कुछ
द वे,
रिजल्ट्स तो डेफिनेटली याद रहते हैं भाई, बुरे आपके लाइफ टाइम तक आपको याद रहते हैं. कुछ रिजल्ट्स होते हैं ऐसे
और
भाई, जो
अगर
आप
याद ना
जीतते
रहे
हो,
तो
हारते
दोस्त
हो.
है याद लाने के लिए शेष भाई. दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट.
हाँ
याद ना
हाँ.
भी रहे, देयर आर
नहीं भाई,
पीपल हु
दिस
विल
वन,
रिमाइंड यू ऑफ दोस रिजल्ट्स.
भाई ट्रस्ट मी, दिस वन आई ऑल्सो रिमेम्बर. आई ऑल्सो रिमेम्बर. थोड़ा दर्द हुआ था भाई. But also, like, the it's not about the like, it's about the actual game. Yeah? The game was actually very very bad from my side, so that's why I would yeah, it's a bit sad.
हारने के लिए तो बैड गेम खेलना ही पड़ता है ना शेष भाई. लेकिन अगर बैड गेम निकले हारोगे कैसे?
नहीं, आपका opponent can play a fantastic game as well. I think that's also possible. But yeah, you have to make a mistake. But I think it was a very obvious mistake from me, yeah, which I realized the moment I played it. So it was yeah, topsy turvy.
Fair enough. And meanwhile, Vincent Keimer relaxes in his seat a little bit. I think he feels maybe the worst is over. वो जो एक active piece था गुकेश का, वो उन्होंने exchange कर लिया. And now his body language tells me कि he doesn't think there's a realistic advantage for the world champion, and this should be relatively comfortable enough to, hold as black. Saj, I think if let's say these guys played 100 games, do you see Gukesh winning a few games here as white?
100 classical, yes, of course. I think 100 classically, of course, yes. There is like, let's say 5 or 6 games I would say you can play. Maybe a bit more. I think I'm not understanding the like the pressure that Gukesh has in that sense. I mean, there's definitely pressure on the D file, for example. But yeah, in this because first round here, you're still sort of getting into the groove of the event. I think draw is way more likely. Like for this board, I think. Firouzja, I think, can take down Magnus though. भाई वहां पे क्लासिकल में ही खत्म हो सकता है if like it
ये
goes
तो
to
है,
that.
ये तो है. But I'm okay, chat. I think यहाँ पे एक और टाइम जहाँ पे क्लासिकल में ड्रॉ होने से डर नहीं लगता. You know, because we know कि टाई ब्रेक आने वाला है. This is the only event जहाँ पे क्लासिकल का जो ड्रॉ होता है वो चुपता नहीं है. So let's see कितने आमगड़े हमें देखने को मिलेंगे. Meanwhile, as Gukesh is thinking, which game shall we go to, Sehaj bhai? I feel like, rook D3 played, by the way.
By mistake by Gukesh.
What?
That's
Really?
a mistake, and that's a big one because knight a5 is a tactical miss from Gukesh Tikku bhai. Because knight a5, rook d7 is a blunder and this is what he missed. There is queen e8 and your queen on a4 is trapped. It's pinned. Bishop c6 can win the rook here. Bhai, I think he missed this.
भाई जब मैंने कहा था गेम एक्साइटिंग करनी है, हारने की बात नहीं करी थी सहज भाई. आई मेंट लाइक विनिंग.
Bhai, this is, yeah, I think clearly he was not happy with the simplifications that have happened. And now it's like वो जो moment आता है, chat, we have discussed this moment many times, जब आप शुरुआत में push करते हो अपने opponent के साथ and you have a good position and then you make a slight error, एक ना वो movement होता है जहाँ पे you still think that you are winning and you play like that sometimes. You still try to put the pressure on your opponent. एंड उस मोमेंट में आपको कुछ डेंजर फील नहीं होता है. लाइक यू डोंट फील लाइक यू कैन एक्चुअली गेट इन अ वर्स पोजिशन और यू कैन गेट परहैप्स इन अ लूजिंग पोजिशन एज वेल. होता है, बहुत प्लेयर्स के साथ होता है. एंड आई थिंक दिस इफ आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड रूक d3 in this position, I think that's the result of it.
Very interesting move actually for me as well. So my question to you is, Sahaj bhai, let's say कि as black, he doesn't spot this queen e8 idea. And black just plays a random move. I'm just thinking, what could be a random move? Could it be bishop a8, for example, or let's say a6, for example? Yeah, I just play a random move, which doesn't have any consequence. What is white's idea really in this position now?
That's a very good question, Bhai. And that also proves the point how I think Gukesh is a little bit rattled right now because there is no clear plan here. Actually, there is no wait for even after making an only like a waiting move, the position is still 0-0-0. Like you can play Rook D6 here, Knight
Hmm.
A5. I mean, I can show some analysis, some lines here.
Hmm.
Bishop
Hmm.
F3, Knight C4. Black is completely able to equalize despite giving a free move here with A6. So Rook D3 का कुछ ऐसा कुछ
Hmm.
खास plan. Maybe you want to play Rook D6 makes sense, but that's not showing itself on the board. And if Vincent spots it, by the way, he's looking at Gukesh right now. Look at this. एक को stare आया था अभी.
Bhai,
I
he
think
sees
he
it. He
realized.
sees it. He sees
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
think he
sees
sees
it.
it. Bhai, Gukesh also just saw it. Bhai, look at Gukesh. I think he also just saw it as well.
Bhai, this is the look of a guy who just realized he made a mistake. Yeah. Sahaj bhai, he's calculating. He's calculating. This looks like the moment he realized, wait, what? The queen can go to
भाई
e8?
भाई चैट जब आप स्कोर शीट पे जब नोटेशन पैड में आप मूव्स लिखते हो ना तो देर इज मूव 1 मूव 2 मूव 3 ऐसे ऐसे करके होता है इस मोमेंट पे आई थिंक गुकेश जिस वो जो मूव 2 होती है ना उसको सर्कल कर सकता है जस्ट सर्कल जस्ट टू प्रूव भाई तू सेकंड है मेरा डोंट प्ले नाइट एफ डोंट प्ले नाइट एफ
You know, I think the best challenge comes from your second sometimes, and I think Vincent could prove a point here by playing knight a5. And let's not forget the live ratings my chat. We talked about how Ding was not in the world top 10. Vincent Keimer is world number 6 right now. In contrast, Gukesh is world number 19. However, a single win against Vincent would push him to world number 15. So I think right now, if there's a guy in form, it's Vincent. And Gukesh से पूछा गया था during the inauguration कि कई fans कह रहे हैं you're not in form. What do you wanna say to that? उन्होंने यही बोला कि I agree. I am not in form for the last 1.5 years, and they are fair in saying that. I just want to play my best chess, and I think he also is feeling the pressure. It's become normal, also. Yeah, he's I think heard the criticism. Like it's always difficult. Like when you are the world champion, so much pressure on your shoulders. Comparison to Magnus every single time you play, and हर
हम्म
चाल आपकी ऐसे dissect होती है ना कि you can't play a free game, for example, ever. To be honest.
No, 100%, 100% agreed. And Srinath in the chat. What's up, Shri? He's asking knight a5 के बाद b3. And Srinath भाई, I think शादी होने के बाद क्वीन की ऐसी हालत तो नहीं होनी चाहिए कभी भी बोर्ड पे. That's all I can say. तो black can I think play d5 I guess is very good. Pawn takes d5, bishop takes d5, and this pawn on b3 is a long-term target. Kabhi queen trap. I'm not guessing it's gonna get trapped because you have access to the king side now, but still looks very, very unpleasant for Gukesh, this
भाई
position.
B3 खेलने के लिए ना आपको मुझे कम से कम नहीं तो 4 मैगी गिफ्ट करनी पड़ेगी साज भाई. I mean the queen on a4 looks rather you know in that initial position just playing b3. My queen is like मेरा घर का रास्ता तुमने बंद कर दिया है. Like I am not comfortable playing that move, especially with bishop c6 on the cards. At least like it's optically, I know I have queen b4, but I'm barely
Hmm.
holding on. So it's
Well,
my
but इसको कौन
last
होल्ड
resort.
करेगा ये pawn भी तो होल्ड करना I mean he's right the funny thing is that after he just played rook d3 right the rook came from c3
Hmm.
to d3 chat and after knight a5 the best move actually is to bring the rook back to c3 which is not happening in a million years.
Oof.
It looks
Oof.
unpleasant, but white is still hanging on. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. I think you're hanging on, but I think it's unpleasant. That's for sure. I mean,
Bhai,
maybe not
also
I mean, maybe there's like rook d4. I just don't like the pawn on b3 because you also weaken your a3 pawn in case the queen is ever kicked off via bishop c6 type of ideas. But I like rook d4, I guess, a bit more. Just to add on to your point, Shri, because you can play d5 takes, and perhaps this setup with the pawn on b2 just seems a bit more pleasant for me.
Oh, he doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. He
Ooh.
instead plays Queen F6 and golden opportunity मिली मुकेश को भाई बच गए.
भाई बच गए, but are we okay? Like, like honestly, are you liking Gukesh's position more here in comparison to Vincent? Because I think after Rook D3, my opinion kind of changed, because I feel like this pawn on C4 is a, let's say, a bit of a problem for sure.
No, for sure. I mean, I want to play b4 ताकि knight a5 ना है, but I see my c4 pawn is basically on its own. And of course, I can defend it with the bishop, but black also has the knight and bishop that can attack that pawn. Maybe right now it's safe, but long term it can be a target. Absolutely agreed. Like, and black ka target d7 है, so maybe you're right now in equilibrium, but at some point it could be a problem. But at least it's not as bad as it was a move back. And look at Gukesh, by the way. He has that look that Magnus had when, like world championship, like, okay, when he made a mistake. So I think b4 खेलना चाहिए, avoid knight a5, and then we discuss everything else later. पहले you avoided trauma, बाद में देखेंगे भाई आगे क्या होगा.
But by b4 के बाद, knight e5 I really like, but I think I missed rook d7, rook d8 check you have, yeah? I was thinking knight e5, queen e5, and okay, like, it looks pleasant because you have the c4, but okay, you can play rook d4 as well now that I think about it. Not really that big of a deal. But there's rook d7 here, which is the best move, and bishop c6 के बाद rook d8 check. This is a nice intermezzo on the board. Queen f6 पे रहती तो ये square covered रहता. That's why
Yeah.
knight e5 not working. By the way, he played b4. Let's go on the board.
Nice, nice, by the way. Nice move. Very important move, by the way. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं, why not rook takes d7 instead of b4? That's a very good question. दिख रहा है free का pawn है, but black can actually take on b2. And जो rook takes d7 और queen takes b2 का trade है, उसके बाद I feel, हमारे pawn split हो गए. If you go move back,
Ah,
instead
you
of
mean in this
b4,
position, yeah, rook d7.
instead of b4, yes, instead of b4, rook takes d7. आई फील लाइक ये ट्रेड ब्लैक के फेवर में है, बिकॉज हमारे पॉन स्प्लिट हो गए, ब्लैक का स्ट्रक्चर अभी भी सॉलिड है. लेकिन
I'm actually surprised why the engine does not evaluate this as like even slightly better for black, because optically it looks very. I mean, yes, you have the rook on the 7th rank, but your queen is really out of place. The pawns are also not feeling, let's say, the best. But clearly there is some maybe the d file is enough compensation as it is.
Yeah.
But okay, this didn't happen. He's still playing, I think, on. And by the way, here only one move for Vincent, which is maybe not extremely difficult, but I would say it's a weird move to consider regardless. And that is knight b8. ये गुकेश ने खेला था अभी 5 move पहले, knight b1. And now Vincent has to like return the favor, essentially. Defend the pawn on d7 and attack this on c4.
By Gukesh played it, so I think Vincent will also find it. And I think it makes a lot of sense also because c4 pressure करना है. And the question is, knight b8 के बाद, what can Gukesh do? Is there something he can do to put pressure now? Let's say knight b8. Where do I put the rook now? Because c4 pawn मुझे बचाना है.
Rook d4 or rook d4, I think. Rook d4 is not very good. Yeah, rook d5 is apparently at least pleasant. But I wouldn't say this is better for black. Like because your knight is now stuck on b8, I'm not very happy with the placement of this hand. I mean, this should at least be equal or like maybe some chances for white. This knight on b8 is a horrible piece.
And what if
So
you play rook d6?
And rook d6 यहाँ पे, yeah, this is maybe a bit more critical. First question, bishop f3 में क्या हो रहा है? Because bishop f3, rook c4, queen s7, I'm guessing. Or bishop f3 में gf3 also looks kind of interesting, but I'm not sure if this is a good strategic decision. Maybe it
No, I'll
is,
just
yeah,
take with the
because the
bishop.
pawn is
I'll just take
defended.
with the bishop. Bishop से मारो. अपना king side weak नहीं करना. I'll take with
Pawn
the
से
bishop.
नहीं, pawn से अच्छा नहीं है क्या?
नहीं,
Okay, pawn is
like
not
I
as
have
good,
queen
yeah.
a7, so कोई मजबूरी नहीं है. मजबूरी में तो इंसान क्या क्या काम करता है सहज भाई, but अभी मजबूरी नहीं है तो let's not take with the pawn.
No, I feel gf3 is looking very, very sharp, but yeah, let's continue. Bishop f3, rook c4 पे queen a7 है आपके पास. And here I think Gukesh can press for sure. This knight on b8 is not a great piece. So rook d6 can be a nice follow-up here, Tikku bhai.
And suddenly वो rook d3 move can actually have a clear purpose. So, and also knight b8 खेलना है पहले Vincent को, which in itself is not like super, super easy. So let's see how this goes. Maybe some chances for the world champion to at least create pressure, because हम तो discuss करते हैं कि ये draw होगा ही होगा. And of course, win के लिए 3 point मिलेंगे. Any person who wins will be guaranteed in the lead after round 1. It could be a huge win. Gukesh की एक win का मतलब he would jump from world number 19 straight to world number 15. So that would be a big win. Let's see.
Yeah. Absolutely. And also defeating Vincent, I think वो first or second वाला जो by the way Night Beard played,
Wow.
but वो जो first or second वाला जो dynamic है, it's also nice because remember, I think it was against Gajewski in Menorca Masters, or it wasn't against Gajewski, sorry, it was against Radek, where Gukesh didn't have the best score, like I remember, in
Hmm.
one of the GCT events. So it was seconds के साथ it was score has not been perfect or like good in like in that sense. So could be a nice change of
That
pace there.
that again tells me that he's taking too much pressure, right? Because seconds के
Hmm.
साथ psychologically सहज भाई, like okay, let's say कि I'm taking your help with something, like and you are like, or I am your second in sub department, or you are my second in sub in any field, anything. Like you feel like I am the first, so I should be stronger, and psychologically it might be a lot of pressure, right? Because you want to prove you are the first in every game, similar to how Magnus wants to prove he's the greatest. Similarly, Kukish wants to prove he's the world champion. So that weak results against his seconds kind of also amplifies the point ki why he's taking too much pressure for me.
Possible. Possible, yes, it's definitely possible. But I don't think that if you're a second, you're necessarily a weaker player though. Like I think also at that level, bhai, I think because they are all religiously looking at chess, all they are working so hard on their chess that I feel
Hmm.
anyone on a good day can defeat anyone like who's having a bad
Hmm.
day. So I think that dynamic maybe is more applicable, jab you're trying to go for a GM title or something. But at that level, I feel it's a completely different ballpark. But I do agree with you. Pressure, I think, is a big factor here for Kukesh.
And by the way, पोल मैंने दोनों चैनल पे लगाए थे. I had polls on both channels. एक पोल था Carlsen against Firouzja. 81% people said Carlsen will win, and guess what? 81% people said Gukesh will win. So today Gukesh and Carlsen, were the clear favorites for the chat, but neither of them right now I think has realistic chances. So this feels like a high class day. People are playing professional, top level, beautiful chess with no mistakes. बट सहज भाई आपने कहा था कुछ टाइम पहले, थोड़ा टाइम कम होने दो, हर किसी का समय आएगा ब्लंडर करने का.
Oh yes, for sure. That is 100 because जब increment नहीं होता तो I think we see pure fireworks on the board. And fireworks याद है भाई एक बार let's take a quick look at Ju and Jun versus Divya Deshmukh
आई
because
थॉट यू से
she has
फिरोजा.
played something.
ओ, आई थॉट से फायरवर्क्स है, फायरवर्क्स कुछ बोलोगे, बट
Oh,
ओके,
but
फेयर फेयर.
position में fireworks है वहाँ पे भाई G4 खेल दिया
हाँ.
उसने इसलिए. And हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि whether she will find G5. G5 is not good anymore by the way here. I'm trying to figure out how. Maybe this takes in bishop e4, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. So G5 is not happening anymore, chat. So what else?
बिकॉज
You
बिशप
can play
e6 पे है ना,
G6.
जी एफ आई गेन्स अ टेम्पो ऑन द बिशप, आई थिंक मे बी दैट्स द रीजन.
Yeah, but I think GF4, FE6, FE3, but उससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा, I think.
हम्म.
But G4 is a very sharp move from Juvenjun though.
चैट तुम
If
क्या लिखते रहते हो भाई? कई बार मैं कमेंट, आई एम ट्रेन टू रीड ऑल कमेंट्स समहाउ, लाइक बिकॉज आदत है. कई बार मैं कुछ पढ़ने वाला होता हूँ, देन आई एम लाइक थैंक गॉड ये कमेंट नहीं पढ़ा. ऐसा हुआ है कभी सहज में आपके साथ, लाइक बाल और बच गए हो आप कुछ पढ़ने
Bhai,
से?
yes, literally, yes. Like I once read half of the comment and the other half was so bad. Like bhai, so and this happened like not very long, like six or 7 months ago or so it happened. Like I remember.
क्रेजी.
पता नहीं मैंने क्यों बोल दिया ये. अब से 6 और 7 बोलूंगा भाई.
भाई तुम दोनों बहुत बोलते हो भाई, कमेंट्री करनी है भाई, मतलब तभी तो कभी तो बात कर रहे हैं ना. हाँ सच में, टेक इज द
हाँ,
ओपनिंग
मैग्नस बहुत चेस
सब.
खेलता है नहीं. गुकेश बहुत चेस खेलता है. दिव्या बहुत कब से चेस खेल रहे हैं दिव्या. लुक एट दिस.
Yeah, and by the way, she has a healthy lead on the clock. Let's not forget कि 17 मिनट का लीड है, एंड अभी सिर्फ 19 चालें हुई हैं. सो 21 moves to go for Ju Wenjun in 41 minutes. So it's not easy. It's not easy actually for White as well.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy. But अभी right now because it's Divya's move and maybe it's that वो जो move वाला जो effect होता है, whoever is the one to play, you feel like that person is in more pressure because they have to find the best move.
हाँ.
But I think that's what it is. But I feel overall it's it's kind of tricky for me. Like I can't really say who has a better edge right now because ये G4 आने के बाद ना I feel the situation slightly improved for Ju and Jun for sure. क्योंकि ये pawn G4 पे थोड़ा खराब था.
किसका है?
इसका? Oh, let's
4
go
मिनट
on.
का कन्फेशन वीडियो फॉर दिव्या। 4 मिनट क्या चैट क्वेश्चन? व्हाट डू यू थिंक दिव्या? भाई 4 मिनट क्या बात करेगी दिव्या ने? दैट्स क्रेजी, नो?
बढ़िया है भाई, बढ़िया है। अभी 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 एक 20 मिनट ज्यादा यही तो यूज करने हैं उसको। लेट्स गो, कंटेंट है भाई।
चैट, डू यू प्ले द वीडियो? 4 मिनट है भाई। 4 मिनट तक तुम्हारी हमारी सुरीली आवाज मिस करोगे। यू विल मिस अस फॉर 4 मिनट्स चैट। आई डोंट वांट टू क्रिएट दैट बैरियर बिटवीन अस। डू यू वांट टू प्ले द वीडियो चैट? यस और नो? कम ऑन।
I think for sure, Divya is like, by of course, I think we should.
Okay, chat
No
wants
chance.
Duriya. So Duriya has zaruri clearly movie dekhi chat ne. So let's play the video and see what Divya Deshmukh has to say just before she is thinking here. Let's see what she said.
Okay, so I think I spent way too much time than I should have on D3 and E4. I was calculating, I don't know if it's right, but it looks so interesting. Instead of D3, you go D3 and then you just give up the pawn, but both of both of white's bishops are not really doing good. And then if you go D3, E4, I found that very interesting. But yeah, I'm not very sure about the position right now. After C5, again, C5 is my problem. Bishop E7, Bishop D4. And I'm considering if I should sacrifice the exchange with just going castle and then bishop e5. Maybe it's not the best idea to take the c5 pawn, but I do need some compensation. So like bishop c5, bishop e5, queen b7, and then I play with an exchange down. But I don't really like that position so much because I feel like after I take the c5 pawn, white has too much counterplay, so it should be better for white. So maybe there are like better options of sacrificing my exchange. I just don't know if I should. I liked e4 because it closes white's bishop completely. And yeah, I think if she doesn't play c5 here, I should be okay. I know like king h1 is a very stupid move, but I was kind of calculating that because she's threatening the a7 pawn, but I think since I have b2, I should be okay. I just don't want to lose any of my pawns, and I just desperately want to castle because my king looks so weak. When she played e3, I was checking c5, and then there was some variation with ed4 rook e1, and then my king either goes to like d8 right in the middle of the board, and I was like very worried about my king, so I didn't decide to go there. I just really want to castle right now. I hope she lets me. If I think she doesn't play c5, I would eventually go there myself, except like without allowing queen d5 and everything like that. But yeah, I really just want to castle, and I kind of really hate my pawn structure on the queen side because they look so weak and it feels like they will drop any time. So I'm very worried about that. But yeah, I don't know. I think she can go c5. I don't know how bad of a move bishop f8 is, but bishop e7, bishop d4. I'm checking queen a5. Maybe that could be a decent idea to avoid the pin and at the same time threaten c5. But then again, bishop g7, and my king is stuck again. Okay, I just realized she has bishop g7 and queen h5, so that has to be a horrible idea. Maybe something like queen d7 could be working, but queen a4, and then rook d1, bishop f1, the bishop comes to play, which I hate. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to do about bishop d4. I'm not sure if bishop d4, bishop f6 is a good idea, getting double pawns on the king side, but at least I hope I have a better bishop, and I don't see a way for her to attack it immediately. But again, my king is not able to castle there, so I really like that very much. Yeah, after bishop d4, it looks a bit dicey, and I'm yet to find the move. But hopefully, when she plays it, I miraculously find it. Let's see.
And we are back. Okay, that was a very long confession. I think she was just calculating a lot of stuff. In fact, she even realized कि कोई mistake थी, I think, in the
Yeah, and I
position.
want to point it out actually what that mistake was, because the last 10 seconds were actually the most important here, chat. And
हाँ.
that was this moment on the board. जब आप E3, D takes E3. First of all, I just want to mention that Divya had this insane like instinct to play D3 here, to sack the pawn and queen d3 e4. And it's not good in this position, but the essence of the plan is very good, because chat in this position दो moves पहले दिव्या को रिमेंबर ये पॉन सैक करना था ई4 के साथ. सो आइडिया उसका ठीक था, इंस्टेंट सही है उसकी, क्वीन डी फोर एंड यूर गेटिंग द सेम पोजिशन, बट द एग्जीक्यूशन वॉज रॉन्ग. So that's point number one. And point number two is that after pawn takes, bishop takes e4, bishop d4 is what we were considering. Sorry, not bishop d4 here. E4, queen c2. कहाँ पे था ये भाई? It was, yeah, e4, c5, bishop e7, and then bishop d4. And here, for a long time, Divya was considering short castle and to sacrifice this exchange with bishop e5 and bishop takes b8. But in the last 10 seconds, she said, maybe I can play bishop f6, but I don't like that endgame. And guess what, Tiku bhai? That's the best move in the position.
True, true, true. I think मेरे हिसाब से I think Divya, of course, is also kind of enjoying Norway chess. That's nice to see. You know, somebody who's in the confessional booth is not too stressed, because I think कई बार क्या होता है कि you kind of think Norway chess है, भाई Magnus है, yeah, okay, for her it's Wen Junju, right? She's the world champ. Like, to kind of be in the confessional booth, all these signals she's feeling a bit relaxed. That's a good sign for me, rather than actually the whatever she said, because okay, इतनी तगड़ी calculation मैं कर पाता तो मैं भी खेल रहा होता सहज भाई. So I'm happy that she's relaxed, and that usually means you can play your best chess over the
I
board.
also the instinctive part, yeah, the fact that she had this instinct on this movement on e3 to sack the pawn on d3, like that's a very very difficult decision I think to play over the board, to just sack it. But instinct सही थी कि pawn maybe e3 पे जो और e2 पे जो बैठता है, it could actually work in my favor. So I think form wise, she's looking very good. I think the fact that she was considering the move d3. But yeah, let's go to the original position g4. So she did get to castle, so I think she will be feeling a bit let's say safe, because वो कह रही थी कि king d8 पे कभी आ सकता है, and you know it could be a bit of a weakness there. But after short castling also, Ju Engine said, okay, is your king really safe though, because g4 के बाद g file तो खुल रही है भाई.
Yeah, and I think luckily the bishop doesn't come to d4, but I can always play bishop c1, bishop b2 long term, although f4 भी weak है, so we'll have to see how that goes. So double-edged position, Sej bhai. I think basically यहाँ पे there are a bunch of weaknesses, and right now it's in equilibrium, but कभी भी वो break हो सकता है, and then both players have some chances here. I would still choose Divya purely because of the clock, but I think Ju Wenjun is locked in as well, so कुछ भी हो सकता है. Meanwhile,
By the way,
Sej bhai,
just sorry to cut you off,
हाँ,
bhai, but ये equilibrium, is that like a word of the day, of like something that I'm supposed to catch you on? Because I feel like I have never ever heard you use this word in my life before, and you have used it twice today. So
भाई
what's the story, Tiku bhai?
भाई पता नहीं कहाँ से एक बार बोल दिया, अच्छा लग रहा है
Ah,
भाई.
but equilibrium is
Also,
such a beautiful word. Yes, that is true. That is true.
you know, Norwich has copied our format, Sahaj bhai. They copied our thunder. If you saw, all the Norwegian participants were given a word they had to use in the opening press conference without the other players figuring out कि वो word क्या है. And Gukesh was given
Really?
the yes,
भाई
yes.
ये क्या
They
है?
copied our
ये तो
thunder.
चीटिंग है भाई. ये तो चीटिंग है. व्हाट इज दिस? ये तो
भाई
बताना
तानिया
चाहिए था
सजेस्ट किया
उनको.
होगा. तानिया सजेस्ट किया होगा. आई एम अ ह्यूज
हाँ,
हर्ष. तानिया सजेस्ट किया होगा, है ना?
हाँ, actually that's a good connect, because Tanya, so chat, for those of you who don't know, Tanya was commentating with us for for the candidates, and we had this game where we had to slip in a word without the other commentator knowing that this is the word, and we had to use it as many times as possible, uh, essentially. And the players doing that at Norwich is भाई टिक्कू effect is real. Magnus
भाई
effect देखा था भाई, अब टिक्कू effect
भाई
दिख रहा है मुझे. Let's
किसने
go.
बताया तानिया हसदेव मेरा आइडिया कॉपी करेगी भाई? आई ऑनर्ड ऑनर्ड ऑनर्ड, बट
भाई
आई थिंक इट वाज
वो
नाइस टू
सब
सी.
छोड़ो भाई, नॉर्वेज इसके प्ले लाइक द प्लेयर्स आर आल्सो कॉपिंग इट भाई. लेट्स गो. इट्स अमेजिंग.
गुकेश का वर्ड था राइज. तो वो कहता है इन द मॉर्निंग व्हेन आई रोज फ्रॉम द बेड और समथिंग, तो सब प्लेयर हंस पड़े. सब बंदे
भाई
बच गए।
rise is such a nice word. No, rise like a phoenix is just a song itself. भाई इतने easy words मुझे मिलते काश मजा आ जाता भाई.
हाँ हाँ
मेरे
एंड
क्या words थे? I can't even remember what they were, but they were extremely difficult. Like I remember
यू नो
that. It was extremely
राकेश
difficult.
भाई आएंगे तो विल डू दिस, बट मीनवाइल सहज भाई इजी मूव्स भी नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर आप जाओगे प्राग की गेम पे एक बार, आपको दिखेगा कि भाई कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है, मतलब इट्स लाइक बहुत सिंप्लीफिकेशन हो चुकी है, एंड आर्मागेडन आने ही वाला है। टेक अस टू द लास्ट फ्यू मूव्स।
भाई ये कुछ बहुत ही ज़्यादा ट्रेड्स हो गए। तो यहाँ पे थे हम अराउंड बेसिकली, ओ बिशप C4 पे थे हम बेसिकली। हम डिबेट कर रहे थे नाइट C7 बेटर है बिशप D7, बट ही वेंट फॉर बिशप D7। 19-20 का फर्क है चैट, नॉट रियली समथिंग टू फिक्सेट ऑन। वाइट प्लेज नाइट G5 टू पुट प्रेशर ऑन द E6 pawn, and Wesley says let's take this attacker out of the way. Pawn takes knight D6 now, blue arrow only move played. Rook H4, मोर और लेस एन ओनली मूव टू डिफेंड द बिशप। नहीं तो बिशप को आप हटाते, रुक C2 पे आ सकता था, बिशप B5 से ट्रेड हो सकता था, इट कुड बी अ बिट लेट्स से अनोइंग। He takes on C4, pawn takes C4, bishop C6 आया to attack the G2 pawn. He plays king E2, नहीं बचाना मुझे pawn, because if you play bishop G2, I have F3 and I can claim maybe your bishop is trapped, although it's a bit unclear how you're going to trap it, because king F2 पे हमेशा मेरे पास rook D2 check है। बट वेस्ली बोलता है मुझे सोचना ही नहीं है सब, आई विल गो बिशप B5, दिस ब्यूटीफुल ब्रिलियंसी, बिकॉज इफ यू गो pawn takes B5,
वाह।
I have rook C2 check, and that would just completely equalize matters. And Pragg कहता है नहीं, I'll play rook C1 and now bishop A6. Basically भाई आई थिंक यहाँ पे ड्रॉ कर लेना चाहिए, लाइक आई थिंक इट्स हाई टाइम, ताकि ये पोजीशन ऐसी ना बन जाए जहाँ पे आप हमको लाइक फॉर द नेक्स्ट 1 to 2 hours we have to defend. That's put you that puts you in the bad like psychological state in that sense, and also it could affect your armor. You could be a bit tired as well. So I think it's high time that you just take the draw now.
अग्रीड एंड गुड क्वेश्चन बाय ऋतुराज की सारे गेम ड्रॉ होंगे क्या? भाई एक भी गेम ड्रॉ नहीं होगा एक्चुअली,
Good
बिकॉज
question
नॉर्वे
by who?
चेस में टाई ब्रेकर होता है। क्या क्या क्या
Good question by who? कौन player बोला आपने? You said Ritvik
ऋतुराज।
Raja. Oh,
ऋतुराज।
Ritu Raj. Oh, I thought you said Ritvik Raj. I was thinking, but he's a grandmaster from India. I was thinking that
हाँ,
he's
ये टिक्कू
watching.
से
That's
एडवाइस क्यों ले
cool.
रहा है?
I was like, he's watching. That's so cool.
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक बेसिकली वो चैट आर्मागेडन होगा, सो इवन इफ इट्स अ ड्रॉ वी आर गोना सी द प्लेयर्स कम बैक एंड प्ले रैपिड चेस, तो मजा आएगा रिगार्डलेस। एंड वी सॉ बंच ऑफ इट, एंड इस बार भी होगा। एंड उसका टाइम कंट्रोल बाय द वे इज 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black. That is the time control for the Armageddon. So white के पास basically 10 मिनट रहेंगे, black के पास 7, लेकिन black will have draws. So बहुत मजा आएगा भाई देखने में।
So, Tiku, my question for you: अगर if there is an Armageddon match and you have 10 minutes from the white side, do you think it is more fair if your opponent has 6 minutes or 7 minutes? So should it be 6 or 7?
आई थिंक दैट इज सच अ गुड क्वेश्चन सहज भाई, कि मैं आराम से सोच के स्ट्रीम के एंड पे बताऊंगा, मतलब स्ट्रीम खत्म होने के बाद। वो बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने एक्चुअली,
I know,
मतलब
right?
वन ऑफ द
Beautiful
बेस्ट क्वेश्चंस
question.
एवर आस्क्ड एक्चुअली, लाइक
Yeah.
इन सो मेनी इयर्स ऑफ स्ट्रीमिंग आई थिंक। मतलब इट फील्स लाइक आई हैव हर्ड दिस क्वेश्चन, मतलब ऐसे लग रहा है कि इस क्वेश्चन का एक ईरा आया था सहज भाई। इट्स लाइक एन एंशिएंट क्वेश्चन इन सोशल मीडिया टर्म्स, बट आई फील लाइक आई विल डिजर्व एन आंसर गिव यू एट द एंड ऑफ द स्ट्रीम, सोचने के बाद।
तो तब तक तो क्वेश्चन भी एंशियंट हो जाएगा ना?
वो ऑलरेडी एंशिएंट है भाई, दैट्स द पॉइंट
अच्छा अच्छा
एग्जैक्टली।
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके। किसका? अंजुल भाई लिख रहा है एरा।
क्या ईरा, क्या तेरा, क्या मेरा भाई, आगे बढ़ते हैं। बाय द वे 30 मिनट्स ऑफ प्राग, सो टाइम पे भी थोड़ा ध्यान से देखना है, एंड लेट्स सी।
चैट में क्वेश्चन और कलर्स कैसे डिसाइड होंगे? आई एम अज्यूमिंग यू आर आस्किंग अबाउट द आर्मागेडन थिंग्स। जिस कलर से आप क्लासिकल मैच खेल रहे हो उसी कलर से आप आर्मागेडन खेलोगे। वेरी नो टॉसेस, नो बिडिंग लाइक मैं इतने मिनट लूंगा, नथिंग लाइक दैट। बेसिकली इफ यू आर वाइट you'll play as white, if you're black you'll play as black, क्योंकि डबल राउंड रॉबिन है राइट। सो हर प्लेयर के पास वाइट और हर प्लेयर के पास ब्लैक, एट सम पॉइंट इट विल बी देयर।
By the way, we have some pawn break by Vincent Keimer. We should definitely check that out, because after knight b8, rook d4 khela Sahaj Gukesh ne. He didn't go for rook d6, and now d5. So black got his pawn break. And iske baad, like either you have something in the next 2-3 moves, or it's just dead equal now.
Bhai, dead equal, or okay, if the knight finds any activity in this position, I'm choosing black here. I think Srinath will be very disappointed with what I'm saying because I think he generally likes to play with white in such positions. Also, a bit earlier he was trying to say, okay, it's not that bad, but I think if this knight, let's say, gets to e5 or some like minor improvements, then I think because of these two rooks are on the c file, rook c1 ka plan, the bishop could become super active. It feels that black is simply just more comfortable to me, but that is only if the knight can get out.
Hmm.
So I'm actually considering moves, like I'm actually seeing it on the engine as well. After bishop d5, e4 is basically the best move. You put the bishop to c6 and now b5 and bishop goes. Oh, bhai, this is a very interesting question. Chat, question for you. बिशप को a8 पे जाना चाहिए या फिर e8 पे जाना चाहिए या फिर b7 पे जाना चाहिए? I'm only giving you three options. Where should the bishop go and why? It's actually, I think, a very good strategic question to understand and also to good to realize these things beforehand, but not a very difficult
Yeah,
one, I think.
the way you asked it, I feel like it's. Oh, wait, big mistake by Vincent Keimer. He's taken with the pawn. Wait, what?
Okay, that's very surprising. Okay, maybe he didn't. Ah, bhai. This is exactly the reason because after CD5, bishop d5, e4, आप अगर bishop b7 जाते हैं ना, for example, I could play b5 and your knight on b8 is permanently stuck on b8. And Vincent को ये नहीं चाहिए था, इसीलिए takes e4 के बाद bishop c6, b5, you have to put your bishop on e8 and it's an ugly square. But you have to keep it there because knight d7 and knight c5 is basically it's completely mandatory to play in this position to have anything in the game, and he didn't like that. And now Gukesh
Bhai,
basically has a dream IQP position. Let's go.
Bhai, I think that is a big concession. Like, I feel like Vincent should have gone deeper and figured out the subtleties because he had the time. What time? क्या घर थोड़ी लेके जाना है भाई? Norway, there's no point to this. And ED5, I mean, instantly you see this, even without the question mark, you understand that this is a concession. Now, suddenly, White's rooks make a lot of sense. The bishop on B7 feels stupid. Knight तो पहले ही घर पे stupid लग रहा है. And I feel like Gukesh now has genuine chances to win this game.
Okay, bit early for that. A little bit early for that. I don't think, like, for example, if you had a knight on c3, you had the pawn on b2, your bishop on f3, 100% agreed. ठीक है, like you are getting that pawn on d5. So my question is, weakness तब होती है जब आप अटैक कर सकते हो, right? उस पे तो अभी आपके पास दो रुक्स हैं which are putting kind of pointlessly looking at the d5 pawn because my bishop does a wonderful job of defending this pawn. So my question is, which minor piece is getting close to that d5 pawn? Because I don't see it happening. Very difficult, no? Maybe you have some in the future, knight e1, knight d3, knight f4, but उसमें तीन चाले लगेंगे उसमें तो knight ऐसे c4 पे आ सकता है भाई. तो maybe it's not as bad as it looks.
It's very interesting actually. Because knight e1 is indeed the best. मुकेश ऑलरेडी पहले एक knight b1 खेल चुके हैं, अपने c3 और d2 knight को अनडेवलप किया और अब उनको knight e1 खेलना है. इट्स लाइक अनडेवलप लाइफ में पीछे जाना just to take one step back and later on go two steps forward. So knight e1 is indeed the best move for Gukesh Jomaraju, preparing knight d3 and also bishop f3 and bishop g4 ideas. That rook on c8 is a target.
You know, this bishop g4 idea has really made me question something really important in this game because देखो भाई, after 91, blacks pretty much only move in this position, like only move unless you're really really worse is knight d7. ठीक है? And now I'm thinking, which player with black willingly goes into a good knight versus bad bishop scenario? Like bishop g4 तो आ ही रहा है यहाँ पे. आप कुछ rook d8 खेलोगे, queen कहीं पे रखोगे, आप bishop takes d7, rook d7. I have a good knight, you have a bad bishop. That's like forever you're worse in this position, forever. And
I
that's
have
the
to agree.
best case scenario for Vincent, bhai.
I have to agree. This feels like Vincent Keimer ने अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दिया literally. And by the way, chat is informing us correctly that Humpy has made a big mistake. Although इस move को mistake बोलना feels so weird because it's such a active move. But not, oh, but Zuchina has drawn the
What?
first result. By the way, let's cover that very
Yeah.
quickly. Sage, by the final position feels like the most drawn position in the world. Yeah, 3 versus 3.
मैग्नस खेलेगा. मैग्नस खेलता था यहाँ पे अभी भी. थोड़ा तो पुश
लूडो
करता है,
खेलता
रुक
रहेगा भाई,
G7,
बिकॉज चेस
रुक
तो
ऑन द 7th रैंक G7 पे मैग्नेस थोड़ा तो पुश करेगा भाई, थोड़ा तो बनता है. But yeah, the Armageddon incoming chat. The first result, by the way, from the Norway chess. Let's go between Zujiner and Anna Muzichuk. And first Armageddon coming your way. And Zujiner, of course, black से खेलेगी with 7 minutes. Anna Muzichuk will play with 10 minutes with the white pieces. And draw होता है तो Zujiner wins the match.
And because they're not going to ask the players to wait till all the games finish, तो आर्मेगेडन चालू हो जाएगा. So बाकी players मस्त आराम से अभी डीप सोच में क्लासिकल कर रहे होंगे, बीच में थर 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 कोई एक बंदा बीच में रैपिड खेल रहा होगा 10 मिनट्स का, 7 मिनट का. So it's going to be exciting. But let's jump to the Humpy game and let's look at why is this such a big mistake.
Yeah, bhai, because knight f5, it was, I believe, Gary Kasparov who said, Tiku bhai, you have told me this many times, and I'm just quoting you here. Gary Kasparov has said many times, knight f5, give me a knight on f5, and I'll give you a winning position. That's exactly what she did here. But this position is an exception. Pawn takes g3. Some tactical reason is why this is not working well for her. I think one big reason is that white doesn't have a dark bishop here. That's a very big reason.
She blundered again. Knight f5 के बाद knight b5 and she's completely lost. It's minus 3.6 for me, Sehaj. Humpy is going down to Bibisara in the first game with the white pieces.
Wow, and this looks like almost a blunder, I feel, because there's gf2, king f2, bishop f5, ef5, queen f6, and the pawn on f5 is... Wait, I'll just play it out. So gf2, king f2, bishop f5, ef5, queen f6, and ये pawn को कौन बचा रहा है भाई? Queen c2 maybe?
Yeah, and why would you allow
Queen
gf2?
c2, queen h4, queen h4, g3 is losing, yeah. Wow, this is lost. Dead loss.
Why would you allow gf2? Like, I don't get the logic. Like, why just take the pawn back first? Like, this looks extremely dangerous, no? To just allow black to take on g3 and then allow black to take on f2.
I mean, it's possible that Humpy missed, maybe takes, bishop f5, ef5, queen f6. Maybe she missed queen f6 here. Like, she's thinking queen h4 check को खेल सकती है वो. कभी-कभी I think एक move आपसे ऐसे overlook हो जाती है, because remember, Tikku bhai, after queen f6, if you defend queen c2, then there is queen h4 check, not immediately. So maybe that's what she missed, but yeah, in hindsight, definitely this is a huge blunder and a huge miss from Humpy.
Yeah, you're right. Apparently, queen f6 is the only move, so maybe that's what she missed. And totally understandable. Your rook is hanging in that variation. So, but yeah, as of now, Humpy is dead lost. If Bibisara comes up with the best moves, she could beat the India #1 with the black pieces, Sahaj. That's a big win.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be also Norway. जब black से ऐसे इवेंट में हम्पी जी को हराना is very very impressive. Classical में वो भी भाई.
And
Yeah,
look at
that
this.
is if she finds gf2 queen f6. It's not done yet.
Chat, look at this. Humpy is world #6 with 2535 rating. Guess who's next? World #7, Bibisara with 2527. So world #6 और world #7 का मैच चल रहा है और उनकी रैंकिंग्स उल्टी हो जाएंगी. सहज भाई, दिस इज ब्रेन रॉट कंटेंट ऑन यूट्यूब ड्रामा ब्रो. 6767.
तो बेसिकली अगर चाहे ड्रॉ हो चाहे बिबिसारा अगर जीते यहाँ पे 6-7 जरूर होगा. दैट इज फॉर श्योर.
यस यस
रैंकिंग 6-7 ही रहेंगी भाई. दैट्स क्रेजी
भाई. ओके, ये तो लिखा हुआ है. ये तो भगवान
ये तो
हमारे साथ खेल रहा है भाई.
हाँ.
Wow, crazy man. By the way, gf2 on the board, king f2 played, and now bishop f5 is the main move for Bibisara. Will she find it? I think she will. I think she will find it, and she will beat the India #1 to become the new world #6. Sahaj. That is huge for Bibisara.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Board might glitch कह रहे हैं. I think it should be fine now, chat. Do let us know. But yeah, bishop f5 only move. And I think a very logical one as well, because that knight on f5 is a beautiful piece. And ये क्या टिक्कू भाई, ये जो एंगल था ना टिक्कू भाई का भाई, ये क्रेजी था भाई. I don't know कितने लोगों ने ये chat just rewind the video like 10 seconds and टिक्कू भाई का just वो एंगल देखो भाई. ऐसे भी फोन से आप सुन सकते हो, in case you didn't know. Chat.
I was just trying to listen कि chat क्या कह रही है.
भाई ऐसे करके लैपटॉप भी ले आओ, ऐसे 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 करके सुनने के लिए like this.
वाह 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 भाई. मतलब सहज भाई, मतलब क्रेजी भाई. हाँ कैम से ऑडियो आ रही थी, वही
ओह, अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
बंद कर देते हैं भाई, बंद कर देते हैं, हाँ.
हम्म।
हाँ, by the way, chat, so while I bring my laptop to my ear, it feels like we have one draw. Second result is कि Humpy is now dead lost. We'll, I think, come back to this game. Bibisala is in deep in thought. Gukesh, by the way, Sahaj, has found the only move, knight to e1, and is now putting genuine pressure on Vincent Keimer. I think Vincent Keimer already might be regretting playing e takes d5.
Yes, 100%. Because I think when you see knight, okay, I think knight d7 is what everyone will think about it, because that's the only piece जो अभी तक बाहर नहीं निकला है. तो आई मीन बाहर निकला था बट वापस घर आ गया, बोर्डिंग स्कूल से. सो नाइट d7 के बाद देर इज बिशप g4, and apparently just queen c6 is the only move here. I mean, just to show this point, I can also take on c6. I don't have to take on c6, but let's play queen b3 as well. But queen c6, bishop c6, bishop d7, and rook d7. Like, I know the bar is saying 0 0 0 here, but it's not a 0 0 0 here, yeah, because the knight on e1 is a fantastic piece. There is an outpost on d4, there's technically an outpost on f4 as well. Bishop is going to be forever weak defending this pawn on d5. At best, you are hoping for a 4 versus 3 rook end game, which you which most likely will happen when you have less time on the clock, and you can save that somehow, which is not an easy task.
Agreed. And look at his move, pawn to a6, which is kind of okay. I mean, it's a decent move, but I'm not sure what the real plan is there. Just defending the pawn on a7, yeah, feels like the purpose. And now bishop g4 is the best move apparently. Saj, why take us through why it is the best move?
Same idea, bhai, because knight d7, you're kind of preempting this knight d7 wala idea, because knight can never go to c6 because rook d5 is hanging. Just for 1 second, the bishop will not look at the pawn on d5, and you can sort of pounce on that opportunity. So after bishop g4, the rook is attacked. So black has to move the rook, let's say to d8. You play something in this position. Knight d3, I think, looks pretty promising. Even queen, oh, not knight d3, there's knight c6, my bad. There's queen b3, which is a very strong move. And now I'm genuinely out of moves for Vincent. Unless he's planning b5 and rook c4, which looks okay. Like, I understand कि रुक को c4 रखने से थोड़ा रुक एक्टिव हो रहा है, बट ये पॉन्स भी आपके लाइट स्क्वायर पे फिक्स हो जाएंगे टिक्कू भाई. एंड अगेन आई एम थिंकिंग अबाउट दैट एंड गेम जहाँ पे गुड नाइट बैड बिशप आएगा, क्योंकि वो आ रहा है बोर्ड पे. यू डेफिनेटली डोंट वांट योर पॉन्स फिक्स्ड, like another set of pawns fixed on the light squares. Definitely not.
Bhai, this could be like I don't know if chat, if you've worked on endgames, this could totally transpose to an endgame, bishop endgame, जहाँ white का king d4 पे बैठा होगा, black का king d6 पे, and then वो bishop से zugzwang maneuver घुमाते चलो इधर उधर उधर
हाँ.
उधर इधर करके एक चाल waste इधर उधर करके, and then you try to win this, and you need two weaknesses. You have them. You have the pawn on d5, you have the pawn on a6 or b5. So I think this could be like a long game जहाँ विंसेंट को अपना सारा एंड गेम prowess दिखाना पड़ेगा. But Sajid, what's my expectation from Gukesh? He's going to make life miserable for Vincent in the next hour or next couple of hours.
I
That's
think
what a
as
world
long as
champion
that
should
is
do.
done, like, I don't think this guarantees a win. I don't think this is a winning advantage.
Yes.
But I think as long as Vincent, I think as long as he keeps the pressure, I think that's a very good game overall.
Exactly. You want him to put pressure. A strong player will make his opponent's life miserable till the very end. And that's what you expect from the world champion. So I'm hoping, regardless of the result, Vincent के थोड़ा पसीने टपकने चाहिए सहज भाई. That's basically what I want. सहज भाई हंस रहे हो आप, मतलब maybe you recalled your game against
नहीं,
Divya yesterday.
मतलब मैं खुशी के आंसू थे, आप पसीनों के
अच्छा.
बारे में बात कर रहे थे, तो ये खुशी के आंसू थे, आंसू टपक रहे थे मेरे खुशी से
Oh,
आफ्टर
nice.
हियरिंग दैट. सो दैट्स व्हाट इट वाज.
By the way,
That's what we want.
Divisara has played queen to f6 after bishop f5. So Humpy is now officially lost. And I think maybe she missed that move, as you mentioned, Sahaj. Can we go full screen? I think her expressions might tell a tale of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, this is looking very sad. And by the way, yeah, this is completely lost. This is just a free pawn also, no, bhai? Actually, no, free 2 pawns. 2 pawn free किए हैं भाई. एक तो already d6 पे free है. f5 का भी free में मरेगा. And yeah, opposite colored bishop says, so you have this some false hope that maybe you can exchange all the pieces and there will only be opposite colored bishops and you can somehow try to hold a fortress there. But that's wishful thinking at best.
This is tough, actually. This is tough. Because first game, white pieces say is the last thing you want to do is lose. And the time situation also not that great. And the problem is it's not just the pawns, right? It's also the king on f2. And again, if we draw that rectangle on the king side, you clearly see black has a rook, a knight, a queen, a bishop on the king side, or white
By
ka
pawn bhi.
khali bishop hai.
This is an attacker, bhai.
Yep, and white just has a bishop, and that's not even defending on the dark squares, which are the weaker ones. So I think this is objectively lost, and I would be shocked if Bivisar doesn't convert this.
Yeah, something has to go horribly wrong for Bibisar, I think, for this to not be a win. And not the best start for Hampiji, but it's still round one. And of course, the game is still going on, but I don't think she's gonna save this. By the way, knight d6 possible है क्या?
Ooh, knight
क्योंकि ये
d6.
pawn बच रहा है, but I think there is a tactic there. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure there is a tactic there. Otherwise, Bibisara would not have gone for this. I really want to capture the rook. I really want to sacrifice the rook. But I'm not sure if it's good. But there's just rook d8 also, no? That's simple. So knight d6, rook d8. Yeah, rook d8 is winning. Easy. First move.
And if knight
Game
d7,
khatam.
there is just rook d5.
Queen f5. Queen f5. King कहीं पे भी देखिए. Then I take on d5. Rook से या pawn से?
Pawn se we gaining a tempo. Rook b6, khatam.
Okay. You're winning the knight, but okay. I mean, I can also go rook h6, I'm sure, and this must be lost. There's too many pieces. Dark squares are just really, really bad. Yeah, I think if Hampiji had a dark bishop on e3, this is a not really that bad of a position. But without the bishop, the dark squares are just horrible here. That's the reason why I think she is so much worse.
Yeah, this is not looking great. I think Humpy likely to lose. Visara gets up from the chair. She knows the game is in the bag almost, and she's going to get 3 points and will be at least in tied lead after round one. That's an amazing start for Bibisara, by the way. Tomorrow she actually plays Zhu Jinner. So with the black pieces, she has two blacks, by the way, Sehaj, in the first two rounds.
You
So I
mean
think
round 2 and round 3?
round one and round two for Bibisara, that is. So I think a great start
wow.
overall.
Black se jeetna is always, I think, very, very tough. But yeah, it's there. But
By
I
the
think
way,
Indian players, ke liye, apart from Gukesh, I think it's difficult. Yeah, Gukesh has played, I
भाई
think. Yeah.
Gukesh का भी difficult लग रहा है. I mean, not difficult, but I think he didn't find Bishop G4 actually. He played Bishop F3. And now maybe it's still holdable, but Black's plan is Rook C3, which is very hard to play as Black because you're thinking my pawn is attacked, I have to defend it. To go for counterplay requires you to really take some risks. Is Vincent ready for that risk?
But isn't knight c6 also very good? Because rook d5 pe I have knight e5, no? And you have no rook d8 check. And then this f3 bishop hangs. Or what am I missing? Knight c6? By rook f4 खेलना पड़ेगा आपको यहाँ पे.
But d5 is hanging now. I can take it next.
But then queen c, this was something I would have played anyways, by the way. Okay, but you have bishop d5, b5, queen b3, takes, and you have an extra pawn, but black survives, basically. For now.
Okay.
But it's
Vincent
not
doesn't
super
want
clear.
this, yeah? Yeah, he wouldn't want this, I think. Last resort, yes. But maybe it's
No, I would
too
much
close
rather
to-
give up the pawn, bhai. I would much rather give up because that makes me passive. This at least black is not passive anymore.
Fair enough. Of course, you can't play rook d7 anyways because bishop g4 wins the rook.
हाँ.
So passive रहने के तरीके भी बहुत कम है actually.
Hmm.
What does Vincent
But the
do
best
now?
move was you mentioned was rook c3, yeah?
Yes, that's the best move in the position. And I think the idea might be like b5, and if you move the queen, like the queen is almost trapped, yeah? The queen has no way back.
क्योंकि ये घर नहीं है आपके पास. And if you go bishop d5, there is b5, queen a5, bishop d5, rook d5, and two moves here that are equal pretty much. One is king h7, which is a bit difficult, but the second one is easy.
Tough.
I think rook c1 is easy.
It's important to play that, by the way, I think, because rook d8 check is an asset, and
Your rook c1 se just controls everything.
back rank is an issue. So I think chat, Gukesh's chances तो है, but I think crucial one for Vincent. If he goes passive, गलती से Vincent Keimer यहाँ rook d8 जैसी चाल खेल दे, if he goes passive, this could be misery till the end of the game. So moment of reckoning for Vincent Keimer यहाँ पे, क्या वो निकाल पाएंगे best चाल? It is very high stakes moment for him here.
Let's see what he goes for. Going back to the live board after bishop f3. So we looked at two moves, rook c3 and knight c6. Both of them are saying the same thing, which is let's sack the pawn and play for activity. And I think it's also not really possible for Vincent to save the pawn in any case, because there are three forces attacking the d5 pawn and only one defending it so far. So he has to, I think, give up the pawn anyways, unless there is some rook c1 type of ideas, which I haven't really considered, but it doesn't look very promising.
Also, by the chat informing us that Divya is apparently now really worse. I think her last couple of moves have been inaccuracies. Sahaj, can we go and check it out? What do you make of that idea? That she played rook f6.
Why is she a pawn down? Why is Divya a pawn down? So wait, g4 pe the hum. King h8 she plays, okay. She just gave up the pawn here. That's interesting. She could have played g6, gf5, gf5, and the pawn could be safe. But I'm guessing she didn't like the fact that g5 open ho rahi thi. King h. I think in the confessional booth, she also said this king h1, rook g1 type ke ideas were looking scary as well. So that's why she didn't go for it. She says, okay, let's sack the pawn. At least king safe hai. But here she had to play very accurately. She had to go rook e8 and bishop f5 ke baad rook takes e3, which I think is extremely difficult to play over the board. She doesn't go for it. She took on e4, takes rook e8, queen f3, and now was the last maybe moment to keep things roughly balanced. She played rook f6 in this position, and rook e6 was the best move. This is, I think, very unlucky.
By the way, we have the Armoring Games Zujiner. Maybe we can have a look in the. Do you want to go to that game? Do you want to
Yeah, let's take a look. No, chat. Let's take a look at the Anna Muzychuk versus Zujiner. I mean, it's always fun to watch fast chess.
Yeah.
And she takes on c6 and now d3, I'm guessing. Typical Spanish position. With, of course, bishop takes c6 on the board. I think a nice decision by Muzychuk here, because I think game यहाँ पे हमेशा मतलब लंबा चलेगा, because the only one set of pieces have been traded and position is generally very close, and it's usually up to white when you want to break open in the center, whether it's d4 or whether it's f4. That's something white decides later on. But imagine अभी आप wait करते हो, you wait for your opponent's time to get a bit lower than than it is comfortable, and then you throw something like f4, where your opponent is forced to calculate sharp lines. That's why I think Muzychuk has the right approach here. By the way, look at this, bhai, 4 minute ka difference already.
Oof. And also, by the way, I think pehla Armageddon hai, so it's definitely worth checking this out. Also, meanwhile, Magnus is now worse. His last decision was really controversial, and it feels like Firouzja.
Should I take a look? You want to take a look?
Yeah, I feel like he could have a clear advantage. I mean, bishop takes c3 when the knight on f6 is pinned is a bold decision, Sahaj.
That's a very good point, because this bishop was useful to in order to stop this pin on the f6 knight. But bishop c3 ke baad rook c3 apparently is very bad for Firouzja. Actually, then Magnus can start playing for a win. But if you go pawn takes c3, then I think the game is on. I'm guessing rook c3 मारने के बाद ना ये pawn b2 पे जो रह जाएगा, it can become a target in the future. Like some rook b8 type of ideas. Then you might have to play b3 and could be a bit uncomfortable. This is why b takes c3 is important here. But yeah, good advantage for Firouzja. More time on the clock as well, by the way.
Bhai, he's supposed to play knight e7 after b takes c3. I mean, if he has seen that, that's insane, but not a move I would consider easily, yeah. It makes sense in hindsight, of course, but a tough candidate move to play.
For sure. And also, bhai, we should always keep this in mind that bc3 ke baad na, I have a free hand basically to take bishop f6. Like मैं कभी भी मार सकता हूँ because queen f6 is not possible for you, भाई. You have bishop d5 hanging. So you have to damage your pawn structure on the king side at my will, basically. This is, if you could summarize Ali Reza's advantage here, it's that.
Bhai, this is tough. And if you look at the clock, Magnus has 20. Wait, what? Does Magnus have 24 minutes to play 22 moves?
Yes, exactly. आप बोल रहे थे ना वो
Bro!
blunders नहीं होंगे भाई. I'm telling you, it's when this happens, I think blunders happen left and right. पहले गेम में ही हो सकता है भाई.
Bhai, left, right, and center, that is insane because chat, there is no increment. There is no increment till the 40th move. So 24 minute में 22 चाल खेलना with 0 seconds of increment. Magnus better exchange some pieces, otherwise this is gonna be, I mean, Firouzja is in the driver's seat, man.
Yeah, and by the way, chat is letting us know that Sessi apparently and evaluates this as completely equal. 0.03, but I think उस depth पे तो भाई सब कुछ equal रहेगा. But I think after pawn takes e3, Sessi is saying to play knight e7, and this is the move that we are not considering as deeply because queen d6 was my main move here. And bhai, like there is g4, there is f5, there's g5. These ideas are there. There's rook a1 where I can put pressure on the a6 pawn. I am not so sure this is comfortable for Magnus just yet.
And also, by the way, यहाँ पे क्रेजी चल रहा है गुकेश गेम में he went for your idea. He's played knight to c6 Vincent Keimer, attacking that rook, and now Gukesh can officially just win a pawn if he plays rook f4, attacks the queen, and then he can just pick up the pawn on d5.
But I mean, you have to agree that he missed knight c6, I think, here. Like, like, why else would you play bishop f3 here? I mean, imagine playing bishop f3 and you cannot take the pawn. Like, that's clearly like an oversight, right? Because you probably thought rook d5, but maybe knight e5 was underestimated there. But okay, he goes on, he plays rook f4. Pawn to mar raha hai for sure.
And उसने एक ऐसे stare सा दिया विंसेंट को, by the way, after he played that move. Chat ध्यान से देखना, if you missed it, go back and check. कैसे stare सा दिया विंसेंट को भाई कि you know you are under some pressure, brother. How are you saving this?
भाई number 2 को just वो circle करो गुकेश, वही करना है बस. Mind games.
कह रहा है भाई इस तरह थोड़ी सेकंड बनेगा तू है इस तरह थोड़ी टीम पे वापस लूंगा मैं तुझे, ऐसे
ऐसे
कैसे भाई,
सेकंड
ऐसे
बनेगा.
हाँ
राडेक को
ऐसे
देख.
बनेगा.
राडेक को देख कितना अच्छा रैपिड खेला मेरे साथ.
By the way, Queen C3, best move played by Vincent as well.
Wow. Vincent is, I think, on another level in this. Like, I think the moment when Vincent wakes up, like वो mistakes नहीं करता, I think. I think he will save it. It will be difficult, but I think he will save it.
Okay, I'm still hoping for a Gukesh win by the Queen C3. And now Bishop D5 मारना बहुत जरूरी है. अब A, if you said A, let's say B, let's say Z, and let's pick up that pawn. At least put pressure on F7. पूरा हमारा सारा plan.
Sahil and Sahaj bhai, do you know in a recent interview to CBI, GM Ivan Chaparinov said Firouzja has the most raw talent in all of players in the world, even more naturally gifted than Carlsen. Agree or disagree? I will disagree with that by 100%. I think Firouzja is very, very gifted, but by Magnus का जो gift है ना वो बहुत special है. Because it works like, I think Magnus's gift is, it starts to work जब आपका engine खत्म होता है. So वो जो even though that gift might, of course you have to use it in the right way, but I think with AI and with engines, Magnus का gift amplify करना उसके लिए बहुत easier है, I feel. So I will choose Magnus anyways. Tikuba, your thoughts?
Also, I think, talent is a very subjective term. What do you mean by talent? I feel like the guy who's meant to reach the top will do so. And usually it will be a mix of whatever talent is, effort is, circumstance. Like Magnus's dad, I think he quit his job or something. And for 2 years, they were living in a caravan when he was 13 years old, went from tournament to tournament across Europe. How many parents would make that sacrifice? It's so risky, right? To kind of back your kid that much. So I think it's a mix of everything. And at the end, the guy who's at the top deserves to be at the top, right? Firouzja ne khud, he went into fashion and did some other stuff. Now Magnus kind of stuck with chess. I think that's also a decision he made. So talent-wise, it's very hard to know. right? We can't, it's not a measurable metric. What's measurable is the rating at the end. And by the
I
way,
mean, I'm guessing like when they say talent, I think it's mostly seen in quick form. Yeah, like how quickly he can spot tactics, how quickly can he calculate things. But I think जो Magnus का talent है ना वो बहुत it's not, of course he can do the same things, but maybe not on that level. But I think जो Magnus अपने level पे करता है, I think nobody is even remotely close to that. So I think maybe you can say एक का talent ज़्यादा है, but दूसरे का talent बहुत ज़्यादा unique है. You also have to consider that, and also Tiku bhai's point that it's also about like hard work as well, not just talent.
and yeah, by the way, लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे क्वीन बी थ्री वाली वेरिएशन आने वाली है. So we're gonna see a trade of queens. I think let's have it on the board side. So queen b3, bishop b3 and 95. How winnable is this? How drawish is this? What's your take of the final, position we have on the board? We're gonna have very soon.
Wouldn't really say it's a draw or a theoretical draw because there are too many pieces on the board. It's definitely, it should be a draw with correct play, but it's like there are so many trades that could happen. Yeah, bishop knight से trade हो सकता है, knight bishop से trade हो सकता है, rook एक rook trade हो सकता है, बाकी के rooks रख सकते हो आप दोनों rook trade कर सकते हो. It's like all of those different end games that are present are, let's say, a bit are in each of those scenarios. I think Vincent has to be super careful. Now, speaking about the most ideal endgame for white, I think that would be if you remove both of the rooks. Because there is एक महान इंसान ने कहा था कि दोनों rook end games, all rook end games are basically drawn. So remove that, and that's where your extra pawn is going to show in this position.
I'm gonna say something, Sahej bhai, and chat, and मुझे सिर्फ yes and no का like जवाब चाहिए, ठीक है? Like yes or no, ठीक है?
No.
The Guk emotional तो दो भाई. Do you think the Gukesh of 2024 would win this endgame?
100%.
Oh ho ho, Rocky bhai, welcome. With the such a nice camera also, bhai. What is this? You definitely upgraded the camera.
Yo, and what a time to upgrade, right? Norway chess है. So happy
Let's
to see you
go.
all. And मतलब मैग्नस के गिफ्ट के बारे में आप बात कर रहे थे सहज भाई, but what a gift this event has been to the chess community. Tiku bhai, you would agree?
भाई year on year, yeah, every year it's a gift. It's like birthday की तरह, आपको पता है कि आने वाला ही है, like ऐसे gift वो. And I don't know, अब पिछली बार टेबल बैंग हुआ था, इस बार क्या बैंग होगा? आई एम होपिंग किसी को कुछ ब्राइड ना हो जाए किसी की. बट माय कोट इज कि राकेश भाई, वी वर डिस्कसिंग दिस एंड गेम. डू यू थिंक गुकेश हैज विनिंग चांसेस हियर?
मुश्किल है. And even you mentioned 2024 का गुकेश, but still ना ऐसा ना वो बोलते हैं ना two weaknesses का theory. So आप एक दिखा दो ब्लैक के लिए, ऐसा है. Because the bishop on b3 is beautiful for Guki, but Vincent looks, I think, solid enough. तो कहीं ना कहीं सहज भाई और टिकू भाई, this is the beauty of Norway chess. I think पहला Armageddon आ रहा है.
पहला तो आ चुका भाई. पहला तो उसका हुआ क्या
हाँ
by the
हाँ.
way? चल रहा है अभी भी. चल रहा है अभी भी. But yeah, I think we can. By the way, Zujiner is winning with black pieces. That's crazy. But yeah, just
Wow.
coming back to the game, I think I think still some chances, no, because there are too many minor pieces on the board. No, Rakesh bhai, or do you think this is like a just a draw, or do you think Vincent will hold without any problems?
हाँ, I think Vincent should be holding this. मतलब I know double दोनों sides पे pawns है, which means good chances for Guki. But I think वो extra X factor नहीं है white के पास. So I'm predicting an Armageddon in this. टिकू भाई, आपके thoughts?
No, I think थोड़ा depends on how Gukesh plays. अगर यहाँ पे Gukesh perfect 2024 Gukesh की तरह खेलते हैं, I think this reminds me of the Wei end game. It's objectively a draw, but he's gonna keep on piling pressure. For example, I was looking at a variation. Let's say Queen B3, Mara 95, and then now Knight F3 is one of the best moves. Just forget Rook F5 ideas, which is apparently also better, but Knight F3. Now Black cannot take with the knight apparently. That's really bad. He has to take with the bishop on F3. That's already one decision, which is not super easy to make. After GF3, now Rook C1 is the only move for Black already. And let's say I play King G2, takes. अब Rook C1 इतना tempting लग रहा है. I play Rook C1 and now White plays Rook to D4. And ये endgame में, already you feel F4 आ रहा है, Rook D6 आ रहा है. Bishop f3 आएगा f4 के बाद. Like you feel like you could win this as white. Sehaj and Rakesh, what's your thought process?
ये तो खैर मुश्किल होगा. आई थिंक टू विन लाइक दिस, बट आई थिंक अ लिटिल बिट अर्लियर. लाइक वो रुक F5 जो पहले कह रहे थे ना कुछ टाइम पहले, आई थिंक वो वैसा कुछ हुआ बोर्ड पे. लाइक यहाँ पे था चार्ट, आई थिंक यहाँ पे रुक F5. Like I don't know how this is, but it definitely creates more complications on the board. And आपके पास extra pawn है, तो maybe you shouldn't try to go in, because what I'm really trying to avoid here is going into some rook pawn ending 4 versus 3. Yeah, that because you know that's going to be a draw. That's the one thing I want to avoid here.
By the way, Pragg has drawn. We have a draw.
What?
Pragg has drawn his game.
Oh, Armageddon incoming. वहां पे.
वाओ भाई, ये आर्मगेडन, कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन? ये आर्मगेडन देखने में
Yeah,
बड़ा
yeah.
मजा आएगा.
Let's go.
Oof.
Let's go. Bhai, who do you think wins? Pragg with white and Wesley. Wesley with black is actually very dangerous, yeah. वो भी रैपिड में. अभी टाटा
वो
स्टील में
बहुत
जीता था
सॉलिड
रैपिड
है.
में.
करेक्ट,
हाँ, बहुत
करेक्ट
solid है
है,
Wesley.
बहुत सॉलिड है.
भाई, let's not forget they were playing rapid against each other just now. उसमें GCT पोलैंड में खेल रहे थे. Wesley was leading until Hans
Yeah.
Niemann at the end caught up and won on the final day or something like that. Like in the rapid section, Wesley was genuinely leading. So I think it's not going to be easy for Pragg to win this one.
Yeah. अब okay, rapid है, एक ही game है, 1v1, anything can happen, we know this. So let's see how the game progresses. By the way, Gukesh is still thinking. Firouzja has made, there's some developments there. Let's check it out. There's b takes c3, and then he doesn't play Sessi's best move, by the way, Tiku bhai. He
Magnus
plays
yawning there.
queen
भाई.
d6.
सही में आपने मैग्नस का यॉन देखा क्या?
He just yawned, yeah. क्या बात
Yeah.
है भाई, ये सही है भाई.
भाई.
मतलब ऐसी पोजीशन में मैं मेरे को जिंदगी में कभी नहीं आएगी भाई. I will be so stressed here as black. I'll just be looking at this like on the board, like
भाई.
सर पकड़ के एकदम.
21 मिनट में 21 चालें खेलनी है मैग्नस को. 21
और-
मिनट में 21 moves, 21 minutes. I feel like with zero increment, this is very difficult, especially because I can just take on f6, brother, and open up your king side.
Yeah. And टिको भाई बंदा यॉन कर रहा है 21 मिनट में 21 मूव के साथ. So
कोई स्टडी थी ना कि if you are yawning more means you are more focused or something like that. Like your brain yawns when your brain is trying to focus more. So definitely not the case.
सहज भाई इंडिया में तो नींद आने पे ही करते हैं. मतलब बोर हो रहा है तो.
That is true.
By the way, we can have one look at the zoo game maybe, because I think that tiebreaker is about to end. If it's not ended already, I think about to end.
Yeah, Muzichuk under 10 seconds.
Oh,
Will
crazy.
quickly go.
Let's go full screen.
And I think she gets increment after one more move. 40
भाई ये pawn मारो ना, ये c4. हाँ, knight c4. I mean, it was a long time. Oh, there is an increment here, yeah? Or no
After
increment?
40 moves.
40 moves के बाद.
वो भी
1 second
है
increment, you said.
भाई.
Did you say 1 second increment? There is,
Yes.
okay, that's not increment, bhai. Basically, there is no increment then.
वो रहे में भाई कि चलो कुछ दे
कोई
जान लेने.
increment नहीं है.
But
तो
शायद
टिकू भाई,
Anna
टिकू भाई,
hold
एक
कर
बात
लेगी ना,
बताओ.
ऐसा लग रहा है.
हाँ, I think she will hold this and black will hold a draw. Pawns इतने बचे ही नहीं है. I think I mean a draw would be a win for Zuzhina, right? She gets 1.5 points.
Yeah. करेक्ट.
टिकू भाई एक बात बताओ, अगर आपको ऐसे 40 मूव के बाद 1 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट मिले ओटीबी में, तो उसको क्या कहा जाएगा? लाइक व्हाट इज दैट?
सहज भाई, ओटीपी तो दिख ही रहा है. मैं कहता हूँ ऑनलाइन की बात करते हैं यार. ऑनलाइन में इंक्रीमेंट की बात करते हैं. ओटीपी तो हमें दिख ही रहा है सहज भाई.
ऑनलाइन में तो 1 सेकंड मैटर करता है ना, यहाँ थोड़ी करेगा.
ड्रॉ इनकमिंग.
बट
नो
आई थिंक
वो जीत वो खेल रही है भाई. उसको ब्लिट्ज रेटिंग बढ़ानी है अपनी. शी इज प्लेइंग. नहीं चाहिए ड्रॉ. देव खेल रही है वो भाई. वो शी कुड हैव रिपीटेड लाइक 10 मूव्स अगो.
एग्जैक्टली.
भाई दैट्स
knight
vicious
c4 check.
player. Okay, this is
खत्म भाई,
over,
खत्म.
You can just pick up on d4 and that should get you the win. In fact, she's winning. She could start playing for the win, which she likely will.
भाई कब से win के लिए खेल रही है वो भाई.
भाई वो मेट ना हो जाए लाइक किंग H1 pawn to H2 एंड नाइट F2 मेट.
हो
सिर्फ
सकता है.
टिक्कू सोच सकता था ये कि इस पोजीशन में ब्लैक हार
जी.
सकता है. सिर्फ टिक्कू सोच सकता है ये बात, और कोई नहीं, किसी के दिमाग में नहीं आएगा ये. ओह, शी प्लेज
And
क्वीन. भाई किंग G2 से ड्रॉ हो रहा था. किंग G2 से विन हो रही थी, बट ओके, शी स्टिल विंस द मैच. सो दैट्स ग्रेट फॉर जू, एंड दैट गिव्स हर 1.5 पॉइंट्स, करेक्ट?
Yes, one and a
yeah,
half points. So meanwhile, oh wait, what? Gukesh played queen C2 instead of queen B3. And now it's dead equal.
तो क्वीन
Queen
C2.
C2.
भाई डेड इक्वल क्यों है?
Because राकेश भाई क्यों है?
भाई सहज भाई को पैसे देते हैं हम इसके तो ठीक. बताइए.
ये पोजीशन ड्रॉ है. सहज बता क्यों? ये क्या? What is this? But I think the logic, and I looked, by the way, I didn't find out by myself, chat, so just full honesty here. But G5 is apparently the move, and I think this forces the rook to
हाँ
go
हाँ.
to an uncomfortable square. Like rook F5 पे जाएगा तो 97 है मेरे पास, rook G4 पे तो नहीं आ सकता है, there is F5, rook F3 पे जाएगा तो 90. हर जगह जहाँ पे भी रुक जा सकता है वहाँ पे आप कुछ टेम्पो गेन कर सकते हो. That's, I think, what I understand. But
Rook
yeah, that's
F6
the
पे King G7, right?
no. Then there's rook D6. First you play rook D8 and then king G7. Basically, it's a nice thing you
Got it.
mentioned, by the way, because rook D8
Got
is
it.
not easy to see.
And a good question by chat. Why is you got 1.5? Let me explain this because Pragg की game में भी valuable होगा. So chat, basically if you win the classical game you get 3 points. तो यहाँ पे win को incentivize किया गया है. अगर आप जीत और loser gets 0 points. So ये हो गया अगर आप direct classical में result आता है. अगर classical draw हुआ then tie breaker में the winner gets 1.5, the loser gets 1. 1 क्यों मिलता है? Because at least आपने classical game draw किया, उसका कुछ तो देंगे आपको. चलो ये लो 1 point दिया. So basically अगर आप 2 गेम टाई ब्रेकर में जीतते हो, दैट्स 1.5, 3 पॉइंट्स. एंड इफ यू जस्ट विन 1 क्लासिकल गेम, दैट्स 3 पॉइंट्स. सो बेसिकली अ क्लासिकल गेम विन इज वर्थ 2 times than the tiebreaker win basically. So I think classical में जीतने के बहुत benefits है. I hope that
किस
was
किस
That's
को
correct.
नहीं समझ आया? Like किस किस को नहीं समझ आया वो अपने हाथ खड़े करें.
Me.
why.
Me too.
But
Chat,
I
just
think
me
मैं
लिख देना. If you didn't
हाँ
understand, just say me.
रुक सच में BRB मी लिख के आया मैं चैट. एंड मतलब आई डोंट नो इफ
Lovely.
यू अंडरस्टूड दैट चैट बट बेनिफिट समझाता हूँ आपको कि अगर आप अभी मेंबरशिप लोगे ना तो आपको 50% ऑफ है. अगर आप स्प्रिंग
हम्म.
सेल के बाद लोगे आपको पूरे पैसे देने पड़ेंगे. तो आई होप
हाँ.
दैट इज इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड राइट
तो
सर.
स्प्रिंग सेल के बाद जो मेंबरशिप ले रहे हो वो आर्मागेडन है. अगर अभी
हाँ.
मेंबरशिप ले लेते हो तो आप अभी क्लासिकल में जीत रहे हो सीधा. अंडरस्टैंड, लाइक
अब
दैट्स हाउ इट इज.
अगर इस बात
सब
की
लिखा
कोई
हुआ है.
सेंस नहीं बनी तो भाई मी भी लिखो भाई. कोई सेंस नहीं बनी अगर इस बात की तो दोबारा मी लिखो भाई.
नहीं नहीं, वो पहले वाले अभी भी सुने, डिले है ना थोड़ा.
But yeah, I think coming back to the game, I think Queen B3 was essential. Queen C2 के बाद या गुकी के आर्मागेडन सॉरी क्लास नॉर्मल में जीतने के चांसेस कम. So potentially we might see both Indians in the open section play an Armageddon.
Bhai, but there are so many moves here for black. This is not just G5, yeah. There's so many moves. Like even knight, like I think the most logical move I would consider, because blitz ka match hota na, I will play knight e5 here without thinking. I think like a lot of us will agree, because attacks the rook, exchanges the bishop. Bhai, ye bhi takes knight d4. Like I'm giving you the most optimal end game. Like rook, they have 2 rooks and a knight, and you have 1 extra pawn basically, and this is still a draw.
Bhai, big update. Bibisara has blundered Humpy's back.
What?
That's
Yes. It was minus 3.5 the evaluation and suddenly it's just minus 0.6, 0.67.
What? So it was like this. थोड़ा पहले जाते हैं. Knight d6 she took, by the way. Queen f4, g3. So far it's winning. She plays queen h6, also the best move, by the way. Knight f5, and now this is the first and only error from Bibisara to play queen g5. And this allows rook f1, knight पे बच रहा है. She could have gone for queen h3 instead. But I don't understand why, because I can't play rook h6. There's knight h6 hanging. Queen on h3 does not pose any threat unless I'm planning for some bishop d4 future ideas. It's very hard to play
But,
queen h3 here,
but
no?
how bishop d4? No, there is no. She's just attacking the
Knight
knight, I
hatke,
feel.
like knight f3 bishop, like I don't know, some tactic like that, yeah?
She's just hoping in knight hate, but how do you remove the knight there? Because I'm not gonna for rook f1. I I don't think I can even play
You
rook
mean
f6
here?
because e5 hanging is rook f1 after queen g5. You can't even attack the knight on f5, right? Again, there is no way.
या rook f6 पे just यही मर रहा है भाई, ये तो मैंने मिस कर दिया था.
Yeah.
So I think she missed something there. I don't know what she missed, but Humpy has a golden opportunity. And okay, and time was also only 10 moves to go. There's a genuine chance she can save this now.
And बहुत important है because normally हमने देखा है if you start well in an event, it really compounds and helps your chances. So nice comeback by Humpy, and she plays it. Let's go.
Wow. Beautiful find, yeah. Under pressure, I think Humpy really overextended her position quite a bit, but अब वापस comeback चल रहा है. So chat chess में कभी give up नहीं कर सकते. You could play perfect chess for 4 hours or perfect chess for 2 minutes and then blunder in an online game. I think depends on the format, but there's always a turnaround, Sehaj bhai.
Yeah, and I think you were talking about this Tiku bhai that इस event में blunders देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे भाई, already शुरू हो गया है. I think blunders,
Yeah.
because whenever you remove the element of increment, I think everyone just at some point is gonna blunder. Yeah, it just shows this is the truest, I think,
And
form of like human chess.
Sehaj bhai, I'm going to show you a favorite move that could happen.
भाई knight
It,
a3 तो possible नहीं है यहाँ पे.
F6.
no, it's g4 if you jump to the Firouzja game,
ये क्या है ये
which
भाई, ये तो गेम ही दूसरा निकाल लिया इन्होंने.
भाई भाई
नहीं
भाई
नहीं Sehaj bhai, I'll tell you why.
Look,
Because हमने
find the
Pragg की
best
game में
move in Firouzja's position.
नहीं नहीं
भाई, you
हमें
did
हमें
him
हमें
dirty there. You did him
नहीं,
dirty.
हमें प्रग के टाइम ब्रेक पे जंप करना पड़ेगा बहुत जल्दी. उससे पहले एक नजर मारते हैं बिकॉज G4 हियर इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर फिरूजा. एंड एक बार क्लॉक पे नजर मारो राकेश भाई, 19
भाई
मिनट्स टू प्ले 20 मूव्स, 17 मिनट्स टू प्ले 20 मूव्स. ये चल क्या रहा है? ये दोनों तो भाई कोई नहीं देंगे अब सीधा, मुझे लगता है.
I'm just gonna
भाई
say it right now. I think Magnus is gonna win this match with Black. अभी
wow.
क्लासिकल में I don't think ये मैच
And
आर्मेगेडन में जाएगा.
and I think
Maggie, I'm ready.
ब्लंडर ट्रेन पे इनमें से एक बंदा अपना टिकट काटने वाला है.
हाँ, और वो मैग्नस नहीं होगा. It looks like the position is kind of slipped away from Firouzja's hands for sure. And like at the best case scenario, you know why I think this? Because like white can play rook a6 here. It's a free pawn. Why wouldn't you take it? f6, rook takes, knight takes, queen takes. ठीक है, अब ये पोजीशन में like you are an extra pawn अब, but ये pawn e3 का है. एंड टिकू भाई, अगर आपकी पोजीशन में ऐसा e3 का pawn हो, बट वो ऐसा pawn हो, तो उसको क्या कहा जाएगा? Like what is the what does this pawn
एक
remind you of?
एक वर्ड आ रहा है बट हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट कर रहा हूँ ना माइंड में, तो गलत लग रहा है मुझे. सो मे बी वी
मुझे
कैन
तो हिंदी
अवॉइड
का ही
इट.
वर्ड याद आ रहा था भाई.
हाँ, तो लेट्स नॉट यूज दैट वर्ड.
हाँ.
अभी अभी कुछ क्रेजी लाइफ में किया नहीं है कि कैंसिल हो जाऊं मैं. सो आई जस्ट फोकस ऑन द पॉन एंड से इट्स जस्ट अ बैकवर्ड पॉन. सहज भाई बहुत पीछे है वो पॉन जिंदगी में. आगे बढ़ना था, E5 पे होता तो कहाँ उसके चर्चे चल रहे होते अभी, ऑन सम पॉडकास्ट समवेयर. बट पीछे रह गया है वो, और नाइट ऑन E4 इज द ब्लॉकेडर.
तो ये पॉन अगर E5 पे होता तो ये कौन सा बंदा होता, और ये E3 पे होता तो लाइक एनी एग्जांपल्स, एनी एनालॉजीज, एनी. आई एम फिशिंग, आई नो, बट लाइक कुछ एनीथिंग.
Performance pressure, Sahaj bhai. Performance pressure.
परफॉर्मेंस
We can all
पे.
relate to it. Time
ओके.
कम है Sahaj bhai. Time बहुत कम है.
हाँ,
And
एक्चुअली मैग्नस इज आल्सो ऑन द सेम बोट एज, उसके पास भी बहुत टाइम
हाँ,
कम है
भाई
भाई. बट लेट्स गो
टाइम
बैक टू द ओरिजिनल.
फिरूजे के पास टाइम है. ही हैज गॉन बिलो मैग्नस का टाइम.
या मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि भाई यहाँ पे कोई ब्लंडर जरूर करेगा. अब सहज भाई कह रहे हैं इट विल बी फिरोज. चैट, हु डू यू थिंक विंस दिस? विल इट बी फिरोजा? विल इट बी मैग्नस? आई मीन सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, सब मैग्नस बोलेंगे, बट स्टिल लाइक ऑब्जेक्टिवली फॉरगेट मैग्नस, फॉरगेट गेम चल रही है. हु डू यू थिंक विंस इट?
आई थिंक मैग्नस. बिकॉज वो पॉन मरने के बाद दैट पॉन ऑन E3 जो जिसके चर्चे नहीं चल रहे आजकल, with a big potential, like I feel like that itself is a problem. And also like I'm thinking about this this position in its simplest form. So like let's say रुके 6 f6 ये हमने check किया था. But इसके बाद भी just to for clarity's sake, like if I go bishop e4 as well and bishop e4, like can you believe this position is lost for black or like for white, even though you're a pawn up?
क्या?
White is
Oh,
dead lost here.
it's that theory says by in opposite colored bishops, one whose bishop is attacking is basically a piece up.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
also bishop ये bishop नहीं है, ये कुछ और है. Like it
क्या है
has
सहज
like
भाई? क्या
basically
है
to
ये फिर ये?
activate this भाई कुछ
So-
तो है ये, but भाई इसको activate करने के लिए ना you have to bring it to e1. Wait, I'll draw it out. e1, d2, c1, a3 and b. भाई ये तो w method no knight bishop और knight endgame में सीखते थे, वो करना पड़ेगा भाई activity के लिए.
भाई और
That's the
वहां
only
आके
way
भी
to make it
इतना
active.
कुछ खास करेगा नहीं सहज
फिर भी
भाई
कुछ नहीं कर
b4
रहा
पे
भाई,
लाके।
फिर भी सुपरफ्लुअस ही कहेंगे उसको.
ये सहज भाई जो मैन्यूवरिंग कर रहे हैं ना राकेश भाई, लग रहा है मतलब कल काफी गेम्स हाइलाइट करी है उन्होंने अपनी टूर्नामेंट खेलने के बाद.
हाँ भाई, एनालिसिस तो बहुत
अरे
हुआ
अरे
था
अरे
कल.
अरे मजाक
एनालिसिस
कर
तो
रहे सहज
बहुत
भाई.
हुआ था भाई कल.
बाय द वे चैट, यू नो व्हाट, लाइक दोनों प्लेयर्स को देख के लग रहा है इनके पास कम से कम 4 घंटे हैं क्लॉक के ऊपर. राकेश भाई मतलब कोई स्ट्रेस में नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे. मेरा इतना टाइम मेरे पास होता तो आई वुड बी पैनिकिंग ऑलरेडी, माय लेग्स वुड बी शेकिंग, आई वुड बी सिटिंग बेंट फॉरवर्ड. दोनों रिलैक्स करके बैठे हुए हैं. फ्यूचर का समझ में आ रहा है, बट मैग्नस
भाई यार यू नो 20 चाले करने चैट इन 15 मिनट्स which is basically less than a minute a move. तो आई थिंक फिरोजा भाई और दोनों इतना ना थोड़ा डिसइंटरेस्टेड या मतलब इधर उधर देख रहा है. मैग्नस इज आल्सो वाचिंग द गेम्स ऊपर के स्क्रीन पे. सो आई थिंक आई एग्री विद सहज, इट्स लुकिंग टफ फॉर फिरोजा एंड मैग्नस का जीतने का बहुत अच्छा चांस.
भाई आई थिंक फिरोजा इज इन डीप 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 ट्रबल भाई. ऑल्सो आई मीन 14 मिनट है, फास्ट खेलना भी मतलब मुश्किल तो होगा ना भाई. दिस इज वेयर आई वाज सेइंग, यू रिमेंबर टिक्कू भाई इन द बिगिनिंग व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड, आई वुड हैव पुट फिरोजा's क्लॉक ऑन द राइट साइड simply because क्योंकि it's easier to reach that, like especially and that's gonna count when you have very little time on the clock. I feel, but let's
दैट्स
see.
फेयर आई थिंक,
Oh,
बट वेरी
But
टफ.
but Rakesh bhai, think about it. Like his leg, which is I'm not sure what actually happened with his ankle, but let's say he's injured, but it's on the right side. Like it's harder for him to reach the clock on the left side, especially in time crunch moments, I feel.
हाँ ये तो 220 IQ बोला आपने एंड आई एग्री भाई. बट वो आई थिंक मे बी दे कुड हैव सैट उल्टा बिकॉज
हाँ,
इट्स
exactly.
नॉर्मली ऐसे बोलते हैं कि आर्बिटर और पब्लिक को क्लॉक दिखना चाहिए.
हाँ,
So,
exactly. तो आप player switch कर सकते थे, and I think he would have been. I think it would have
yeah.
been a little bit easier for him. But I think with 13 minutes, by 20 चाले are not easy.
And
सामने
actually,
मैग्नस भी नहीं.
question to both you guys: like, have you ever played a game or a tournament when you were like injured like this? मतलब इतने लेवल का इंजरी.
उफ,
Yeah.
इतना इतना तो नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो, ऐसे कि चलना मुश्किल हो. एंड kudos to
सहज भाई
Firouzja for doing it.
I- I mean, I had
आपका?
like two different, like let's say it wasn't
instances.
really an injury, it was more like a disease like that I had, like some kind of a I caught something which was very serious. Like kuch it
भाई
was like when I was 15 16 or something, and
अच्छा तो ठीक है.
a tournament के बीच में, like, and but I was playing, and I remember I was playing against Raghavi, like I will never ever
ठीक
forget
है,
this.
क्या होता है राकेश भाई?
क्या हुआ?
तो ठीक
अरे
है.
वो ऐसे पूरा पिक्चर नहीं दे रहे ना सहज भाई वो.
Oh,
क्या
bye, bye,
कोविड
bye, 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 bye,
कोविड
bye.
वोविड हो गया
आराम
था
से
क्या
भाई,
आपको?
आराम से भाई, आराम से. So it was like it was not nothing really that crazy, but I remember like how difficult it was to play something like this by in that state. It wasn't COVID, by before COVID times.
He takes it by the way. Rook a6 played.
या या
And also I think ये रूल है ना कि 5 मिनट से नीचे चले गए तो आपको मूव लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है.
यस
That
यस,
should apply here.
दैट शुड अप्लाई. बट आई थिंक द प्रॉब्लम इज कि भाई आई फील लाइक 5 मिनट जब तक पहुंचेंगे इनको अभी भी लाइक 10 मूव खेलनी होंगी एटलीस्ट. सो इट्स नॉट गोना बी इजी फॉर ईदर प्लेयर. एंड जहाँ पे इंट्यूशन की बात है, एंड मे बी टाइम प्रेशर में, इट्स गोना बी इवन मोर डिफिकल्ट फॉर फ्यूचर टू प्ले. यार मतलब दो पेन वो उनको इतनी देर से टेढ़ा बैठ के हो रहा होगा. I mean, I feel like I agree with you, Sahaj, but I think वो bishop coming to e4, the problem of Firouzja playing in that posture, the time pressure, and look at he's 12 minutes now versus Magnus is 17. I think Magnus clear favorite.
भाई मैं जस्ट आंसर करने के लिए
लगे।
वो चैट में जो इंटरेस्टिंग वाले जो क्वेश्चन कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं वो थोड़े जस्ट ट्राइंग टू लिमिट द थिंग देयर बट या F6 ओनली मूव बट आई थिंक ऑल्सो
कौन
वेरी
से
लॉजिकल वन एंड बाय द वे वी आर headed towards what do you mean कौन से
ये कौन से है? I only see Gukesh blunder. By the way, rook f6 played by Gukesh. He's just put the rook on f6, the move we thought about, and now rook
हम्म।
d8 is like minus 0.02. Rakesh bhai,
which
ये
game
pawn
सर
up हो
गुकी
Gukesh
गुकी
क्या हम्म
सर भाई ऑल्सो भी रुक डी आपने बोला, लाइक लेट्स जस्ट शो चैट, लाइक मेरे को किंग जी से नॉर्मल लग रहा है, गेटिंग आउट ऑफ द पिन, अटैकिंग योर रुक एंड प्रोटेक्टिंग माय पॉन।
Yeah, I think it would be an amazing move. Just there is one problem, which is Rook D6. And I think the main reason why you are not better in this position, despite being a pawn up, is this, let's say, bad rook on F4 that you had. वो rook C1 पे होता, तो it would have been a much more stable edge for you. So, and if it gets to the D6 square, then white is moving towards that stability because now the rook is active, it's on an open file, on the sixth rank, and all of those things. So I think crucial moment for Vincent to not allow rook d6 in this position. And I think rook d8 or rook d7, both of them are fine. Ye pawn, I mean, I will just give it for free even. Uh, and yeah, and then I think Gukesh is in he has to solve some problems for sure.
you know
9 moves to go.
राकेश भाई, वुमेन सेक्शन में आज थोड़ा बड़ा टिप्सी टर्वी दिन लग रहा है इंडियन प्लेयर्स के लिए, बिकॉज दिव्या इज नाउ ऑब्जेक्टिवली लॉस्ट. हर लास्ट
अरे
मूव वाज अ
यार
मिस्टेक एंड feels like f5 के बाद with the bishop on d2 opening up, it seems like it's
हम्म,
lost for her. Is it really that
भाई
bad?
ये मर रहा है ना,
हाँ, वही मुझे लगा.
ये
But
क्यों
there
नहीं
is
मर रहा
apparently
है?
bishop c3 winning on the spot.
yeah, and once the
Oh.
rook moves, I think f6 आ रहा है।
So f5, queen be here, bishop c3, and attacking this and this. And Rakesh bhai is saying कि f5 का idea is कि मैं bishop c3 खेलने के बाद मैं f6 खेलना चाहता हूँ.
Hmm.
हम्म,
Oof.
that looks
Wow,
tough,
this
man.
is
That looks
bad,
tough.
bhai. This is very bad. No counterplay, yeah.
I think the only hope she has कि Ju Wenjun देखेगी नहीं because of time pressure, because both players have to play a minute a move.
लो भाई शुरू हो
That's
गया. शुरू हो गया. Firouzja just made a big mistake.
क्या
Knight
बात कर रहे हो
g4
Yeah,
भाई.
and Magnus is better. Bhai, I called it, bhai. I called it.
भाई रिस्पेक्ट है सहज भाई के ना, प्रेडिक्शंस अलग लेवल पे होते हैं, एंड आई थिंक
भाई,
वन मोर कैन कम ट्रू।
but why would you take on
Thanks, bhai.
e4? That feels like very risky, no? Like
उसके पास इंजन नहीं है
taking
ना.
on
हाँ एग्जैक्टली।
why engine, but still, man, like that bishop on e4, forget the engine, looks like a beast.
But maybe he wants to neutralize it with knight
Bhai,
f2
but knight
शायद।
is also on e4 is a beast, no? Knight c3 हमेशा मर रहा है. Like you're always thinking should like I mean this is always a problem. This becomes an outpost. Sorry, an passed pawn, protected passed pawn. Like yeah, I don't know. It's a bit difficult.
By the
by the way, I'm
way,
getting word, या प्रग का स्टार्ट हो गया है,
yes,
आर्मगेड।
Oh, let's go.
let's
Let's
go
go.
full
Let's go।
screen. Full screen, Prague, Armageddon, crazy match. Let's go.
Oh, same opening as before. With this knight f3 e3 जो उसने classical में खेला था वेस्ली सो के साथ by the way.
एंड लुक एट द
Prague,
क्लॉक टाइमिंग भाई, 6.5 minutes सिर्फ वेस्ली सो के पास, नो इंक्रीमेंट सहज भाई।
Yeah, absolutely.
भाई
And
g4
chat, what
आएगा.
is this setup known as? Anyone knows? This is a very, very famous pawn chain in chess.
क्या चैट, इतना
Queen
भी नहीं
e7.
पता.
Oh,
बता दो
bhai,
सर.
forget the pawn chain. Bhai, gay pawn chain. G4, G5. Let's go. छोड़ो भाई. Forget my question, chat. सब भूल गया अब मैं.
भाई चैट करिए चेस सेटअप.
Actually, chat,
Objectively
it's
true.
called Triangle Slav. ट्रायंगल स्लाव. ये बहुत फेमस सेटअप रहता है. एकदम एक डायमंड शेप रहती है एंड इट कैन बी एम्प्लॉयड बेसिकली अगेंस्ट लाइक मेजॉरिटी लाइक ऑल d4 ओपनिंग्स एज ब्लैक.
Bhai,
Oh,
apparently
g4
d6
played by
was a
the way.
slight error by Wesley, by the way. There, it was a bit slow, and after g5, Pragg seems to have a slight edge, but it's definitely going to be risky, right? Because आपने पूरा रुक जी आगे खेल दिया, किंग साइड कैसलिंग नहीं हो सकती, क्वीन साइड जाना पड़ेगा, and black could play some c5 break, some a5 a4 break, bishop a3 idea, so उनके पास भी play है. भाई रिजल्ट तो आएगा इस गेम में, ड्रॉ नहीं
But
होने वाला गेम.
c5 लेकिन break नहीं है ना. Like I think it would be more I think more dangerous if he had committed, and this is I think one of the like best ideas in this line. Never play d4 because आपका opponent हमेशा सोचता है कि आप d4 खेलोगे, आप खेलोगे, but if you don't play it then this entire c5 e5 breaks just completely become not possible. I remember I lost a game to, I think, Grandelius in the World Junior Championship. Very similar way. I was playing as black and exactly same setup like you chose with this G4 G5. And like classical game में भी समझ नहीं आता like what should you go for, because your eye wants to play C5. Like exactly, he just played C5 again and that's a mistake.
Bhai, bar went up, Rakesh bhai. Now it's plus 1.9. Just castle queen side. Go crazy. But he plays h5 directly. He doesn't want to commit his king that quickly.
Yeah, bhai, 13 चाल में Pragg is almost close to winning. And I have a quick question for chat and मतलब आप लोग के लिए भी. Did like Wesley start low with lower time या 10
Yes.
minutes each ही था?
Nahin.
7 minutes.
So
bhai.
basically,
10 plus 7.
हाँ
Yes.
correct. Got
So
it.
time is
Got it.
fixed chat. कोई यहाँ पे bidding नहीं होगी. Basically black के पास 7 मिनट होंगे, white के पास 10 मिनट, and black has draws. So black draw पे भी
Correct.
जीतता है. That's basically the time control.
So Pragg in a must-win situation to get that half a point more, and as Wesley brings his rook, Sej bhai long castle करके फेको pawns.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली भाई, आई लव दैट लॉन्ग कासल. कुछ तो खेलना है भाई. G6 या H6 कुछ तो फेंकना है भाई फटाफट.
भाई
Also,
मेरा engine
कितना
कह रहा है,
he has 4 minutes more. I mean, it couldn't be. It's like a dream scenario.
Yeah.
भाई मेरा engine कह रहा है CD5, ED5, knight H4 and knight F5. भाई that looks like game over.
भाई खत्म. उसके
बहुत
बाद
ही
बेस्ट मूव ब्लैक की इज बिशप H2 चैट. Just putting it out there. It's the only move.
good luck finding that.
क्या चाल है भाई. बिशप H2 भाई. मतलब नाइट F5 आ रहा है, मेट हो रही है किंग पे, बट बिशप H2 जस्ट टू हरास द रुक. वाह.
नहीं
What a
नहीं
move.
भाई, किसी को हरास मत
Hey,
करो.
और
अच्छी बात
Wesley
नहीं.
also looks a little ऐसा uncomfortable कुर्सी के साथ.
He had a
हाँ.
kursi incident starting में भी. He adjusted a lot at the start of the game, but कुर्सियों का गुकेश का भी कुछ हुआ था. I think multiple players not super happy with the chairs. I think कुछ adjust कर रहे होंगे. But meanwhile, look at Pragg think. Yeah, he's using this moment to really go deep in the variations. But he castles.
Okay.
Nothing, because you have more time on the clock. I think it makes sense to pause and analyze and calculate and go as deep as you can, basically. Especially if you have an advantage.
भाई देखा
Pawn takes
वैसे
D4 now.
नाइट H4 का. देखा उसने, तभी उसने pawn D4 खेल दिया नाइट F5 प्रिवेंट करने के लिए. He sacks a pawn for some counter play.
Takes and knight से D4 मारा. That's the idea. Also, knight E4 is also. Bhai, knight E4 is. I love this move actually. This is
Played.
even stronger. नहीं
Ooh,
चाहिए
and a
pawn. If
juicy
you go
knight
pawn takes
F6
C3, कुछ
check.
knight F6 check. कुछ तो आएगा भाई.
Oof.
Correct. Knight F6 is a huge threat. Let me show that to chat quickly
Yeah.
because सुंदर है.
Knight D. Oh भाई काम कर रहा है क्या knight F6? Actually अभी नहीं कर रहा
भाई,
है.
wait.
But D3 के बाद knight F6 कभी ना कभी तो काम करेगा ये. But yeah, it's good to keep this idea in your mind, chat, because time pressure में ये instinct से आप खेलते हो ये move. So it's good to analyze them before.
Bhai, he played E5. Now knight H4, knight F5 again possible. Let's go knight H4 Pragg.
Yeah. Drawback
Played.
chess played. Come on, Pragg.
Pragg is
G6
playing
now.
some-
Only move. G6.
Oof. Come on,
That's
Pragg.
so ugly though, Sahaj bhai.
बहुत ही मतलब अब मूड ही खराब हो जाएगा भाई ये देख के. Wait,
भाई mood तो
G6
वैसे
के
ही
बाद
already
knight F5
खराब है.
वैसे नहीं आ रहा क्या?
Oh,
Actually-
a bit
सकते
risky,
हैं.
no?
आ रहा है क्या
D4
knight
भी
F
hanging
G5
है.
knight F6? Knight F6?
भाई इतना रिस्क नहीं लेना यार.
You're
बहुत
really
risky लग
telling
रहा
me that's nothing. What?
है. भाई बहुत रिस्की लग रहा है भाई वो देख के. 2-3 पीस सैक
किसके
मजे
लिए
मजे के.
भाई?
Like, there's no hurry, no? Like, is there some hurry here for me as white?
The
I can
thing is
take my
that
time,
Pragg
no?
doesn't do these things. Pragg just आराम से खेलेगा. Like Rook G3, King B1. Like he'll play slow moves because he knows he is much better and he'll completely, consolidate.
Oof. वेस्ली ने चश्मा उतार लिया भाई.
मैंने भी भाई.
I think.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I think Gukesh also had that thing with specs, na? Like he tried specs, then he wore it for one day during Prague Masters, then बाकी दिनों के लिए निकाल दिया उन्होंने. Okay,
Correct.
Bishop D3 played.
Actually, I have the same thing as well. Like I think if you lose a match, well, when you're wearing glasses, you take your glasses off like instantly because you think like your vision is affected in some way. So yeah. But how
Bhai-
is Pragg breaking through here, bhai?
That's
तो
a
knight
good
f6 check
question.
is no longer possible. कुछ g6 पे sack नहीं आ रहा है because the knight is on e4.
मैंने को रुक d f1 करके f4 करके कुछ.
हाँ ये diagonal खोलो बस.
हाँ हाँ, that's what I was
ये बिशप
thinking.
आ गया फिर तो जीजी है.
H5 पॉन दे रहे हैं क्या हम लोग?
भाई देखा भी नहीं मैंने क्यों मर रहा है.
भाई वो
Honestly.
मर रहा है
Same,
भाई.
Hey,
same.
the position
भाई,
is so good. I don't even care that you take that pawn.
By
भाई
the
ले
way,
लो.
Pragg under 5 minutes सिर्फ 1 minute का
Oof.
difference था है अभी, and they started with 3 minutes का difference. Chat.
come on. He needs to maintain at least some time difference, yeah? He goes for F4 instantly. भाई, that's a
Oh,
blunder.
भाई बट
Okay,
मुश्किल
it
है ना
might.
वेस्ली के लिए सब निकालना. वो भी
हाँ
बिना
हाँ,
चश्मे
of
के तो
course.
बहुत मुश्किल होगा भाई.
बिना
So,
चश्मे का.
oh,
बिना
Mistake.
चश्मे के तो बहुत मुश्किल है भाई. अगर आप चश्मा हर
Knight
वक्त
H.
पहनते हो तो कैसे होगा.
Why
Oh,
Knight
knight
Chat
f5,
is
H5?
please. You are
knight F5 is
joking, bro.
working now.
I mentioned this move. I mentioned this idea, knight f5,
Wow.
gf5, knight f6. Remember? Chat,
Yes.
Yeah.
remember back then I found this idea and this is exactly the correct moment पे एकदम फटाफट खेलते हो आप ये moves. तो ये पहले से सोचना is very nice I think habit to have.
भाई,
Come on,
just
Pragg.
don't take on E5. Just don't take on E5. Play F5, knight F5. F5 पे कुछ भी रख दो. अपना उठा के फोन रख दो उठ के भाई. कुछ भी
F5.
रख. Play F5. Let's go.
नहीं नहीं फोन मत रखना भाई वो तो
हाँ, फोन नहीं मतलब
वो
भावनाओं
थोड़ा
से समझो भाई.
डेंजर
Ah,
हो
you
जाएगा
see,
भाई.
you see Pragg nodding. He knows he's winning.
Yeah.
ले बिशप e2 लाओ भाई.
हाँ.
नाइट को भी भगाओ जी7 पे.
Ooh, knight पीछे गया
बिशप
तो
e2
F6 आ रहा है. Bishop E2 is beautiful, Sahaj.
ब्यूटीफुल या. f6 के बाद भी ये मारना है क्या.
नहीं नहीं.
सो छोड़ते हैं ना. f6 पे फोन बढ़िया लग रहा है. बिशप g4 रुके लगे ऐसे अटैक करते हैं किंग साइड पे. कुछ तो रहेगा उधर.
भाई, ये तो बहुत ही बढ़िया गेम खेली है प्रग ने एक्चुअली. बहुत बढ़िया. एंड द बिशप ऑन B2 इज नॉट इवन इन द गेम. द क्वीन ऑन बिना क्वीन के अटैक कर रहे हैं भाई अभी वो. दैट इज क्रेजी.
True.
नहीं तो एक बार बस किंग b1 खेल दो कि पूरा डायगोनल ऐसे एक ब्लॉक हो जाए. देन बिकॉज पूरा ही टाइम है आपके पास यहाँ तो.
Bingo.
Also,
Okay.
bishop
Time.
e2, he's not playing. Like he doesn't want to play bishop e2 right now. So,
Should by times
हाँ.
are getting close.
oh, there it is on the board.
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Okay, as black, you're busted, yeah? You're like, okay, if I allow him to take on H5, I'm lost. If I move a knight back, there's F6. And knight B8 is like, okay, I mean, Gamer can do it, but उसकी ये में checkmate नहीं हो रही थी भाई.
एक सेकंड बिशप h5 के बाद आई एम जस्ट नोटिसिंग समथिंग कि आप gh5 नहीं मार रहे हो. अच्छा d3 एंड बिशप e4. भाई केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा. बिशप g4 फॉर एग्जांपल. ओ इवन दैट इज नॉट लूजिंग. भाई d3 के बाद ये फ्री पीस मर रहा है बट फिर भी वाइट विनिंग है. लाइक इमेजिन दिस. क्वीन d1, बिशप टेक्स e4, ब्लैक इज अ फुल पीस अप बट द पोजीशन इज स्टिल विनिंग फॉर प्रग.
भाई पर दूसरा बिशप खुल गया ना. बिशप ऑन B2 is the star now.
By the way, Pragg
अब
under
दूसरा
3
वाला खुल गया.
minutes now, chat. Pragg is
भाई
below Wesley's
प्रग.
clock.
भाई 1.5 पूरा चाहिए. एक से नहीं हम काम चलेंगे प्रग. Come on, let's go.
He's played a beautiful game, but now it's time to pull the trigger, I feel, Sahaj.
या बिशप
Taken.
h5 वेरी नाइस. gh5 पे तो g6 भाई सीधा. gh5 g6 शुड बी gg. या
He
फिर
has to play
नाइट
D3.
f6 भी है. भाई कितने सारे थ्रेट्स हैं इधर.
भाई D3 पे F6 भी है by the way. If
भाई
you really wanna.
अरे भाई क्या दिखा दिया भाई. ये f6 is just dirty. That is so dirty. That is just dirty भाई. एक सेकंड भाई. f takes g6 is possible.
What?
No way.
That's winning. That's winning for white. Even pawn takes it. You're a full
But
queen
he-
down and still winning. But he
Beautiful.
doesn't play it bro.
Pragg comes back and I think plays the more human move. Sirf 2.5 minutes for Pragg.
Wow. And now I think Queen G का black bishop attacked है. What do you even do? कोई counter play नहीं है. Pragg is completely winning. That will give him 1.5 points. A crucial win. Look at Wesley, by the way, very uncomfortable right now. I think it's more about the position than the chair, though.
Agreed.
भाई fg6, knight g6 और bishop g6 and I think that's GG right then and there. By the way, taking a look at other. By the way, Divya is completely lost now. Humpy still fighting back. Humpy is not lost at all, by the way. I think she's more or less fought back. And Gukesh
Yeah.
still more or less equal. By the way, a little bit worse now, Gukesh, is we have to check that out, what happened there.
Hmm.
Okay, takes. Sorry, moves are coming in a bit quickly. Queen
You
e6.
know, पोजीशन इतनी अच्छी है, मैं कुछ भी मूव खेल के अब एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहा हूँ, देख रहा हूँ, इज दिस विनिंग, इज दिस विनिंग, इज दिस विनिंग, क्योंकि आफ्टर FG6 एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल भाई.
Oh, he offers the trade of queens.
भाई क्या, क्वीन e6 मार के नाइट f7 चेक इज विनिंग, क्वीन h5 मार के नाइट f7 इज विनिंग, क्वीन e4 पे रख के रुक f6 इज, एनीथिंग इज, कुछ भी खेलो भाई. But I think the temptation of queen takes queen and knight f7 check is very high, I think. क्योंकि वो, that is the simplest way to win. But okay, this is
Goes
also good.
queen h5. I think ये
Only
भी आ
lose
रहा है ना,
queen
rook
G6.
h6, rook h1, lots of attacking possibilities for white.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, chat में someone saying Divya has lost. Divya has not lost. I think she's still playing. The game is still ongoing. She is, I think, in a much worse position, but the game is still very much on. And Juvenjun only has 4 minutes on the clock, so anything
And
can happen.
And
Wesley's
chat करिए,
specs are also on.
हाँ.
उफ, एंड चैट करिए मुकेश के 7 मूव खेलने 3 मिनट में. इट्स 6 मूव्स इन 4 minutes एंड चैट इट्स एन एंड गेम, विल कम टू इट सून. दिस गेम विल एंड वेरी वेरी क्विकली, बट थोड़ा सा लंबा चल गया यार. रुक F6 वी आर इन एंड गेम नाउ यार.
भाई और एक ही सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट है, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम वरीड अबाउट. 1 second increment in OTB is like basically no increment.
H5 yeah, for example, now like just trying to
अरे भाई.
create a pass
That's a
pawn.
nice move. His specs are off. But increment starts after 40 moves, chat. So 9 more moves to go.
Okay, second room coming in. The knight can't move. E5 hanging here. What does black do? Rook F8 is the best move, but he doesn't want to play that, right? Because आपका
No
इकलौता
ways.
rook है वो.
भाई रुक एफ8 के बाद व्हाइट को भी रुक एफ8 नहीं मारना. आई थिंक योर रुक इज काइंड ऑफ गेटिंग ट्रैप्ड ऑन c6. आई थिंक दैट्स द रीजन मे बी.
Okay, the game is still
भाई
on.
बट
The game is
आई
still
एम
on.
नॉट सो श्योर इफ दिस इज easily winnable with 1 second increment. That's the problem here.
I agree.
Yeah. Hi, knight e6 के बाद how do you protect g5 का pawn?
हाँ एग्जैक्टली, कुछ मिस हुआ है. ओह, h5 is still possible now. भाई दिस इज लुकिंग स्केरी एक्चुअली. भाई इस
Now I
मोमेंट पे
can
अगर
take no.
पास बोला वेस्टलैंड ने तो क्या कर रहा है प्रग यहाँ पे?
सहज
I
में
think
आप
A4
पास
A5
नहीं
अभी.
बोल सकते हो.
A4 A5. A4 A5 is the plan.
a4 a5. हाँ okay, that's a good idea. That's nice.
Bhai, both players have just 1 minute left.
Oh,
Chat,
that's
I
a
want to point
mistake.
out. भाई क्लॉक दबाने में आधा सेकंड लगता है भाई, तो सोचोगे क्या आधा क्या 1 सेकंड लगता है क्लॉक दबाने में कई बार भाई. सो हाउ डू यू इवन प्ले ऑन 1 सेकंड? दे हैव टू प्ले फास्ट. Pragg has to be accurate. He cannot mess this up. सहज भाई, राकेश भाई.
It's a huge miss if he misses it.
चैट एक सवाल आपसे. डू यू थिंक Pragg wins this? Yes or no? एक सवाल, सिंपल वन वर्ड आंसर. डज ही विन दिस? Yes or no?
Yes, he does.
Yes, of course, yes. But I just didn't. I just feel like it got a bit too complicated for my taste. Like I think it was
Agreed.
very like a complete. It was a very clean game.
Hmm.
Oh, e4 थोड़ा खराब हुआ. Rook h8 is winning now, yeah.
Ah, that's nice. Trading some pieces.
Yeah, this is now it's over. भाई अभी अभी आ गया confidence. अभी जीत जाएगा Pragg.
Knight f6 में rook f6 check and then rook b8 is hanging, and if you move the rook then rook takes d7 is another piece. So bishop
Ah,
e,
रुक
bhai,
गया.
he's still fighting, yeah. But okay, bishop e7, just take it, bhai. Bhai, 32 seconds, Pragg, just play.
Oh, भाई भाई मार
Bhai,
दो
pieces are
भाई
gonna
मार दो.
fly now. Pieces are gonna fly now. Rook d7, okay, nice move. Takes bishop e5.
Okay, I think Wesley resigns now. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He plays
Bhai, वो
on.
time पे.
Okay.
Fine, fortress तो नहीं है. a3 b4 जब तक है मेरे पास, but fortress तो नहीं है, but time भी नहीं है.
I love that move, Bishop 4. Yeah, completely H5 रोक दिया हमेशा के लिए. And he resigns. And there it is. Wow. So Pragg wins the tiebreaker. Even though classical was a draw, he wins in the rapid section. A big win, I think, because a huge confidence boost to win in the round one.
Absolutely, bhai.
100%.
What an important win. You start well, but can we say that about Gukesh, Sej bhai?
That's a difficult question, bhai, because right now, at least according to what I see on the board, I don't think it is Gukesh who's pushing for a win here. I think
भाई
it
ये
is
क्या?
Vincent who's pushing for a.
भाई Gukesh is a pawn up. क्या हो क्या गया ये? Like in the
By
last
king g7,
episode.
okay, knight c4 खेला, but knight c4 also is a very good move. Firstly, like Gukesh has very low time. ठीक है, he has 6 moves to play. No increment on the clock. Like that's a very big factor here.
I
Because you remember like वो Nordirbek wala moment, and like there's been many moments where this is like a problem. Secondly, King G7, Knight C4, Knight B2 आ रहा था भाई, which was I think very very strong. And Black Kukuch, I mean, like Gukesh would have to be a bit accurate there, but still not a problem. He doesn't play it though. Now Rook H6 is possible, but by 3 minute, 6 moves, are you really capturing a pawn on H6? Probably not, yeah? You'll play something more logical.
Rakesh bhai, Samay bhai, and Sahej bhai, do you have the setup of two, cameras and two boards? Because यहाँ पे नहीं है क्या? Because I think Magnus also, I just want to point out, Firouzja has 3 minutes 20 seconds to play 11 moves.
Oh
Magnus
man.
has 5.5 minutes to play 11. Firouzja in huge trouble, has to play 3 moves per minute now. भाई मतलब this is crazy time pressure.
And look at Vincent. He's instantly
Bhai,
playing.
भाई look at
do
this
you
move.
see the best move for white? Do you see it?
भाई
There
Rook
is only
E6.
one move, bhai.
Rook E6 है क्या?
Yes, sir. Rook E6.
Oh.
And पता है black की best move क्या है? Pawn takes E6. Something I will never play in my life here. Because you're
Wow.
giving 2 pawns, of course, here.
Bhai,
And rook speed
Gukesh
नहीं हो
under
रहे हैं, but
2.5 minutes now. This is getting crazy. 5 moves to play.
bhai, I don't know if Gukesh is playing for a win here. I know he's a pawner, but I don't think he's playing for a win here, bhai. I think he's playing like I think it's more Vincent playing for a win here.
He plays it.
plays it. Wow.
Let's go.
Why nice find actually in time pressure. Rook F5 is tempting tha chat because there was an easy square, but he goes for the nice tactic. And will Vincent take the rook? Rakesh bhai, save a chat. Will he take
Bhai,
the
what
rook?
a
Not
crazy
easy
position.
to make
Knight
that decision.
F5 check भी है, भाई. Rook H6 मर रहा है. And I'm not so sure if this is comfortable
He
yet.
has to,
It's
right?
in
Vincent has to take the rook.
F5 मर जाएगा.
Bye. Let's go full screen. Let's go full screen because I think
No.
final moments, not final moments, but yeah, time pressure build up हो चुका है. कुर्सी देखो कैसे हिल रही है राकेश भाई उसकी विंसेंट की मतलब he is nervous as well.
Bhai, oh, I think मेरा internet गया भाई. Sorry, my bad.
No worries, no worries.
No,
Bhai.
so no FE6. Yeah, we're not saying he's gonna take FE6. I was discussing Bishop C8 by the way, but I didn't realize मेरा internet चला गया था. But yeah, Bishop C8 because Knight F5 check is not possible. King F8, Rook H6 में Bishop F5 मर रहा है. So I think I really like this move because it stops all Knight F5 check ideas.
Bishop
And you know,
C8
FE6 96 के बाद ना 2-3 moves हो रहे which helps Gukesh. So Bishop C8 is very nice from Vincent's POV.
हाँ, क्योंकि it's not simple for like FE6 के बाद Knight D6 is a automatic, Knight C7 is automatic. Like वो खेलना ही है.
Correct. Exactly.
Chess Mill saying Gukesh is back in shape लग रहा है. I hope that is the case indeed.
Bhai, Guki ने stare दिया. It's happening, bro. Is it happening?
मैं
चार
Rook E6
move
खेलने के
खेलने.
बाद थोड़ा वो plus 100 aura तो है because Rook E6 is a very nice. Oh, Bishop C8
नहीं.
played by the way. क्या बात है
Bhai,
भाई.
Vincent OP, bhai.
Okay, now there are only two moves. Rook E8 या Rook C6.
Rook E4 मत खेलना chat. Knight D2 is a fork.
Yeah,
और
that
सारा
would be
खत्म
a
हो जाएगा
blunder.
भाई.
So C6 and E8 are two squares. All other squares are basically guarded. So he has to choose between these two. And Rook C6 is the best, which I don't think Gukesh plays because I think Gukesh wants to play for a win. And Rook E8 पे जाओगे तो Knight takes A3. अब दोनों cases में मर रहा है Knight A3.
Yeah. Gukesh under Maggie time. 1.5 minute बचा है सिर्फ. Come
Look
on,
at his
Guki, you
chair.
got to play.
Bye.
4 moves to
Look at-
go.
Ooh, he's panicking a bit. He's nervous. Puts his hand down again. Plays Rook E8.
Yeah, see, he's playing for a win. He doesn't want to draw with Rook C6. Like Rook C6 पे simplify हो रहा था. But I think this is again
Yeah.
like भाई 1.5 minute है, 3 moves है. Maybe like going for equality was not the worst idea here, but because the rest
But-
of the game he only has a 10-second increment, no?
Yeah, that's the point I
10
was about
second
to also
increment में
make.
कैसे खेलोगे आप भाई ये?
It's
Like
it's not really like some relief incoming. Yeah, it's like you get a drop of water in the desert. You need more.
भाई and Rook C6 के बाद I think Gukesh हार नहीं सकता था. Like it was not possible to lose that because without the
Guki
rook I
have
think
it-
black has nothing.
Yeah. And Gukesh having a look at the screen, देख रहा है कितने moves बाकी है. 2 more moves to go for Gukesh. Do they
भाई
get any
उसके बाद भी
additional
10
time?
सेकंड ही
Yeah,
मिल रहे हैं आपको. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई
but-
आपको कुछ आधा घंटा like 1 घंटा मिल रहा है. It's you just getting 10 seconds. It's nothing basically.
Oh yeah, there is no additional time. You're right, Saj.
Yeah. By the way, I like this move h3 because I think he's planning bishop g4. It's actually very cute because bishop g4, pawn takes g4, and then knight f5 check becomes a problem. It's a nice idea.
By the
Nice.
way, you will not believe this. Firouzja has to make 8 moves in 1 minute and
भाई जाते हैं
10
उधर.
seconds.
Then let's go.
Bhai,
Let's go
we
there.
have to go. We have no choice. Gukesh will hold this chat. It's only 2 moves to go. But this is an impossible task for Firouzja.
वो भी भाई मतलब considering the state that he is in, I mean we know he's capable of doing this. He did that against Gukesh and candidates, but in the current condition that he's in, I'm not so sure भाई.
अरे बढ़िया समय भाई ओपी भाई चैट
ओहो
समय भाई
हो
ओपी
क्या
लिखना
बात है
Oh,
समय भाई
bhai.
OP. Let's
Producer
go.
open the chat. Producer open the chat, getting both the games. And now Firouzja is better, Sahaj. He's better. Queen G4.
प्लेड
भाई बेटर
ऑफ
तो
कोर्स
है
ही
बट
हैज
एक
टू
ही
बी
मिनट है ना.
बेटर करेक्ट और 2 पॉन एक्स्ट्रा है चैट डोंट फॉरगेट दैट बट सहज भाई ने प्रेडिक्ट किया दैट कार्लसन विल स्टिल विन एंड आई थिंक इट्स हाईली पॉसिबल
Guys, knight e3, queen g6, king g8, rook a7. Black's only move here, knight
I-
d1.
ओह दैट्स ब्यूटीफुल
Okay.
Suki queen.
Bye. Let's go step by step. Knight e3 for Carlsen is the only move, chat. Only move, or Carlsen is lost. It's +4. Imagine if Firouzja loses on the clock in a winning position, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai. That would be insane.
दैट वुड बी इनसेन एक्चुअली
भाई 7
एंड
मूव
सर
कैसे
कैन वी
खेलेगा यार ये?
क्विकली शो like 5 seconds में can we show that variation to chat 93 knight d1
So knight e3, queen here, king g8, doesn't matter where it goes.
Sahaj bhai,
Rook
वो दिख नहीं रहा है
a7.
नहीं,
कि
नहीं।
वो pro है
arrows
ना.
नहीं हो रहा arrows
अच्छा,
Let's
arrows
stay
नहीं,
there because
so-
Carlsen is 1 minute.
भाई ऐसे ही रहने देते हैं
Carlsen
फिर,
also,
ऐसे ही रहने देते हैं भाई.
Carlsen has no time, by the way. Look at Carlsen also has to play like 8 moves in 90 seconds.
भाई
By the way, chat. Yeah, go ahead, Tikku bhai.
Rakesh bhai the, I think.
नहीं मैं बोल रहा कि Carlsen said he was hungry for his 8th Norway chess title but looks like भाई भूख मिट रही है
भाई वी नो कि अगर मैग्नस हारा है यहाँ पे तो भूख एक सेकंड में वापस आएगी भाई.
Bye.
वो फिर नेक्स्ट राउंड से जो रैम्पेज शुरू होगा ना उसका भाई,
Carlsen
you know
has to
this.
play 8 moves, one more than Firouzja in
Can-
1 minute. 9 moves and 8 moves in 1 minute. What's happening?
That
He's
means
gonna lose.
Magnus has not seen knight d1 भाई. He has not
Correct,
seen knight d1.
correct and I think Gukesh
Bye,
का
let's go
safe
full
लग
screen
रहा है
Magnus.
yeah exactly Gukesh का safe लग रहा है let's go full screen और Firouzja Carlsen and
Yeah.
tick
He's gonna
basically
lose.
now
What
maybe
is
we
he
can
doing?
43 seconds भाई for
He's
Magnus.
insane. What?
Maggie
Play
play.
Magnus.
brother
By
Hey,
खेल
what
करो.
moves Magnus? It's
भाई,
8 moves.
Magnus,
8 moves
he's not
Magnus.
playing. 30
By half a
seconds.
minute.
भाई he didn't see
He's
knight
gonna
d1
resign.
under 30
भाई
seconds for Magnus
कुछ तो खेल ले भाई.
Just
25
take on
seconds
E3.
भाई doesn't 20 seconds. No ways
Bhai.
Magnus will lose
Okay,
on time भाई.
Oh,
Magnus is gonna lose
he
on time भाई.
blunders.
blunder
Yeah, he does not see. Bhai, that's a big blunder. E4 is just dead lost now.
yeah look at his
Oh, he
reaction
missed
there
E4 as well, bhai. He missed
Will we
E4. He
see-
missed E4.
Table banging देखेगी क्या मैंने? नहीं.
नहीं भाई फिरोजा है ना इसलिए.
भाई 13 seconds for Maggie. He's
भाई,
blitzing out.
Start
मेरा
about
ऐसे
moving
ऐसे
9
ऐसे
second में.
gem of a joke ऐसे miss हो गया भाई.
Bhai, 3 moves in
Hey.
6 seconds he has to make. 3 moves in 6
Yeah.
seconds. 2 seconds per move.
3 seconds. E5.
Play.
Okay, but
Play
even if he makes a move,
Magnus.
he lost on time.
He lost on time.
He resigns. 2 seconds है, but what a win
Wow.
by the injured Alireza Firouzja भाई. Ankle injury के बाद भी he beats him.
How did he react?
The prince takes down the goat of chess. Let's go. An injured prince versus the goat of chess.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen loses the first game itself at Norway Chess. That is shocking. That is headline news. Look at Firouzja. He's not even like his leg is on the chair.
भाई वो
भाई-
खड़े होकर सेलिब्रेट भी नहीं कर मतलब it's very difficult but I'm very happy for him though the fact that he played and the fact that he played so well and bhai what a story to tell.
By the way, big mistake by Vincent. Gukesh is close to winning. Let's go there quickly.
अरे लेट्स गो देयर F3 भाई क्रंच मोमेंट ओके नॉट रियली विनिंग येट बट
अरे
क्रंच मोमेंट्स
F3 के
में
पहले विनिंग था, F3 के पहले विनिंग था, सहज में एक मूव पीछे
अरे
थे आप।
भाई वो नाइट F5 चेक था अरे यार
बट आई थिंक गुकेश
एक
हैज 7 सेकंड्स, आई थिंक फुल स्क्रीन इधर भी, हाँ ये सॉरी फुल स्क्रीन ही है,
भाई यहाँ
बट
इंक्रीमेंट है चैट यहाँ पे इंक्रीमेंट है
10
भाई
सेकंड है, 10
इंक्रीमेंट तो
सेकंड।
नाम का इंक्रीमेंट है, 10 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट नहीं होता भाई। और Rubiet, he's again better. There's chance
भाई
in Gukesh.
अगर आपको 1 सेकंड मिल रहा है आर्मागेडन में 10 आई विल हैप्पीली टेक 10 सेकंड्स हियर भाई मैं इतनी खुशी खुशी लूंगा भाई वो
Bhai, nobody knows who's better. King G7 here is a mistake apparently. Rook C4 is the best move. How do you find this going? कितना मुश्किल है खेलना।
भाई अगेन मैं बोलता हूँ नंबर 2 को जिस वो सर्कल करो स्कोर शीट पे बार बार वही वही बचाएगा भाई उसको याद दिलाओ सेकंड याद दिलाओ उसको
Chat, I have to admit, Rakesh bhai, Sehaj bhai, I feel like I love this कि भाई extra time नहीं है, एक बार time pressure में आ गया, time pressure is there to stay and that's a mistake. G3 is the move for Gukesh, but it's not easy to play. Is he repeating?
But yeah, he's just repeating. Rook d8 again and now king f6. Is that going to be a repetition? Oh
No
no, there's rook
way.
d6 check now. Rook d6 check.
कोई कह रहा है यश कह रहा है व्हाट चेस इज दिस भाई दिस इज नॉर्वे चेस भाई नॉर्वे चेस
Yeah.
दिस इज व्हाई आई लव दिस टूर्नामेंट वी ऑल लव दिस टूर्नामेंट फॉर दिस रीजन बिकॉज़ इट गिव्स यू क्रेजी चेस सो मेनी मिस्टेक्स
कह रहे सहज भाई की प्रेडिक्शन अबाउट कार्लसन गलत भाई मैंने आई थिंक आई आल्सो सेड कि लाइक फिरूजा इज गुड चांसेस बट या
समय
दैट
भाई
वाज अ बिग शॉकर आई नो वन एक्सपेक्टेड भाई मैग्नस टाइम पे
कैन वी
हारेगा
हैव
भाई कम
दिव्यास
ऑन
गेम आल्सो दो बोर्ड सेटअप में
ओ
साथ
या
में बिकॉज़ इट्स इनसेन इट्स इक्वल नाउ
वो रेपिटेशन हो सकता है भाई उस गेम में दैट्स ट्रू
हाँ
दे आर बोथ प्लेइंग ऑन सेकंड्स
भाई ओनली मूव फॉर फाइंसेंट फाइंसेंट किंग जी7 भाई चल क्या रहा है भाई इनसेन चेस मैन दिस इज सो मच फन राकेश भाई क्या इट एंड ऑनेस्टली सहज भाई स्टार्टिंग में ड्रॉ चल रहा इतना बोरिंग गेम चल रही सडनली इट वेंट फ्रॉम बोरिंग टू सो एक्साइटिंग
Bhai, I think this is the wonder of not having increment. I think when there is increment, then the players are more, calm. They will make less mistakes. But when there is no increment, then anything can happen. I think even the goat of chess can lose on time.
एंड बिबिसारा डिफीटेड हम्पी विद द ब्लैक पीसेस E4 पे किंग को चेकमेट कर दिया उन्होंने क्रशिंग विन फॉर बिबिसारा एट द एंड विल चेक दैट गेम लेटर फिलहाल के लिए गुकेश देखते हैं दिव्या गेम देखते हैं
What did he play? What did he play? King G6.
G6
Okay. 10 seconds now.
भाई E4 looks so strong he gives
Bhai,
that
King
check
H7
bro
only move. Oh, F6 is a blunder. Bishop F5 check. Gukesh is winning.
Oh, it's over right king h7 rook
No, no.
d8 or king g7 96
King G7 96 is over for sure, but that's में रुक मर रहा है. But King F7 is still, you still have to convert that,
oh
bhai.
भाई किंग e7 आ रहा है अब लेकिन
Knight
हाँ
F5
knight
check.
Knight
f5
F5
What are you
check.
saying?
Knight F5 check.
King G6 पे
come
रुक
on
d8 I
Gukesh
guess, yeah.
come on Gukesh let's go a win would be huge Rakesh bhai how huge would be a win here for Gukesh here with the classical section especially
भाई वो
भाई
भी टाइम प्रेशर
massive.
में हरा रहा है वो. That's supposed to be like Gukesh's like in let's say weak part. And time
और
pressure में like in crunch moments he's winning. Yeah, that's very impressive.
करेक्ट, एंड विंसेंट तो सेकंड है, नहीं तो फिस्ट बम दिख जाता कोई और ओपोनेंट के सामने।
I take that pawn h6 मुझे काफी टेस्टी pawn लग रहा है मार दो यार कल को h pawn या queen बन सकता है material is one pawn in the bag
भाई डिस्ट्रैक्शन लग रहा है पॉन मुझे समझ.
भाई
या
लाइफ में distraction
आई एम
कौन
विद
रोक पाया
गुकेश ऑन दिस वन भाई मत मारो इसको नहीं चाहिए.
या रुक C2 वाज लुकिंग डेंजरस।
या थोड़ा सा
विंसेंट
अपना.
अंडर 20 सेकंड्स, रुक C3, ब्लू एरो मतलब ओनली मूव चैट।
I think also like when you're
yeah
playing in time pressure, it is very important to remember to not give opponent counterplay because
भाई
counterplay
10
में you
seconds।
can make moves very fast.
he finds rook c3 knight d4 played okay
Now knight c4 only move by the way for
Oof.
Vincent. Can he find it?
of
Not an
course
easy
he will
move.
भाई he will find it E3 pressure करना है ना E3 he has to pressure
Big-
otherwise it's over
3
yeah
2
finds
Yes.
it
Wow. By the way, bishop takes rook f6 के बाद you will take this pawn, you will take this pawn and basically वही किसी को गुकेश और दिव्या वाली एंड गेम याद है क्या?
भाई
वो
याद है
ग्रैंड स्विस में भाई वो सेम एंड गेम आ सकती है. I have 4
oh
pawns,
Divya
you have
has
only
drawn
2 pawns.
Divya has drawn so we'll have
तो
Armageddon there soon perfect है भाई
परफेक्ट, लेट्स फोकस ऑन
Amazing.
दिस वन नाउ। भाई गुकेश और नाउ अगेन अंडर 10 सेकंड्स भाई, जैसे फिरोजा को लेके गए वहां पे। टेक्स भाई ये क्रेजी फॉर्मेट यार, 10 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट वाला।
भाई आई लव नो लव चेस इज अमेजिंग मैन। ये साल में 10 बार करवाओ मैग्नस को लाके। बट रुक बी 6 सहज भाई मतलब
भाई
इट
रुक
स्टिल
C6,
फील्स
जस्ट
लाइक
प्ले
व्हाइट
रुक
शुड बी
C6,
बेटर
आप
नो।
हार नहीं सकते कभी भी। अरे भाई ये
ही
क्यों
गोस फॉर
खेला
दैट
यार?
कैप्चर्स
ये
वन
ये
पॉन।
हार सकता है ब्लैक, ये वाइट हार सकता है
हाँ
भाई। A5
डेफिनेटली
A4 looks very
डेफिनेटली।
scary. Bishop is more
व्हाट?
dangerous here.
व्हाइट
किंग डी थ्री
गुकेश
Don't
आ
play king
सकता है?
F1. Don't play king F1. Don't play king F1. Bye.
किंग डी
I
थ्री
think
भाई।
he's gonna play.
किंग डी
Yeah,
थ्री
don't
भाई।
play king F1. Bye, but
यू हैव
how
टू
are
गो
you gonna
एफ।
give the G2 pawn? It's so hard to play king D3 here, bhai. It's
भाई
so difficult.
भाई बट ए पॉन क्वीन करेगा ना चेक के साथ भाई। किंग ऑन एफ1 वी हैव टू गो टू एच2
भाई
लाइक
वो
इट्स टू
बात
मेनी
वो तो फ्यू अभी
10
अभी
सेकंड्स।
pawn बचाओ अभी वो तो बात की
गुकी
बात
किंग
है.
ऊपर, किंग ऊपर
Chase it.
गुकी।
यस
Let's go. Beautiful.
नाइस मूव भाई। किंग पूरा आगे चला है मेट करने के लिए। लव दिस मैन्यूवर इवन दो इट्स नॉट ऑब्जेक्टिवली द बेस्ट। आई लव दिस मैन्यूवर बाय गुकेश।
क्रेजी भाई, इट्स इक्वल अगेन, बट वी भाई नथिंग इज इक्वल इन 10 सेकंड्स इंक्रीमेंट।
भाई भाई मुझे
भाई
ना
रुक एच
एक
टू भाई रुक H2 है और मेरे पास B4 है. दो चालें हैं यहाँ पे जो अच्छी हैं.
भाई
भाई
ढक
रुकेश
लो
टू लुक्स
पॉन।
टेम्पटिंग। रुकेश टू
शुड,
लुक्स टेम्पटिंग।
ओ
रुक
या यू
H2 इज
गेट।
वेरी गुड. बट आपके पास ये चेक चेक है. आई डोंट लाइक दैट. फिर मुझे ड्रॉ के लिए खेलना पड़ेगा.
I feel like Rukesh, like B4 also, but I'm controlling B4, like B3 right
भाई
now. So
7 सेकंड.
भाई
5 seconds for
5 सेकंड
Vincent.
plays
Plays B4.
B4
By King E5. That's a hard move, bhai. That's hard. Actually,
या
maybe not.
भाई।
यूज द किंग एज अ पीस इन द एंड गेम, ऐसे बोला जाता है। लेट्स
That's
गो गुकी।
this is
World
very hard to
champions
play, I think.
have to make hard moves. Come on Rukesh, King E5 आगे बढ़ते चलो रुकना नहीं है। Let's
Oh,
go
let's go. Beautiful. That was a
शाबाश
very
गुकी।
difficult move, bhai.
भाई 5 सेकंड for Vincent.
King
King
F7.
F7 oh
अब
okay okay
चेक
okay
में
something
कुछ तो ये है ना मेरे पास. King G6. I think.
okay
भाई अभी
12
भी
सेकंड
रिस्की है
Rukesh।
पोजीशन.
भाई रुक C6 नहीं खेल सकते क्या? अच्छा S3 मर रहा है। Oh but I can take
भाई रुक
A6 then।
B6 आके ये मार दो ना. ये पॉन मर जाए फिर उसके बाद ये खेल सकते हैं पोजीशन. I'll
रुक
play this
B6
forever.
A5
It's a good question. Oh, sorry. That was me, by the way, not him. E4, okay.
or E4 he plays। रुक
अरे
G1
भाई
भाई।
इतना फास्ट क्यों खेल रहे हो
भाई
विंसेंट?
वो
थोड़ा
8
सोचो.
pawn चाहिए। This could be dangerous। I want to play rook C6, distract the bishop and take the pawn on his। I cannot lose that game then। Check।
हाँ ये इनमें से एक मर गया तो फिर व्हाइट नहीं हार सकता है फॉर श्योर. बट ओके व्हाइट कैन नॉट लूज दिस एनीवेज.
Rook C6, come on, Rook C6, Rook C6। I think we are playing for two results of Rook C6। Okay, Rook B6,
नाउ
A5।
A5.
I don't like this। Rook B5, Rook A1, hold on to the pawns। Oh, is he
या
going to
फिर
play
यू कैन
knight
आल्सो
F5
गो.
check? भाई he's going to play Rook A1, knight F5 check, king takes, and वो दो भाई I don't know what that evaluation is।
बट डू
Knight F5 check।
बट डू आई हैव टू प्ले रुक A1? Like why can't I just take the pawn and that just simplifies the position, no?
Okay। That's a
Hmm.
party pooper।
It depends if Vincent wants to play. Oh, he does want to play on.
भाई
Wow.
he wants to win this। He wants to win this।
Sorry. This is
सहज
also
भाई,
hanging.
भाई
Vincent is
चैट,
playing for a win, bhai. That's
भाई
confirmed.
क्विक क्विक प्रेडिक्शंस चैट और आप दोनों भाई लोग का।
Bhai.
Oh भाई Rook
जल्दी
G5 handle।
जल्दी जल्दी भाई।
I'll say
draw
Gukesh
draw।
wins this.
I say draw।
I'll say Gukesh will win
Okay,
this.
टिंकू भाई को आर्मागेडन
10
लग रहा
seconds।
है। आई आल्सो थिंक आर्मागेडन इज इन कमिंग चैट।
6 seconds। 5 4 3
Three।
lift
Let's
off।
go.
Oh,
Ooh, bhai, Bishop H3. 97 check का threat है by the way, not just 95. Bishop H3 मर रहा है, but I can capture this or I can just push this pawn up.
भाई all three results possible, what a crazy game।
एक सेकंड भाई अब मुश्किल है थोड़ा because Bishop F1 के बाद Bishop E2 Bishop F3 and ये pawn push हो सकता है भाई. Oh that he's going for it. Wow.
नो वे भाई, सहज भाई।
स्ट्रेस का है खत्म नहीं होता लाइफ में भाई। गुकेश टेबल बैक ना कर दे भाई। look at him, he's uncomfortable, he's really
5
uncomfortable।
seconds cookie play, what?
Bishop E2 Bishop E2
Rook C5 okay 4 सेकंड में खेला वो ठीक है. रुक भाई Bishop F1 मिस किया होगा उसने because this idea is a bit tricky yeah. But Bishop E2 Bishop F3 के बाद भाई Vincent खेल रहा है ना ये तो. अब I don't think Gukesh is playing anymore. I think it's Vincent playing now.
It may be
If
rook bishop
E5
versus rook, सहज भाई, ये आ
हाँ
सकता है।
भाई वो I think here it's very भाई 10 सेकंड के इंक्रीमेंट में Rook Bishop versus Rook is I think a nightmare to save yeah.
he would lose he's not saving that end game, very unlikely।
Hey,
Okay,
you
he
have
takes.
chances, but like it's incredibly hard, I think.
Okay, if you take the knight, I think it's a draw then. Oh, okay.
Oh, he took it.
ओके
Oh,
ये तो
you.
भाई
ड्रॉ हो
एक
गया
सेकंड
ड्रॉ
रुक
हो
जाओ,
गया
अब अभी अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुई पिक्चर, अभी बाकी है दोस्त, रुक जाओ। रुक D3 check
B3
is possible and B3. Yeah,
King
King
e5,
E5
King
only
e5.
move.
But
Only
it's a
move.
Why?
simple
King
one, no?
E6 is
Very simple
losing.
one.
King E6 is losing.
Okay, but it's King e5. Okay, don't play King e6. But King e5 looks very
So you are
logical now.
telling me if I gave you a Dvoretsky endgame manual question, E5, E6, E7, you're gonna choose E5 there. No
So
chance,
so
yeah? Come on.
so e5 was my
Team
first instinct.
blunders
I don't know why. I don't know why it was e5, not
Why
e7
he
though.
played King E7?
Oh,
Why
only
that
move
was
rook
decent,
c6.
but
What?
exactly.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Why so hard? 7 seconds only.
why
Very difficult to save
impossible?
this. Why?
Impossible to. Oh,
Blunder.
he's losing. He's
No.
losing. He's losing. Rook f3 is winning for Vincent Keimer now. How on earth did that happen? He's losing.
Bhai, yaar, after such a beautiful game and such a beautiful conversion in the end, like in the end game, like playing so fast, playing so accurate, and at the end,
There
bhai,
is no way.
yaar, that is so good. But it's still not over. Wait, B4 is the B2 is the only move
B2 is
here
the
for
only move.
him.
B2 only move. He has to play it now.
B2 chat this one. But he
Oh,
makes a
doesn't
mistake
play.
too. Wait,
Doesn't play. Doesn't play. Doesn't play.
he plays
It's a
Rook
draw
E3.
now.
Now it's a draw. Rook B3 is a draw. Wait, how does
Rook
he not play
B4.
B2 here?
Rook B4. Come on, Rook B4, Gukesh. Rook B4. Plays it. Amazing.
Bhai, this is queen pawn versus queen coming.
क्या
Which
बात
is
कर रहे हो भाई?
chat.
क्या
This is
बात कर
queen
रहे हो?
pawn versus queen incoming, and I'm let me tell you with 10 seconds on the clock, it's the worst end game, like the worst of the worst end game to defend. That's what's happening on the board right now. You'll see it in just a couple of moves.
Chat stream
भाई
like करो. Stream like करो.
पेटिस
Let's get more people in. क्या crazy end game है भाई?
भाई
भाई
petition
और
to
उसका
change
और
it to
गुकेश का किंग भी गलत साइड पे है यार, किंग को 8 पे होना चाहिए था.
yeah भाई
You
नो वे
like you
चेस
see it
डाल
right,
दो
Rakesh bhai? You see it. Rook
या या
E5 is the
या
move that I'm. Yeah, Rook E5
करेक्ट
forced है यहाँ पे भाई. This is so like okay. I know objectively it's a draw, but I think it's incredibly difficult to save this with 10 seconds. Classical में आधा मिनट होता है आपके पास, तो yes you have chances, but with 10
oh
seconds
Vincent
I
gets
don't
the
think so.
queen out भाई Vincent gets the queen from the captured pieces
Chat.
but
Final prediction. Draw or loss or win for Gukesh. Final prediction. Chat. Come on. Spam कर दो. Okay, E7. I do get the first
भाई
check
अब तो
though,
लॉस
Sahej
ही
bhai.
लग रहा है भाई. अब तो लॉस ही लग रहा है भाई. This is very hard. So in this position chat, basically, in queen pawn versus queen, wherever the pawn is queening, let's say it's queening on G1, you want to put your king on the absolute opposite side. So like on the mirror opposite side. So it should be B8, 8, somewhere here. That's where the king should be. This is
And
because the queen is going to give a lot of checks, and there are no counter checks by your opponent's queen because your king is in the way. That's
Sahej
why the
bhai,
king should be on the absolute corner.
the second best option is G8, right? Like behind the pawn, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm a bit. It's definitely possible, but here it's the easiest. That's what I
Because
remember for sure.
I don't know if anybody has the Duraski endgame manual. I think we have the exact same position there, just black ke badle
I
white hai.
do.
Do check it.
don't-
I think we have the exact same position, Sahej bhai, in that book.
भाई full screen ही रखना, रुको मैं ला रहा हूँ.
Let's do it. Let's do it, bhai.
भाई pawn Tej bhai sorry Tiku bhai how what percentage chance do you give Gukesh of saving this
Very, very unlikely. I think this is very tough. And there it is. It's lost already. There's a mistake, yeah? Very hard to give the right checks. But why did he allow the queen to come in?
exactly now
There was no
queen se
checks
block
given.
hoga
Never mind. I gave it to my student and I forgot about it. Never mind. I have
no worries
analytical
but
manual though.
Bhai,
But
it's
okay,
already
Tej bhai
lost.
but he made a mistake. Yeah, I told you,
Yeah.
it's impossible to save this. But King
and यही
G5.
बोल रहे थे
Bhai, King G5 is impossible, no? Yeah, okay.
भाई he plays ahead
Impossible to play King. Who's gonna play King G5 there? But you know, Tikku bhai, this is exactly the point कि King गलत side पे fix हो गया अब. अब King 8 B8 पे रहता तो Queen ऐसे मतलब diagonal checks दे सकती थी. King H4 is
Yeah.
again winning now.
So usually basically क्या होता है कई बार आप pawn को push करते हो then you bring the king all the way back and that's what he's going for. Yeah? पहले वो push करेगा and then he'll bring the king back.
भाई उसका टाइम ही कहाँ होगा, तब तक तो pawn promote कर जाएगा. अभी भी I know it's showing a bunch of zeros chat, but I think this is not a draw yet. You have to
Can
get
we
some
have
kind
the
of a perpetual to feel comfortable here.
board in the center? That will be helpful actually because बहुत तेज चल रहा है action. Will be very helpful. King G3 by the way still a bunch of
I
checks.
don't repeat. Gukesh, don't repeat. Play Queen E3. Don't play Queen C3.
Yeah,
He
you kind
played
of
Queen
force,
C3 last time.
You force Vincent to play King H4. Yeah, you don't want that.
भाई he has 3 seconds
Oh, queen, a beautiful move by diagonal checks, beautiful. I think it could be something for sure. King h2 is
Yeah,
only move now,
because
or
king
king
g2
Wait,
is
g2 maybe.
queen.
भाई
king
वो
g2 queen
क्वीन
e2,
F2
no?
खेल रहा है. Vincent about to play his queen though.
Oh, that's
Ah,
also okay.
Yeah,
queen
there you
check.
see.
And
But king
now king
g2,
g2, I guess, or queen f4 is, oh, queen d5 only move by. Okay, this I think is easy to
what?
find, but that's the only move, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Really? I thought
This is
queen
why
easy
is
e1
it
check
easy?
back. Yeah, it's not easy, bhai. I
because
thought queen e1 check
because
back.
I think like okay, this is oh wow, he
There
doesn't
it
play it.
is.
It's an
Exactly.
instinctive thing for me. क्योंकि queen हमेशा d5 whenever you cannot give checks by your opponent's queen, then you put the queen in the center always.
But है ना
It's
check
some
by queen
like I
e1
think it's
check.
mentioned in Dvoretsky also if I'm not mistaken. By king, another mistake. Queen h4 check is a draw now.
चैट
Impossible.
की बुक में लिखा था कि तुम जितना भी ये प्रैक्टिस कर लो एंड गेम तुमसे कुछ नहीं होने वाला.
तुमसे ना हो
लिटरली
पाएगा भाई.
हाँ.
लिखा हुआ है बुक के अंदर एंड दिस इज ट्रू
And
एविडेंस ऑफ दैट.
this is the point. No
यार,
good check. If you check on D3, chat pawn to G3 आ जाएगा.
yeah, this is lost now. Completely lost. Queen e6, okay.
ओके नाइस पिन. नाइस पिन.
नहीं
नाइस पिन.
यार.
किंग h2 पे क्वीन e2 चेक. किंग h4 फोर्स कर दिया हमने यार.
Yeah, King
Yeah,
H4,
yeah, king
Queen
h or
E7 check is a
क्वीन
blunder क्योंकि
g5
Queen G5 counter check.
खत्म.
and that's exactly why the king should be on a8. Exactly this
हाँ.
reason.
ओह क्वीन e1 चेक में भी.
फिर तो भी
Queen
pawn
e1 check
G3.
में pawn pushना भाई.
But
मैं
at least
तो
I have
वही तो.
queen h1
And
check, queen
queen
b1 check. At
e7 पे
least
queen ये जो counter check का problem है यही.
I think queen में king g5 खेलना होगा सहज भाई. So maybe g3 is wrong is my guess.
King g.
Or is it still winning?
No, g3 is also winning भाई. g3 is winning.
Because imagine करो white king यहाँ पे g6 पे होता, g3, queen h1, king g4, queen h5 mate.
अरे
That would be
अरे that's actually
amazing.
nice. Queen h5 queen if king g6 पे होता तो that's actually very nice. Very nice.
King g6,
Again,
let's play
chat,
king
look at
g6.
this Indian school of chess. Yeah, this is what it is. Like हर moment पे वो
He plays
tactical
it.
sharpness
Why
हमेशा
he's
हर player
trying
की
that?
रहती है.
He's trying
Yeah.
that. Queen h1 mate का threat है भाई. If random move queen h1, queen h5 is checkmate.
Actually कोई random move है नहीं ना black के पास. That's the thing क्योंकि pieces कम है.
True.
King h3
True.
था maybe. King h3, queen h1, queen h5 was mate.
That's a
अरे
strong
queen
check.
f3 and now
Queen
just
f3.
push. अरे यार ये king गलत side पे फंस गया भाई. King को उधर होना चाहिए था.
हाँ.
You remember that game of Fedosiv versus Gukesh वो जो रुक versus बिशप का जो था जहाँ पे किंग वो गलत कॉर्नर पे ले गया था. It's the same
Correct.
principle because in that
Hmm.
position also when it was king rook versus king bishop, Gukesh's king got stuck on the wrong corner which was like on this side. He should have put his king on the other side and this is the same scenario. He's on the
Three
wrong corner
seconds.
actually.
Oof, man. King h3 looks so natural, man. There's no clear
Yeah,
check.
just
g2 आ रहा है. Played. By the way,
You
मुझे
And
just
now
लगता है
queen
अभी चालू
g4.
होने वाला
भाई
है.
ये चेक भी नहीं है ना. ये चेक में भी queen h4 and pin हो गया.
King h2, okay. Queen h6 check natural नहीं लग रहा है. Looks very risky. Maybe just queen e5. He does it.
I can't believe but first of all, he hasn't lost, but okay, like with the time constraints, and you can think of it as like a regular blitz game. Yeah, that's what it was with 10-second increment. That's essentially what it is. So with that, I think, and also the pawns are not on the same side. They were on, I mean, it was essentially a pawn race, and it can happen. I think it can happen to anyone.
And chat, anybody joining in, just want to point out some results. First of all, Firouzja defeated Magnus Carlsen in the classical section itself. Magnus had to play like, I don't know, 10 moves in 1 minute, but the King G1 played. अब
And
G2
now
की बारी.
G2 का plan, check, and King G2 or King H2, both of them are fine. बट ये इस मूवमेंट के बाद इंप्रूव करना ब्लैक के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि G2 के बाद ना वो बहुत सारी चेक्स देती है क्वीन एंड वन रॉन्ग स्टेप कुड बी अ ड्रॉ. भाई विंसेंट ने देखा नहीं है विनिंग प्लान अभी तक. आई थिंक इट वाज दैट क्वीन G4 मूव व्हिच ही हैजंट स्पॉटेड येट.
But I think दिखने की जरूरत भी नहीं है. First the plan is usually बस G2 पॉन लेके जाओ, बाद में देखेंगे, राइट राकेश भाई? ऐसे एटलीस्ट मैं तो ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ. पहले G2 लेगा फिर देखेंगे क्या
50 मूव
होगा.
का तो रूल भी नहीं है ना क्योंकि G2 के बाद 50 मूव का वो काउंटर स्टार्ट होगा. That's why, chat, by the way, this is like the worst endgame to defend, like in practicality, because imagine मेरा black का pawn G5 बता, right? Technically, Vincent could have played like 100 moves, sorry, 50 moves, and then play G4. Then 50 moves again, and then G3. ऐसे करके आप गेम 500 मूव तक खेल सकते हो, at least.
भाई गुकेश के दिमाग में चल रहा होगा क्या यार, अच्छा खासा ड्रॉ हाथ में था, गाड़ी गेट पे थी। अगर तो ये
या
हिम्मत करनी
भाई
होती तो।
वो रुक C6 वाला जो जो पहले जो रुक ट्रेड करना था वो कर लेता, लाइक नन ऑफ दिस वुड हैव हैपेंड, बट या
हाँ
इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू मेक दोस डिसीजन इन
भाई
अ स्प्लिट सेकंड.
वो सब छोड़ो भाई, पॉन सूखा पॉन अब था गुकी, टू लूज फ्रॉम
हाँ,
दैट
हाँ,
वुड बी
एक्चुअली
हार्ड
ही वाज अ पॉन अप
एक्चुअली इट वाज अ
मैन।
सूखा पॉन. लाइक चैट में कोई लिख रहा
वही
था
तो।
रुक पॉन एंडिंग टू टू वर्सेस, भाई सूखा पॉन जो अब था दैट्स लाइक मोर रेलेवेंट हियर.
वाओ मैन। एंड चैट, फिरोजा ने
अरे
कार्लसन
चैट
को हराया।
आस्किंग प्रग का क्या हुआ, प्रग ड्रू हिज क्लासिकल and then
हाँ,
Pragg won the Armageddon. So he's on one
यस।
and a half.
वेट, दैट्स अ स्लाइट एरर अपेरेंटली, क्वीन C2 चेक।
Yeah.
दैट्स अ
उससे क्या हुआ,
माइनर
किंग
मिस्टेक।
G1.
But वो समझ भाई मतलब, बट ऐसा होगा ना कि स्लाइड इनएक्यूरेसी के बाद क्योंकि 10 मिनट बाद हारेगा, but that's what going to happen.
Bhai, this is
Okay,
such
let's
a
see.
tough moment for Gukesh. Yeah, what do you even do here? Like, I don't know what's the move. Queen E5, sure. And
मुझे
पता है
लाइक एक ही
एक,
प्लेयर याद है जो क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन सक्सेसफुली बचा पाया था अगेंस्ट अ वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर. चैट, डू यू नो हु दैट प्लेयर इज? दिस हैपेंड इन अ वेरी स्ट्रांग इवेंट, एन ओपन इवेंट एक्चुअली, जिसने सक्सेसफुली, और उसने कोई चांस भी नहीं दिया था एक्चुअली. डू यू रिमेंबर
King
दिस?
G6 by King G6. Keep that king on G6. कब पता नहीं Queen H1 check आ जाए, mate to the H5 भाई. Play King G6. अच्छा, अब तो pawn push हो गया ना, अब तो mate
Let
नहीं है.
me guess, Sahej bhai. Wei Yi.
नो
Was it
भाई,
Wei
इट
Yi,
वाज,
Sahej
नो.
bhai?
नो, इट
टिकू भाई आप
वाज,
एक guess करो.
इट वाज
मैं
याज खान
हाँ,
वर्सेस नॉदिर बेक.
अच्छा,
Oh
हाँ,
yes,
राइट
Nodir
राइट
Beg
राइट
के
राइट
साथ.
राइट 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 राइट.
Nodir
वो
Beg
जो
Grand
साढ़े
Swiss.
आठ घंटे गेम चला
Gra-
था चैट, यू रिमेम्बर?
उफ,
अब चैट सोचो
Correct.
8.5 घंटे गेम कैसे चल सकता है. बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, बिकॉज ही वॉज वेटिंग एंड देन ही वॉज पुशिंग द पॉन, ही
भाई
वॉज वेटिंग एंड देन ही वॉज पुशिंग द पॉन.
Queen G4, Queen E1, Queen H1 mate, come on. बट G2 यार, अरे यार.
भाई क्वीन E1 के बाद कुछ भी चाल ब्लैक चलेगा तो क्वीन H1 मेट नहीं होगा, कुछ भी. यू कैन
भाई
चूज.
तू पास कर दे, तू पास कर दे, सेकंड की कसम.
ओ क्वीन E1 खेल के नंबर 2 जो स्कोर शीट पे था फिर से उसको गोल गोल घुमाओ.
Okay, it's getting very tricky now actually.
Wait, what? Hey,
Okay, check. भाई दिव्या गेम चालू नहीं हो रहा है, दे मस्ट हैव बीन लाइक इसका, इनका खत्म होने दो भाई, रुको.
वो भी ये देख रहे होंगे भाई, देखने दो पहले, कहते उसके बाद
हाँ.
खेलेंगे.
भाई
हाँ.
कुछ स्टेलमेट, भाई क्वीन जी6 चेक स्टेलमेट.
अरे
कम
क्वीन
ऑन.
जी सिक्स इज ब्यूटीफुल, क्वीन जी सिक्स
आई.
स्टिल.
Yeah,
वही होप है और कुछ है नहीं इस पोजीशन में.
yeah. It's a
भाई अभी भी
cute
क्वीन जी सिक्स
tactic.
खेल दो. ओ मिस हो गया, ब्लंडर. एंड नाउ क्वीन G5
Oh no, my queen.
और किंग H5 ऑल्सो. भाई ये
क्वीन ई3, क्वीन ई3 यार.
111 चाले हो गए भाई. एक सेकंड, G3 लास्ट अब 92 पे खेला गया था, सो वी हैव 19 मूव्स इन, 20 मूव्स इन, सो 30 मोर मूव्स बिफोर ही प्लेस
142.
G2. हाँ,
भाई आज तक मैंने
142
एंड
के
गेम
बाद.
देखी नहीं कि G2 पोस्ट पहुंचने से पहले कभी ड्रॉ हो. आज तक मैंने हिस्ट्री में नहीं देखा ऐसा कभी हुआ हो.
भाई आज तक कभी ड्रॉ देखा है आपने इसमें? लाइक आई डोंट
ड्रॉ
थिंक
देखा
सो.
है, ड्रॉ
देखा है
देखा है,
रियली?
बट G2 पहुंचने से पहले तो नहीं देखा भाई. मैंने ड्रॉ किया
भाई
हुआ है
आई
एक बार
थिंक
एक्चुअली.
ड्रॉ देखा होगा तो वो ए पॉन होगा, लाइक A7 का पॉन होगा, A2 का पॉन, बिकॉज दोज पोजिशंस आर जेन्युइनली इजियर टू सेव. दिस
तो
दिस इज लाइक G पॉन इज द हार्डेस्ट.
सो आई ड्रू दिस, बट मेरा किंग पॉन के आगे था. दैट्स द
ओह अच्छा
डिफरेंस.
अच्छा, दैट्स इट्स ग्रेट इन्फो. अगर अगर गुकेश का किंग G1 पे होता तो भाई ये तो वाइटल पीस ऑफ
Huge if
इंफॉर्मेशन.
true. And Sahej bhai, Divya का game चालू है, but I think let's stick with this
हाँ
अभी,
हाँ,
हाँ हाँ.
100.
because
यस.
कभी भी खत्म हो सकता
मेरा एक सवाल है, कभी अगर थ्री फोल्ड रेपिटेशन हो तो भाई वो क्लेम कैसे करेगा? लाइक देर इज नो
है,
वे
नहीं
टू,
कर
लाइक यू हैव टू जस्ट कंप्लीटली ट्रस्ट योर माइंड हियर, या? बिकॉज देर इज
दैट्स
नो
अ गुड
नोटेशन
पॉइंट.
पैड्स, यू कैनॉट सर्कल एनीथिंग.
Oh, that's hard luck because it is because Chesscom तो हमें बता देगा कि ड्रॉ कब हुआ है.
हाँ, चेसकॉम
बट
बता देगा हमको, बट लेकिन गुकेश को नहीं पता रहेगा. आई नाउ
सी
लुक एट
क्वीन
किंग
E5.
H8
Wait,
ओनली
wait,
मूव,
wait,
भाई
can we go
कैसे
full
निकाले?
screen? समय में can we go full screen because Vincent भाई 4 सेकंड पे खेला.
उफ.
भाई it's getting
विंसेंट को
tricky.
फॉलो अप नहीं मिल
Maybe
रहा भाई.
Guki holds this. हाँ
नहीं
हाँ
नहीं नहीं.
वही.
King G6 भाई. Just move the king. Just move the king. Don't move the queen from there because उसका कोई मूव नहीं है क्लियर. King H3 आ रहा है क्या नेक्स्ट? बट क्वीन E3 है मेरे पास then.
सहज विदित वर्सेस नेपो
Oh, मैं डर गया था.
भाई
ओह विदित वर्सेस
मैं डर
नेपो
गया
था
था एक
क्या?
सेकंड. क्वीन E6
वाज
पे
इट
रुक गया था
विदित?
भाई.
नो नो, इट वाज याज खान, आई रिमेंबर इट वाज याज खान. Maybe Vidit versus Nepo as well, but that game I can't recall right now. But if you're saying, I'll believe you, bhai.
Gukesh
King
better for
G4.
most of the
By move
parts.
number
Yeah.
117. Right? 25 moves to go. We are halfway there, chat.
भाई वो देख रहा है ऊपर, मूव नंबर देख रहा है. He's looking at the move number.
How many moves he
Guys,
asked?
focus on the
He
game.
just
Focus
asked
on the
how many
game,
moves.
Gukesh. Focus
Exactly.
on
He
the
doesn't
game, bro.
know.
20 seconds.
भाई खेल गुकी.
भाई ऐसे केस में ना you can get distracted.
Yeah.
That was not like the.
And
I mean,
if
I
he
understand
pauses the
he's a bit
clock-
frustrated and it's not an ideal situation, but like he has
Yeah.
to basically play on. But उसको लग रहा होगा ना कि कितने टाइम से खेल
भाई
रहा है
वापस लिया,
opposition
वापस लिया. Now moves it to
And
F4.
wrong claim किया तो विंसेंट
game.
को
Oh,
1
blunder!
minute advantage
Wait,
मिलेगा.
Vincent just made a blunder. Bhai, King G6 is a draw now.
What?
King G6 is a draw now. Literally a draw now. Don't ask me how. I have no clue.
भाई
how.
trust me, किसी को नहीं पता ये. Starfish भी I think this could still be a win, Sahaj भाई, you know.
He's going
King
for the
G6
queen.
चलो
अरे यार,
भाई,
नहीं.
अरे यार. Tough.
Okay, but
tough,
this is very
tough.
hard. You cannot really blame Gukesh for it, bhai.
Queen F4 back.
भाई 120. Move number 120.
क्या था मूव नंबर पहले?
Wow. और भाई याद रखना
142.
142 is the
92.
count, but याद रखना
हाँ,
G2
हाँ.
उसने एक बार चल दिया भाई, तो 50 साल फिर से खेलना है. याद रखना है. भाई किन किन को लगता है कि दिव्या का अर्मागेडन भी खत्म हो जाएगा और इनका क्लासिकल
Wait,
नहीं
look at
खत्म होगा?
that. Look
Wait,
at
look at
that.
this, he's asking.
Wow.
Gukesh is asking how many moves. Arbiter is saying, I don't know. तेरा game है भाई.
I don't think
Of
he can
course.
even ask, right? I don't think he can ask.
No, he cannot
He
ask.
can't.
He cannot ask.
He has to claim it. He can't
Ah.
ask.
Yeah, he cannot
has to
ask how
claim.
many moves there are.
I feel like it's a distraction if you think about it that way.
Yeah.
ऐसा मुझे लग रहा
I
है.
agree, Tikku. He was defending so well.
But I don't know why he's asking though, like in the sense, आपको नहीं पूछना चाहिए यहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी. But okay, like a
20
lot of
moves to go,
pressure
by the
है.
way, chat. 122 पे आ गए हैं.
Oof. Where do
देखो,
you need
I agree. भाई देखो कितने बार ऊपर दिख रहा है गुकी.
Yeah. I think he. I mean, it's understandable why he thinks he's closer to 50 moves because 30 move हो चुके हैं, so it's kind of understandable. But you don't want to claim also, right? Because claim करने के बाद white को सोचने का time मिल जाएगा, and then you know कि black is going to win this. You know
हाँ,
objectively he's
Vincent
winning.
को अगर सोचने का टाइम मिल गया यहाँ पे तो it's over. Like Vincent can
हाँ.
is very capable of figuring out how to win this.
Yeah. 1 minute is all he needs, by the way.
But yeah,
King G6 भाई, let's keep King G6. Nothing crazy.
वो नहीं आ रहा ना King H8 पे रख रहा है वो बार-बार. I think वो change नहीं करेगा वो for sure.
G7 कुछ चक्कर है क्या? अच्छा H8 खेल रहा है वो.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
keeping
5
it. I think he
seconds.
has the same idea. भाई King 8 पे होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. H8 पे is always
भाई
losing.
King H3, King H3,
Queen E6 check ना फिर से.
Queen G4.
Then Queen
बस
E3 वही
वैसे-
तो खेल रहा है वो तब से. He's not allowing. I don't even understand. Vincent G2 कैसे नहीं push कर पा रहा है? That's what I'm
हाँ, ये तो मैंने आज
confused
तक नहीं
about.
देखा यार.
भाई
Actually.
G3 पे कैसे आप? Oh, by the way,
Why
3-4
repeat?
repetition.
He can
That was a
claim
three-fold.
a draw. It's been repeated
That-
twice.
Three-fold.
He could
Three-fold.
have claimed
He could
at
have
this
that.
very
Could
moment.
have
Yeah.
claimed a draw. He could have claimed a draw. I cannot believe it.
And chat, it's not the 50 move draw, it's the repetition, the threefold claim.
भाई अब तो
भाई।
pawn push करना पड़ेगा भाई कुछ भी करो because now I think even Vincent realizes that it's very close to hitting 50 moves.
भाई the problem is अब गुकेश को लग रहा होगा 50 मूव तो आसपास है ही. He will claim and Vincent will get the time.
Yeah, he cannot claim. Yeah, he has to be very clear. Don't take the time here to claim.
But he must be thinking he must be close, right? Because अगर alternative है हारना, he will claim very soon.
Oh, Queen C4
I
only
think
move.
he
भाई
will-
impossible.
हाँ, he will claim when he knows कि pawn push हो रहा है अगली चाल में. I think that's the smart decision.
Play Queen
Maybe.
Queen C4 is the only move. Does he find it?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. Queen H3 mistake.
Okay, that
Now
has
it's
to
a
be
dead draw.
mistake, yeah?
It's a dead draw
dead
now.
draw तो I mean dead draw तो मतलब is subjective.
हाँ, that is
Dead
true.
draw
That is
तो
true.
कुछ भी बोल रहा. I think Guki
वो तो
holds
है.
this. Bhai.
Wait,
You
what?
think so?
11 moves to go, chat. Yeah, 11 moves to go.
भाई 10 moves.
भाई नहीं,
अच्छा,
I
12,
think
12,
I think
11.
थोड़ा मसाला अभी और बाकी है भाई. You see,
हाँ,
he's
ये
playing
यार.
King H7. He's not playing King H6. That's the problem. And एक बार
King
black ने
H1.
G2 खेल दिया ना, then जो गुकेश का पूरा जो वो stamina, like I think that will, because you have to play 50 moves again. भाई mentally that is so
Why he'll
hard.
claim a draw. If G2 happens, he'll claim a draw.
अरे but
Before G2 happens,
how will you
कैसे
push
draw भाई?
G2 is
G2
my
के बाद
question.
थोड़ी ना draw होगा. वो तो pawn push
नहीं,
कर दिया.
How
exactly.
will you push?
Vincent को time ही मिल जाएगा. Exactly your point. He will get the time also in that case.
भाई it's of course possible to push. Queen F5 check, King G4 is how you push.
भाई
It's
सिर्फ
actually
9 मूव
working now.
बचे हैं, सिर्फ 9 मूव बचे हैं, 9 मूव बचे हैं. He's that close to the draw. भाई इतना एक्साइटिंग तो क्लासिकल है. इमेजिन आर्मगेडन इतना एक्साइटिंग हुआ इन दोनों का.
सच्ची. By the way, reverse countdown चालू हो गया भाई. 9 minutes, 9 moves
He's
to go.
claiming. He's claiming.
Oh,
Oh
it happened.
no. Oh no, he's claiming a draw. It's eight moves to
No,
go, and
don't claim the
Vincent.
draw. Don't claim. It's a wrong claim. It's a wrong claim.
भाई
Which means
Vincent इस टाइम
Vincent
पे
gets 1 minute. And more important, ये जो disturbance का time है टिकू, उसमें भी सोचने का time मिल जाएगा Vincent.
सोच रहा है. Exactly, that's the point. I thought so because I think Gukesh senses कि G2 आने वाला है. And I can the lines में देख रहा हूँ ना, Sehaj bhai, you're correct. In 4 moves, G2 is coming by force.
Yeah. Gukesh needs 141 moves, I think, and 137 पे G2 खेल रहा है वो.
And does
And
Gukesh
there you go,
get to know
arbiter is adding the extra time टिकू.
And वो अभी भी सोच रहा है Vincent. Look at this. And also question to you: does Gukesh get to
2
know the move
minutes?
number then? क्या
Yeah,
उसका
2 minutes.
उसको
Because it's a wrong claim. Wrong claim
नहीं, but
first.
he will
Yeah,
not
he
get to
gets
know the
2
move
minutes,
number.
yeah.
He will just get to know कि wrong claim है. उसको move number नहीं बताया जाएगा, right? Because he can still make another wrong claim then.
Yeah, but second wrong claim पे I think loss होता है ना? या
भाई
नहीं?
King G4 only move. King G4 only move. नहीं, second wrong claim draw नहीं हो, loss नहीं होता भाई.
King
Second
G
illegal
और King
move.
H. हाँ, illegal move, but like उसमें फिर से आप time दोगे extra.
हाँ, फिर से होगा. You can claim
I
illegal
think 2
moves.
minutes से ज़्यादा होगा भाई. And I think there is a like a line जिसके बाद I think it's a straight loss.
नहीं.
King H4 ही plays भाई. King G4 जाना था.
भाई Gukesh is still fighting. Only 7 more moves to go. It's objective. This is
I
good.
think
This is
wide
good actually.
angle.
Wide
ये भी
लेगा, wide ले लो फिर.
reactions इसमें मिलेंगे.
हाँ. Both are good.
Oh,
with
by
this.
the way, Divya is completely winning against Juve and June. Just
Arey,
putting it out
nice.
there.
Wow.
Oh, amazing.
Wow,
Divya is
amazing.
taking down Juve and June bhai. Amazing.
Crazy.
But bhai, we can't take off our eyes off this game, bhai. What
हाँ
an
भाई.
absolutely amazing game.
Check.
Yeah, nice.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
go back. भाई.
भाई
Domination by
वापस जाओ
Divya.
आप. हाँ. भाई ये क्यों खेला इसने? Do they tell him how many moves was it or no?
वही तो exactly. If he's
I think
told,
so.
then he knows he's close.
No,
They tell
I
them.
mean, why should he know that? But that's not
He
fair,
shouldn't.
no?
He shouldn't. Exactly.
shouldn't know that.
He shouldn't.
I mean, he
Exactly my
should
point.
claim
So,
completely on his own.
Okay, King H6 played, by the way.
Oh, finally, yeah.
भाई now it's getting ध्यान से यार कुछ वो मेरे mating आईडी Queen G4 कुछ Queen H1 I don't know. It could be instant draw. Queen G4
भाई
Queen
तब
H1 and
से
King
आप
G4.
मतलब you are finding ways for Vincent to lose, yeah. तब से.
नहीं Queen G4 is instant draw, right? Queen H1 and then Queen King. Like, it's instant draw, I think.
Yeah.
भाई
King
only
H7 again is losing. King G7 only move.
G7. Come on, King G7 तो खेलेगा. भाई only 5 more moves to go, chat. Fast चले और come on.
Come
Gukesh.
on, Cookie.
And chat, by the way, move 75 के बाद arbiter आपके लिए claim कर सकता है. That's another rule.
Correct.
तो
That's
तो
far away.
50 साल के बाद प्लेयर कर सकता है, 75 साल के बाद
50 साल
arbiter
के
कर
बाद
सकता है आपके लिए.
भाई इट से 50 साल के बाद.
Chal.
50 चाल के बाद भाई.
Oh,
चाल.
sorry, my bad. भाई, okay, final prediction chat. Will we
Draw.
reach 50 moves? Yes or no?
Yeah, draw is my prediction. Cookie's got it now.
भाई Queen D5 है क्या? I can just continue.
I
King
don't
H7,
think
like nothing
so.
changes.
I still think this is not clear.
Sehaj, it's just 5 moves.
Yeah, but
4.
Gukesh doesn't know that it's 5 moves, bhai. Gukesh doesn't know that.
Ah, but claim it again. 2 minute Vincent.
But
Why?
But
But
I
you don't
feel
know the
like-
rules here. You could lose the match, no?
but I feel
जैसे
like he
illegal
should be
move आप
told the
एक
number
बार
of
खेलते
moves.
हो, illegal move एक बार खेलते हो, फिर second time में आपका loss होता है.
But Sehaj bhai, he must have been told the number of moves because otherwise he would have claimed by now. Again, 100% would have claimed by now. There's no way he wasn't told, right? Because otherwise he would claim by now, right? Again. So I think he knows, and if he knows the number of moves, I think he should be very confident. Chal ragi. You can see Vincent also thinking. That's a sign they know the number of moves that have happened, and he's counting in his head now.
Could be.
Possible.
But saving this is insane. I think what a save I think from Gukesh if he actually is able to do this.
Okay, 15 seconds. Vincent is back to time pressure. They don't have to write moves during time pressure with the queen d4. Okay. Nothing changes though. Why not just king g6? I don't see anything wrong with this. He's trying to force him off the dark squares essentially. कि भाई तुम्हारे 2 square थे, दोनों हटा दिए मैंने. King g8, but let's go.
And chat में जो कह रहे हैं कि like after every pawn push you should count the moves. I mean, if you're counting the moves, then who's calculating in the position with 10 seconds on your clock? So that's actually a horrible
Why
advice
did he
there.
give that check, Sahaj bhai? Why did he give that check? I feel
Because I don't-
Okay, there are a bunch. नहीं, ठीक है. Okay, I have queen e6 check also.
Why again? I don't know if he knows he's winning. That's the thing.
Queen e2 check. Queen e2. Come on, queen e2. Bhai, we are 2 moves away. We are 2 moves away to a draw now.
But is
Queen
he
f7
gonna
check. Queen, it's a draw, right? Queen f7 check. It's a draw.
Yeah,
He doesn't.
you can literally give up a free queen and claim the draw. ऐसा है.
नहीं भाई, you can't. Piece capture हो जाएगा. ये मैंने सोचा पता है. I thought this. Piece
By
capture
141 moves, this officially could be the longest game of Norway chess, yeah?
He can claim a draw now. Right?
He can,
Yeah,
yes.
that his next move is queen h5. He could have claimed the draw. Chat,
अच्छा,
any
नहीं,
moment now,
नहीं,
Gukesh
नहीं.
can claim the draw.
भाई
It's like
इंजन
black
चलना
का
बंद
move
हो
तो
गया
जीत
बाय
ली.
द वे इंजन को समझ आ गया
Black-
कि 50 मूव्स हैं यहाँ पे
हाँ, black का move तो जीती राकेश भाई. So after Vincent's move, he can now claim a draw officially. He can stop the clock and claim the draw. Gukesh, do it
Please
before
do
making
it.
his next move. Just claim a draw. Pause the clock. Claim a draw, Gukesh.
Don't
भाई अब तो
play.
खेल के करो I think wrong claim के बाद you can play, no? Like okay, let's actually draw this. Let's
Just
go.
claim the draw, Gukesh. It's a draw now. 50 move हो चुके हैं. Okay, he has a bunch
भाई
of checks.
imagine
but I would
उसने
just-
G2 खेल दिया भाई किसी वे में
भाई मैं तो उसका हाथ अपने को रोक के क्लॉक पॉज करके कहूंगा भाई पहले क्लेम.
But you
Oh,
can
King
only-
H3 भाई King H3 Queen H1 mate.
Let's go भाई Vincent भाई. Come on. I think
संगत का असर फैज भाई.
Queen e5. Hopefully it doesn't blunder anything. Yeah.
Yeah, now he claims it. It's a draw. It's a
Let's
draw.
go! What a save, man! Beautiful save. भाई कैसे बचा लिया मुझे नहीं पता.
भाई nerves of steel
भाई बच
भाई
गए.
क्या बच 144
Can we go full
moves, भाई,
screen?
crazy.
Wow, bhai sahab, would love to check out the final expressions. We jump to Divya's game, but that was a crazy hold. Rakesh bhai, I
Insane,
mean,
bhai. Insane.
Oh, bye,
Absolutely insane.
bye. I know this is great, but I think Juventus is now slightly better against Divya, and Divya has 51 seconds. So let's jump there as the Armageddon progresses. This is the current position, bhai. Now G3 is
bhai,
the only move.
सांस तो ले ले पहले.
हाँ सच में.
भाई
actually, I was thinking
भाई सांस दिव्या के पास नहीं है उसके पास सांस भी नहीं टाइम भी नहीं है भाई तो and also we are getting an
भाई.
Armageddon match also, no?
ओ भाई
भाई
तो
सुन-
बोल ही गया था मैं.
Armageddon
सुनील
भी तो
पाल-
होगा अभी भाई रुक जाओ अभी तो बहुत टाइम है
किसका आर्मेगेडन है? अच्छा गुकेश का आर्मेगेडन है.
Exactly.
of
Exactly.
course
Oh, I completely forgot. I thought that was the
because this
Armageddon.
match felt like an Armageddon, yeah.
हाँ.
True.
मैं सुनील पाल जोक मारने वाला था. किसी ने कहा सास नहीं है, मैंने कहा तो शादी कर लो भाई. फैल का सुनील पाल जोक, बट ओके.
Okay.
Go by -100.
Bhai, come on, yeah, brother. I framed it that way कि it's a Sunil Pal joke. But anyways, going back to currently,
Ooh.
Queen B6 खेला है भाई.
ये तो I think Divya will win this, no? For sure. I mean, I think
How many
it will be a
moves?
draw, which will be a win.
She's also asking the same question. Why though?
क्योंकि 1 सेकंड का
How-
इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा ना दिव्या को 40 moves के बाद, इसके लिए.
Okay, now she gets the increment, yeah.
भाई ये
भाई,
शॉर्ट का
ये-
आइडिया अच्छा है टिकू भाई. गुकेश और दिव्या दोनों हाउ मेनी मूव्स पूछ रहे हैं. If our editors are
beautiful.
listening.
हाँ. भाई आज इतना कंटेंट है ना.
What
भाई
the-
4 सेकंड है तुम्हारे पास भाई हर मूव से वो 1 सेकंड लूज कर रही है भाई आई डोंट थिंक शी विल मेक इट 1 सेकंड इज वे टू लेस
चैट, अगर मैं सुबह 6 बजे तक भी बैठ जाऊँ ना वीडियो बनाने के लिए तो इतना कंटेंट है अपने पास. द ओनली क्वेश्चन इज कितना देर तक जाग सकता हूँ मैं.
2
वही
seconds
बात है भाई.
2 seconds now 4 seconds अरे भाई this is a draw but I think she will get flagged
How increment
भाई
तो है.
she'll win.
भाई
this.
क्या बात कर रहे
सहज
हो
भाई.
1 सेकंड का
this.
इंक्रीमेंट है भाई 1 सेकंड
नहीं अगर when
भाई knight f4 blunder
क्वीन मर गई.
Yes,
What?
yes,
Divya Deshmukh defeats the women's world champion. What a tactic with 2 seconds on the clock. Beautiful move.
भाई और so what vision, yeah, instantly played knight f4 check without even imagine 1 second का increment है. She has 3 seconds before she plays knight f4. She has 3 seconds after she plays knight f4. Like
भाई
crazy, yeah. Like what awareness.
puzzle rush ka kamal as we see Divya arranging the pieces after beating the women's world champion. The women's World Cup winner beats the women's world champion.
भाई that was crazy by the way. भाई heart मुंह में आ गया था and I think Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, chat can we agree on one thing?
क्या
Bhai, literally this
क्या हुआ
feels
था?
like bhai, it's not for the faint-hearted. हार्ट दिल मुंह में आ
भाई
गया था
फेंट
भाई.
हार्टेड की जो हिंदी आपने 5 मिनट पहले 5 सेकंड पहले बोली थी वो हिंदी तो नहीं होती
अरे
भाई फेंट हार्टेड
हार्ट
की बात.
भाई, हार्ट दिल दिल भाई, दिल रखो सहज भाई.
That's not the part that I was asking you to clarify.
फिर कौन सा कह रहे थे?
Never mind. देख लो चैट में आ गए लिख लो
भाई
पढ़ लो.
चैट अलग है भाई, कम ऑन चैट.
But yeah, chat, you're right. मजा ही आ गया. Divya OP रुकना नहीं चाहिए. What a great win. But before we have chat, कहीं मत जाना because Gukesh versus Vincent का हो रहा है Armageddon. But before we go there, Sahaj bhai, Tiku bhai and chat, what a dreamy start to Norway Chess 2026.
Actually, yes,
भाई
Pragg won. Humpy,
Magnus
how did
lost.
Humpy lost? Yes, Humpy lost. Gukesh
Magnus
saved
lost.
like a dream, a bit a dream escape. Yeah, for I think I mean, first of all, like also this shows that he's improving a lot in faster format. जब ऐसी position बचाना with like such little time on the clock is very difficult. So Gukesh having a dream save, Pragg winning. I mean, it's very good.
भाई
Yeah.
आई लिटरली थॉट लाइक हाफ वे थ्रू द स्ट्रीम कि आज बड़ा बोरिंग दिन है, लाइक एक बहुत काम दिन है. आज आई थिंक 6 7 8 ड्रॉ लग रहे हैं मुझे, 6 गेम और 8 ड्रॉ. लाइक लिटरली आई वाज थिंकिंग कि आज भाई मतलब क्या शॉट्स क्या बनेंगे, नथिंग क्रेजी हैपनिंग. एंड नाउ आई एम लाइक फुल ऐसे वोकन अप एट 1:15 AM. भाई I mean, what a day one, and this just tells you कि absolutely boring games, like dull, honestly, dull games can turn so spicy with less time on the clock. I hope more events follow this format, man. This was so much fun to watch. एक बार हम time pressure में आ गए, no extra time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I mean,
Commentators celebrating because a world champion got a draw. Okay, so Sarbajit Bhai, I think it's not about that he drew with white, it's how he drew with white. Like, it was a completely dead lost end game. He had less time on the clock. He played basically 50 moves in under 5 seconds, continuously and kept his nerve, kept his cool. One mistake meant that he could have lost. Yeah. So I think that's what we are essentially celebrating because I don't think there are many people in the world who would be able to pull off what we just saw. Like it's
And
very
exactly.
extremely rare.
And simple fact, was he at any moment completely winning? The answer is no, right? There was not a single move jahan pe Gukesh was objectively winning. So iska matlab, he did not miss out on a win, potentially. Like there's no moment. And he got the draw at the end. Of course, it was not ideal. ऐसा नहीं बोल रहे हम लोग कि perfect game था. But at the end, जो उसने hold किया. भाई, आज तक सहज भाई mention this. मैंने कोई गेम ही देखी पॉन G2 तक ना गया हो राकेश भाई. ऐसे देखा ही नहीं. पहली बार देखा है पॉन G3 पे रुक गया.
It's
True,
actually
true.
very
And
strange. I mean, there is definitely a way to play G2, but I think शुरुआत में Vincent started making a couple of hand moves, and उसके बाद okay, like it's not so clear. How should I push? How should I push? And okay, it just very surprising actually. Very very surprising. I think maybe to an extent like Vincent already thought कि game खत्म हो चुका है.
हाँ.
Because you saw the end game and you were like okay, ये तो मैं जीत ही जाऊंगा. And I
I
guess
maybe
that was
switched off a little. Vincent कहीं ना कहीं.
हाँ.
अमित भाई पूछ रहा है आर्मेगेडन देखने मिलेगा 100% मिलेगा यहीं पे मिलेगा आपको विद द कैमरास बढ़िया से रिएक्शंस ऑफ गुकी विल बी वाइट विद 10 मिनट्स विंसेंट काइमर विद 7 मिनट्स और भाई एक्सप्रेशन देखने का ना मजा ही कुछ और है टिक्कू भाई.
And I have to be
Correct,
very
bhai.
honest, chat. आज के रिजल्ट्स तुम सुनो. इफ यू आर ज्वाइनिंग इन, रात को आप ऐसे वो होता है ना, यू मिसिंग दो समय रहना स्ट्रीम, रात को जागे हो, काश कोई चेस स्ट्रीम होती. एक बार रिजल्ट्स देखो. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, पहला रिजल्ट था जूजना आना मुझे ड्रॉ. दे हैड द फर्स्ट टाई ब्रेक. वहां पे ब्लैक वन. Then we had Pragg and Wesley का crazy draw, and then tie break में Pragg played a beautiful game. मतलब king side पे pawn ऐसे फेंके जैसे मतलब free के आए थे. Then we had of course Firouzja Magnus. Magnus lost in the classical, Rakesh bhai, in first round of Norway chess. If that's not a headline, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and he was like he had a very good position. जहाँ से normally you expect Magnus to Magnus and win the game, but he blundered in time pressure. He just switched off at some point and बहुत ही कम time बचा था. Magnus losing that, Humpy जी losing. देखो भाई, slightly bad result there for the Indians. मतलब we were hoping that Humpy actually draws or at least plays a goal, takes it to the Armageddon. But overall, I think a dreamy start to Norway chess.
And then, indeed, and uske baad Humpy, of course, lost to Bibisara. Look at the checkmate, by the way. E4 पे king checkmate हुआ है. उसको हिलने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. And then, of course, that insane game between Gukesh and Vincent. And guess what? अभी तो सिर्फ main, classical हुआ है. Armageddon बाकी है. Do not go anywhere. And then finally, Divya Deshmukh picking up the queen of Juvenjun, the women's world champion. Divya defeated Hugh Ifan once. Rakesh bhai ko yaad hoga with FIDE Team
Yeah,
Rapid and Blitz mein, and she
correct.
kind of took down the strongest women player of all time. Or not all time, but okay, the current women's stronger player. And now she's taken down the world champion. So I think Divya is showing great signs of being a for future world champion. She's already the World Cup winner.
Absolutely. And also, like, I mean,
Beautiful.
थोड़ा motivation कुछ बंदों ने दिया होगा उसको, दिव्या को, like maybe like 2 days ago or 1 day ago, especially with the same color, black से ही. So I think that also has a part to play here, टिकू भाई, because that was
Sahaj
also
bhai,
rapid. वो भी 10 minutes का ही मैच था भाई.
chat.
Just so you know.
चैट एक बार सबके सब प्लीज थैंक यू सहज भाई चैट में स्पैम होना चाहिए बिकॉज डेफिनेटली आई एग्री आई थिंक वो गेम से ब्लैक की अच्छी अमीज होंगी दिव्या की आई थिंक दो ही गेम है एक है द गेम अगेंस्ट
Please,
सहज
please.
एक है गेम अगेंस्ट अना मुझे
It's
ये
okay,
दो
it's
गेम्स
okay,
की
it's
वजह से आई थिंक दिव्या वन टुडे
Happy to do a service. Happy. Super happy. Anything for the Indian players, bhai. Let's go.
By the way, we're getting an update that Gukesh versus Timer will be starting very soon, chat. So don't go anywhere. Maybe just get a quick snack or chai coffee mangalo because Tiku bhai, your predictions for the Armageddon.
भाई
Moments like this is when I miss like being in India the most. क्योंकि वहाँ तब you can have chai like very easily, but here it's not as
हाँ,
possible.
सहज भाई वो
But yeah,
रात के एक 20 हो रहे थोड़े से तो चाय थोड़ा सा थोड़ा मुश्किल है कॉफी पीना अभी बट आई डू एग्री विद यू आई थिंक Oh, we have, by
yeah.
the way, Divya's interview. Let's have a look कि क्या कहना है उनका after defeating the world champion.
I gotta say, congratulations on a great day. But was it the mango topped with chocolate that did it?
No, because I didn't have time to have it. So, yeah, not that.
One thing's for sure: the people at the front row did wake up during this. this.
Yeah, I actually noticed because then I looked and both of them were gone. So I think they just got bored and left.
Congratulations! How did you feel about your playing today?
I'm not very happy with the classical part of the game, but okay, then in this time chaos, it gets very messy. So it was fine. I think the Armageddon was fine though.
And you've just beaten the world champions. I think you should be a little happy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, it was a tough loss at the end. How would you summarize the day?
Yeah, a very difficult game from early on. I kind of severely underestimated his plan of going bishop g3 there. It seems so counterintuitive to move your bishop away to make way for the pawn, but I realized it was pretty dangerous. And then later on, I think there were a lot of like somewhat unpleasant choices for him. Sorry, for me, a little bit more pleasant for him. Yeah, he put me on. Yeah, he gave me a lot of tests, and at the end, I failed him.
By the way, you're summarizing. It sounds like you're impressed with Alvarez's game today.
No, I think he doesn't necessarily always find the best move, I think, but he put me under a ton of pressure, and that's kind of what you wanna do.
Good luck tomorrow, Manas.
Pragg, wow, what a game. Pushing all those pawns on the king side. Congratulations. Share with us what happened.
Yeah, I must have had something easier at some point, but in this format, it's not easy to finish it off. But I think I didn't mess it up. So as long as that was there, it's fine.
You told us also previously, before Armageddon, that you will prepare in some way. Was it your preparation for this game?
No, preparation was, just regretting how I played in the classical, because there were like some exciting options which I completely missed. So that was a little disappointing. But I think I was just trying to play normally.
How did you manage after finding out those variations, to destroy basically him in the Armageddon?
Yeah, but that's what happens every game. Yeah, you find out that you missed 100 things. So this was one of those days.
And tomorrow you're facing Alireza, who is playing here in the sitting conditions. Are you looking forward to the game?
Yeah, I didn't really think about it. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are back. Wow, 3-player interviews by Magnus Carlsen की loss के बाद उन्होंने interview दिया. That's rare actually, राकेश भैया. कभी देते नहीं है वो.
True, and काफी अच्छे mood में दिख रहे थे. Like normally you see Magnus is pissed off, but he was smiling. He also said like Alireza played well, and he explained unka thought process. But Magnus was pretty calm. But it was very nice to see Divya and Pragg, a crazy Armageddon खेल के दोनों ही जीत के आ रहे हैं. Overall, I think apart from Humpy, a dream start for India. And can Gukesh complete the dream, Sahej bhai?
I think after this, I mean, भगवान आपके साथ है. ये तो है, ये तो पक्का है भाई. Like you have like some force with you. Like, I mean, I'm for sure saving that is like incredible, and I think this will give him like this insane boost of confidence. Yeah, and imagine Vincent के लिए कितना मुश्किल होगा. Like he goes back even for a split second if he checks the game. Like he will know that endgame was winning. He will know before the queen pawn versus queen happened, he was winning. So like that's a difficult thing to swallow, I think, in the beginning. But yeah, I think we'll see how the game continues.
One thing for sure,
6 minutes.
Vincent, 5 minutes to go. Vincent is not checking the game. You see him walking on top of the screen. Sahej bhai ke bilkul upar hai. Vincent Kaimer, maybe he's just thinking about the Armageddon. Like this, you can
maybe game देख चुका
analyze.
होगा and now he's thinking about how he could have won. Yeah,
Possible.
Yeah, possible. But regardless, I think एक चीज है कि मतलब it was a treat to watch. That's the best part.
Yeah.
It was a treat to watch every single game. I mean, and imagine first of Firouzja, like he has his leg on a chair, he can't walk, and he beats
Sachi.
Magnus in that situation. Then you have Pragg, who defeats Wesley So, who almost won the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz event recently. Then you have Gukesh Kaimer doing this dance with the queens, and then you have finally Divya taking Ju Wenjun's queen. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Like totally nobody in the world could have predicted these results at the start of the day.
Correct. And भाई फिरूजा तो बोल सकता है कि मैग्नस को नॉर्वे में हराना दाएं पैर का खेल है.
yeah, that definitely has some. वो भी मतलब injured होके. That only like what a story to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, I was quickly just checking 2700 chess, and भाई वहां पे दिख रहा है that Gukesh not just saved this game, but he also saved himself from going out of the world top 20.
Yeah, very helpful. And of course, I think the games are going to start very, very soon. I wonder what Gukesh is doing right now. One thing I think would be helpful is to look at the current game. We saw कि Pragg की game में same opening हुई थी, right? They repeated the opening variation. So sometimes it can be helpful if you look at the game. And
कौन से game पे?
कौन से game पे मतलब?
भाई?
क्या?
क्या बोल
कुछ
रहे हो
इंटरनल जो अटक गए सहज भाई, एक्चुअली इंटरनेट गया उनका.
सहज भाई सुदास है. सहज भाई looks a bit different. नहीं, he looks a bit different right now, Rakesh भाई, नहीं?
सहज भाई, blink if you are in trouble.
I'm here, bhai. I'm
अच्छा
here.
अच्छा
मेरा इंटरनेट थोड़ा
शेकी है.
या
भाई विंसेंट तो वॉक कर रहा है भाई.
हाँ गुकी नहीं रह गया वो विंसेंट का वो 10,000 स्टेप्स रह गए हैं.
हाँ.
By the way, one thing I want to actually point out ये टाइम फॉर्मेट टाइम कंट्रोल की वजह से like we all have played classical chess Ticko bhai says bhai if you once you get in time pressure you can't even go to the washroom bhai it's that difficult मतलब it's very tough.
Yes, it's a huge problem for players and commentators. I totally agree, Rakesh bhai. And I think I see Vincent Keimer there walking. My only question is, where is Gukesh, Sahaj bhai?
But is it a
I
bigger problem for the players or for the commentators, you think?
I think
In
depends. So
contrast.
players are alone, so nobody can cover for them. ऐसा नहीं है कि गुकेश उठेगा वॉशरूम
तो
मैग्नस भाई कवर करना
commentators
थोड़ी
भी
ना, एक
तो
दो
alone
चाले
ही
खेल ले,
होंगे ना भाई.
एक दो चाले खेल लेना मैग्नस भाई प्लीज, ऐसा नहीं कर सकता ना. I but we guys have the luxury. We can say okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. So maybe it's difficult for players.
तो
Hmm.
समय भाई भी बेचारे अकेले ही है ना प्रोड्यूसर में तो
भाई
वो
अगर
भी
आपका टाइम प्रेशर है तो रॉन्ग क्लेम करके चले जाओ. 2 मिनट तो लगेंगे उनको रॉन्ग क्लेम प्रूव करने में.
बट दे एडेड विंसेंट के टाइम पे विंसेंट के क्लॉक पे टाइम बहुत ही जल्द था टुडे फटाफट
Yeah.
2 मिनट दे दिया उनको.
Actually, he got extra 2 minutes and still it was a draw. Right? That's even more impressive.
True.
But yeah,
जल्दी
man, it
चालू कर
was.
भाई. 2 मिनट के अंदर शुरू हो रहा है मैच. चार्ट 2 मिनट
हाँ.
के अंदर. Literally. What's the format? It's 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. Gukesh will play with white as he had white in classical. And basically, white has to win, and a draw means Vincent will win, basically. Yep, there it is in front of your screen. Thank you, Samay bhai.
By the way, just a quick update if you remember from last year, जब टिको भाई याद है हमने गुकेश को बर्थडे केक भेजा था. So I was just checking, very very kind और interesting that इस बार 29th मई को होता है गुकेश का बर्थडे when he turns 20. Wow, like world champion at 20, can't imagine. But yeah, he has a nice rest day. So he really wants to play well in the first 3-4 games ताकि बर्थडे पे ना थोड़ा अच्छा दिन जाए.
True, true, true. And of
Life-wise,
course,
I think this is amazing. Life-wise, because nobody wants to play like a serious chess game of that long on their birthday because it's your birthday. You want to celebrate, you want to have. But having said that, I have at least played 10 classical games in like in the past like 20-25 years that I'm playing chess. उसमें 10 में से मेरा बर्थडे होगा जिस दिन मैं खेलूंगा. I have not lost a single game. I have like an
क्या बात कर
amazing
रहे हो
score on my birthday. Yeah, and I think this is true for a lot of chess. I have never seen. I don't think I've ever seen anyone lose on their birthday before.
भाई.
Like I think
टिको भाई
players
याद है.
they just play better like on their birthday. I think.
I agree. I think birthdays pay your results are generally slightly better than normal. I don't know why that's the case.
Yeah.
Majority players के लिए ऐसा मैंने देखा है.
By the way, we have
कोई
liftoff.
moves. Let's
Let's
Knight
go. भाई क्या.
C3. Oh ho 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 ho.
What?
Wait.
भाई
Some
कैमरा.
interesting.
Oh, there we see.
Vienna on the board. G3 खेलेगा. I think G3 is his plan.
But
Come on,
Gukesh
chat.
maybe was preparing with Gaevsky about some juicy line.
Yeah, I think there is one line which F4, EF4, and D4, which is very, very interesting. Popularized by, I
भाई
think it was Steinitz. Doesn't go for
डरिया
it though.
कोर्स देखा होगा उसने भाई.
Yeah,
F4 यहाँ
but
पे recommend
I
करता.
think D3 F4 was also played by Wei He candidates में 2-3 games खेला था ऐसे.
हाँ. How many games in Armageddon? Just one game. Just one game. This is it. Because there is no draw here. Because if it's a draw, then black wins because you're playing with a time deficit.
And
So just one game.
question I think basically कि you really want to maintain your time difference. I think कितना time difference do you want? Let's say when Vincent has 1 minute, what's an ideal time for Gukesh to have on the clock then?
Vincent has 1 minute.
हाँ.
I
I
think
would take
Gukesh should have a winning position.
yeah. और
Basically.
2-2.5 मिनट होगा तो भी इनफ है. But position winning होनी चाहिए. That's
हाँ.
important.
I think in Divya's case, like the time was more or less balanced, but because Juvenjun was pushing so much that's why she lost. Yeah. So उस moment पे आने से पहले white को winning लाना जरूरी है. I think.
By the way, a
True.
great point by Mr. Sludgy in the chat कि move number clock पे दिखता है, right? Usually you can see it on the clock. So
No.
maybe like you can see
Actually,
on some
no.
You
clocks.
It
can.
depends
You
on
can see it.
on the model of the clock. Plus, you have to press a
Huh.
button for it. Bhai, I know this. Come on. There is a plus icon on the clock which you press and you have to hold it. Then you see the clock. But I'm assuming
Correct.
it's illegal to do that.
वो modern clock होगा सहज भाई, because the clock I played the rapid tournaments में move number दिख रहा था. I
DGT
think.
chess clock.
हाँ.
Which
You
version?
had to press something,
The
right,
red
Tiku?
one I
Bhai,
think.
I have the most recent one. Like literally, it's not there. I can show you right
But
now.
point is, you can also see the move number ऊपर screen पे ना. So point क्या है?
हाँ, but वो
Point
information
ये
I
कि
think.
जब
Yeah.
last pawn push हुआ है कि just notice the move number तब, and then maybe that helps.
भाई,
Once you have to
of
check.
course, ये
Then why
बोलना
was there a wrong claim?
He
I
didn't
mean,
check the
Gukesh
like
made a wrong
he
claim, no?
he thought G2 आएगा, G2 आया ही नहीं. Even he didn't believe G2 नहीं आने वाला है.
But I mean, like, okay, but also like in split second, it's very difficult to do that also.
Yeah,
True.
heat of the moment में you miss that, and
By the
you
way,
could see it on the screen as well for the last pawn push.
let's go full screen. No भाई, हम ऐसे दूर से क्यों देख रहे हैं? Let's go full screen भाई. Armageddon है 10 versus 7 मिनट. Now it's 99.6 accuracy by Gukesh, 98.7 by Vincent. D4 खेल दिया है. सहज भाई, राकेश भाई, what do you make of the position? Who's better?
I like White's
White.
position. You know,
Bishop here, queen, okay, queen h4 पे आ गई. That's not very good. Let's play g3 and kick this queen away, please.
the winner
Play.
of this game gets 1.5 points. But very important to note that winning in classical is rewarded because Alireza Firouzja already 3 point पे बैठा है. So winning in classical is worth double the win of an Armageddon. So very important, Sahaj bhai.
Wow, so basically 2 Armageddon wins equals 1 classical win.
Yes, exactly. And Carlsen 0 पे बैठा है. Very important point to note. G3 played. ठीक है भाई, I like this time difference. मतलब जो मेंटेन किया है गुकी ने.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
भाई इतना कंटेंट है, इतनी गेम्स हैं. आई एम जस्ट वंडरिंग कि क्वीन D7 पे मैं बस आई एम जस्ट गोइंग थ्रू स्लैक राकेश भाई. आई एम लाइक मतलब कितना मसाला है भाई आज के दिन से नॉर्वे चेस ने हमें दिया है. इट्स जस्ट अ डे दैट कीप्स ऑन गिविंग. एंड नाउ आई एम वंडरिंग कि भाई
Correct.
व्हाई कांट गुकेश प्ले नाइट H5, ब्रिंग द बिशप आउट, मे बी द क्वीन
I
आउट
love
टू
that.
G5. अटैक बन सकता है यहाँ पे.
Rarely do I agree, Tiku bhai, but I love that move. Knight h5 के बाद ना Bishop h6 is a juicy move. मारोगे तो Knight h6 check. Knight h5 is
Oof.
amazing, Tiku bhai.
Played,
yeah!
let's go.
भाई साहब,
क्या move है भाई. Bishop
you have to
D3,
play the
Bishop
F1.
C4.
You
भाई
have to push the
Bishop
F1 or you're
h6
down.
is a deadly threat.
Oh, bhai, Bishop h6 is crazy. G6, Knight f6. Wow.
You
Oh
have to
my
push the F pawn, by the way. You have to push
भाई,
the F pawn.
but सहज
भाई-
में बैठे रूल ब्रेक हो जाएगा.
भाई King h8 गए तो Bishop h6 anyways. You see it, right? Then Knight f6, Queen d3 के बाद Queen h7 mate हो रही है.
Impossible
अरे
to
बाप रे.
save that. So सहज भाई, आपका golden pawn rule, Vincent has to break it. It's the only move in the position for Vincent.
For sure. F6 or F5 is the move. By the way, 4 ही minute है उसके पास. Like the time difference is getting more. I think it looks very, very good for Gukesh. Looks very promising.
How
Also,
to play it.
by the way, Magnus is in the last place after round 1. That itself is crazy to me.
Blunder! Bishop h6!
Bishop h6 is the move. Wow.
Wait, how is it winning? If you take...
That's what I showed. Yeah? Knight f6, Queen d3 and Queen h7 is made. Bhai. That's
और
exactly
भाई
the
H6
same
पे pawn
tactic.
है.
लेकिन there's a pawn.
h6 पे
अच्छा,
अरे
there's a
h6 पे
pawn.
pawn है टिकू.
Oh,
h6 पे pawn है ना भाई.
H6 पे pawn है. H6 खुद का pawn लगा दे गया भाई. That's crazy.
Wow.
Can we show that once? Can we show that once?
Bishop h6, g6. Okay, actually Queen d2 is much stronger. Knight h6 is apparently not.
Okay.
Okay, Knight h6 is also good, but then Queen d3. This is winning.
Oof.
Queen h7.
Beautiful.
But
man.
hard.
भाई, he's thinking.
Let's see if he plays
Let's
it.
go. Let's go full
He
screen. He's
plays it
thinking.
भाई.
He's thinking.
भाई मैंने देख लिया था Bishop h6 तो गुकी तो देखेगा
हाँ,
ही.
बस बात तो सही है वैसे.
नहीं, but Queen D7 पे देखना थोड़ा it's easier, Rakesh
Yeah,
bhai,
but
right?
Queen
Because-
d7
हाँ,
पे
हाँ.
देख लिया तो Queen h3 पे भी देखना चाहिए फिर.
I agree. I
देखेगा
agree.
वो,
He's
but
just
will he play it is the
calculating that.
question. Yeah,
Just calculating.
crucial moment.
But yeah, I like. Oh, come on, Guki.
Come on. Bishop h6. Come on, Gukesh. Put that bishop.
Believe in yourself. Trust yourself, Guki.
उसको बस छोड़ दो, आजाद छोड़ दो उसको. जितना दूर जा सकता है
तो-
उतना दूर जाने दो उसको.
So chat, I just looked at the clock by the way, जो गुकेश और विंसेंट की थी पहले वाले में, जहाँ पे पॉज हुआ था. No move numbers were shown there. There's some other
Got it.
digits there, like first section, second section वैसे करके, but move number नहीं. उसके लिए आपको एक बटन प्रेस करना होता है. I have this exact same clock at my house actually.
जा सिमरन जा, h6 तक जा, come on, bishop h6.
Wow, bhai, and the beauty is you don't even capture a pawn. You just put the. Oh,
Let's go! Brilliancy on the board by the world champion. Beautiful move. Let's go full screen. Want to capture Vincent's expression, Gukesh's expression. Beautiful move played, man.
beautiful,
Wow.
bhai. Beautiful. And now,
Bhai.
actually, the point is, if
Oh,
you
finally
take the
की
bishop,
bottle. Oh, look at him. He picks up the
Bhai,
water
ऐसी
bottle now in style.
I have
खुलने
to
ही नहीं
agree,
लेकिन.
Tiku bhai, Rakesh bhai, I have to agree, plus 100 aura with this move.
हाँ,
exactly,
agreed.
bhai.
Easy.
And हम तो ना थोड़ा अलग कर रहे थे, but if you capture the bishop, just queen एक कदम आगे, queen d2, queen h6, game over.
Bhai, queen h5 मारना is best move here.
He takes queen to play.
Wow.
Yes, let's go.
भाई queen pawn versus queen, एक तो बचाया उसने, दूसरा 16 चाल में like he's dead winning. Like
भाई,
okay, come on, let's
Best
go.
move is queen d7, allowing knight f6 check.
हाँ भाई, I just queen h5 I just said भाई. Same idea.
Wow. It's
And
over.
Vincent looks flustered. Yeah, this is game over. And भाई, आज के गेम की MVP is that queen on d2. पहले डिफेंड
Yeah.
करा क्लासिकल में और
हाँ.
आर्मेगेडन में मेट
भाई,
कर रही है.
पर Rakesh bhai, the real MVP is not on the board now. That was the bishop on c1. भाई कुर्बान हो गया,
yes.
लेकिन भाई गेम जितवा गया भाई.
बिल्कुल भाई. Wow, what a
This is
day
over.
for Gukesh.
I can't believe he's
Bhai.
dead lost. Yeah, completely dead lost.
भाई,
भाई
this
खत्म है
game
ये तो.
is gonna give him so much confidence. So gonna give him
Yeah.
so much confidence to find bishop h6 in a rapid game.
Exactly. This is incredible by Gukesh. Chat फटाफट Guki OP हो जाए chat में, because the world champion is about to get his
भाई,
first win in Norway.
अब
भाई.
लग रहा है भाई, अब लग रहा है गुकेश है भाई. Let's go. Let's go. I was missing this Gukesh
Chat.
for a long time.
Come on, stream like करो भाई. Come on, जल्दी stream like करो. We need more people for the final moments of this match. Final moments of day one. कल से तो of course कोई miss नहीं करेगा, but जल्दी से stream like कर दो. Let's get more people in. Vincent Kaimer shaking his head. It's over.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है 2024 में आ गए.
Oof, come on. Vincent design करेगा क्या अब? There's nothing here.
कुछ भी नहीं है भाई.
What a move.
भाई, what a game, man.
भाई वो मतलब तब से सोच ही रहा है. He's still digesting this move, yeah. And Queen D2 is such a dangerous threat. I'm sure he thought Knight F6, Queen D3 is what he's gonna go for, because that's what we were gonna play as well.
Yeah.
But Queen D2 is just so simple, easy, खत्म. Let's go chat. Guki OP भाई, अच्छा लग रहा है भाई Guki OP देख के
भाई
chat में.
ये move देख के
Everywhere,
सिंदर
both
second hire
chats
कर
I'm
लिया
seeing
होगा भाई.
Guki OP भाई, और हमने बोला भी नहीं भाई. That's so nice भाई.
भाई,
Loving this.
ये गेम देख के सिंदारों ने एक और सेकंड हायर कर लिया होगा भाई. Literally, it's that
हाँ,
impressive.
हाँ.
By the bishop c4 is winning, no?
Yeah,
Oh, rook
idea
f6.
queen.
Rook f6 is easy.
Yeah, bishop c4, bishop e6 ब्लॉक कर सकते हैं विंसेंट. So rook f6 is. भाई
भाई
and
राकेश
सेट में
भाई,
आपने बोला.
मैंने बोला. Oh.
भाई मैं 4 बजे तक जागने वाला चैट पहले
और
कंटेंट
बेसिकली ही
बनाने के
मेंट
लिए.
के मैंने बोला, एंड देन जब मैं हैंग हुआ था तब आई थिंक ही इज
हाँ.
जस्ट डूइंग अ बिट हियर.
बट
भाई
आई
रुक
थिंक
F6 मारो भाई, खत्म करो.
भाई 4 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे तक जागना पड़ेगा भाई. भाई क्या ही दिन है आज. व्हाट अ डे.
Amazing.
Just impressive game, I
और
think.
कल
Really
सुबह एक
impressive.
वीडियो आने वाली है, चेस की गेम जीते हैं सिर्फ 17 चालों में.
भाई I cannot tell you
d45, bishop
कल
f4.
कल तो मतलब ऐसे शॉट्स आएंगे जैसे मतलब ब्रेड के ऊपर मक्खन,
द-
बस स्मूथ.
अरे धमाकेदार.
भाई वो
Let's
ऐसा
go.
है ना टिकू भाई, कि इतने टाइम से कंटेंट नहीं मिल रहा था, इतने टाइम से गुकी ओपी देखा नहीं था चैट में, एंड फाइनली देने वाला जब भी देता छप्पड़
Chat.
फाड़.
सो जल्दी से गूगल में स्पैम कर दो भाई.
नहीं,
जल्दी
अभी
से
तो
let's go.
और
Shorts
चाहिए
में आना है
भाई.
तो.
अभी
Shorts में आना
हिसाब
है तो
अभी बराबर नहीं हुआ
लेट्स
है.
गो.
करेक्ट
Let's go
करेक्ट.
भाई.
बट It's a
हिसाब
good
बराबर नहीं हुआ
start.
अभी तक भाई. This is a great start, but अभी अभी हिसाब बराबर नहीं हुआ है. You know what we want.
Of course.
Woohoo! Let's
Let's
go.
go. Rook f6.
Rook
भाई
f6 पे queen g7 is mate. Otherwise, bishop c4 just spins, and there is no. Even if you go bishop g3 like queen g5, there will be many moves there that are just very clean wins there.
by plus 11 evaluation. So that's like a queen and 2 pawns.
30
Yeah, I think bishop
seconds.
g3 is the last try, I guess. That's the only
भाई
thing you can
18
do.
चाल हुई हैं भाई. 18 साल में जीता था वो. Rook f7, let's go, and
95.
queen g7.
Yeah,
This is
take
over.
the rook.
That's mate.
I would even take the
Actually,
knight this
just
time.
curious. If I go pawn takes c5, like what is he planning?
Exactly my point. Just take the knight
एक
actually.
check ही तो है आपके पास. हटा लिया king फिर.
Bhai,
Bishop
at
f8
this
खेला
point,
जाता
even
है.
if you play normal chess, you're going to win because Vincent has only 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
और 1 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट भी नहीं है ना अभी तो. Increment.
So game is over. By the way, shout out to like almost 3,000 people in the chat with us, जिन्होंने बहुत ही बढ़िया दिन देखा है इंडिया के लिए apart from Humpy's loss. But what a day, Tiku bhai.
And they were big wins, yeah, because Divya defeated the women's world champion. Then Pragg
Yeah,
defeated
yeah.
Wesley So. Then, of course, like Gukesh defeating Vincent Keimer, the world number 5. And this could be the start of his form, getting in form. Wapas.
Yes. And bhai,
भाई
against a
खेलो
top
knight
player,
f6 check.
against his second. हाँ, knight f6 check, king d8 के बाद सहज भाई.
या pawn takes knight ही मार दो ना सीधा. चेक में king h1
हाँ,
तब से
हाँ.
वही चल रहा है.
And then rook comes to the open file.
उसके
Game
बाद
over.
तो मैं आपको खुली
यार
छूट
रानी
देता हूँ.
चाहिए
जो
black की
खेलना
यार.
व्हाइट से आप खेलो.
Yeah, black की रानी चाहिए यार. It just feels so good to take your opponent's queen. I don't know why.
He's so bishop b7 होता तो ये mate होती. The pawn b7 is the
Oh.
problem.
Actually. And
And
he
he
resigns.
resigned.
Let's go! Gookie OP in the chat. Spam hona chahiye bhai, because the world champion played a beautiful game today. Absolutely marvelous. And Sahaj and Rakesh bhai, I think the game wasn't won in this game. वो मुझे वो MS धोनी की मूवी की याद आ रहा है. रात को हम गेम हार गए थे. The game was won in that defense, in that queen end game that he held on for 50 moves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think for Vincent, like we have seen this happen to Indian players, but it happens to everyone where you cannot get a hold of yourself. Like, do you think Vincent played like Vincent in this match? Of course not. Because आप मतलब 150 चाल almost you were trying to play for a win. You saw that there was a win. You know 100% there was a win, and you just couldn't convert. Yeah, and it's very hard to get yourself together. But by props to Gukesh also, like holding it down in like time pressure, which is something that we are talking about that he needs to work on for for so long, and looks like he has worked on it. Yeah, looks like he has done his job there, and it's showing. मतलब पहले भी queen pawn versus queen बचाना, and second game में मतलब like this is a proper धुलाई, this match. So I absolutely love it, bhai.
Yeah, it was exciting. And I think this is only day 1 of 10, Rakesh bhai. Day 1 of 10. I mean, I have no words. I mean, it's crazy what happened today. And I think it's only going to get sharper and sharper, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we have Firouzja versus Pragg, and
Yeah.
Wesley versus Gukesh, and Magnus versus Kaimer. So, I mean, it feels like कि कल फिरोजा आएंगे विनिंग गेम के साथ. अब प्रग कैसे खेलना है उनको?
Yeah, no easy pairings in this 6-player double round robin format. Bhai, बहुत ही मजा आएगा. And can we have a quick recap of all the results today? And after that, Tiku bhai, I know आपको बहुत बहुत shorts बनाने हैं.
भाई लॉन्ग फॉर्म के 10 ऑप्शन है भाई, उसमें से कौन सा डालूं मैं? देखो पहली बार हो रहा है लॉन्ग फॉर्म, इतने सारे समझ नहीं आ रहा है. बट एनीवेज, एंड टुमारो वी हैव दिव्या वर्सेस हम्पी एज वेल, बाय द वे. सो इट्स गोना
Yeah.
बी अ crazy day tomorrow as well. And day after, of course, it's going to be Pragg versus Magnus. So Norway chess has started, and it's promised to be a treat as always.
And here we have a
Of
look at
course,
the
the
standings.
biggest
There's,
shock here is that Magnus is the only one who lost in classical. Yeah, that's a sentence I think no one has ever said before, that Magnus is the only one to have lost in a classical game. But that's what
By-
happens.
Same.
But props to the Indian boys for winning it in the
That's-
Armageddon. Both of them. Maza hai bhai. But
That's
Firouzja
just Uday
is the
Chopra.
problem now.
That's just Uday Chopra from Dhoom, man. Like he's just letting everybody else go ahead. But अंत में जब odds सबसे खराब होंगे ना, that's when he'll be like, चलो
वो जो बाइक
अब
लेके
जरा
आता
chess
था वो
खेलते
धूम में, मेरे को याद है वो जो
नाइट्रो के साथ,
exactly
हाँ,
नाइट्रो
कुछ
exactly
तो वो
के साथ।
स्टार्ट करता था एंड देन उसको जूम करके, लाइक आई जस्ट सॉ इट वेरी रिसेंटली एक्चुअली।
exactly.
भाई कॉपीराइट।
हाँ
बट
भाई.
as you
ये
saw there,
टिक्कू गा रहा है ना,
Firouzja,
तो वो कह रहे हैं रख लो, गाना ही रख लो तुम।
गंदा है। But yeah, looking at the standing, we saw Firouzja on 3 points, which means by one win in a classical equals to 2 wins in Armageddon. So that's why classical chess को बहुत ज्यादा importance है यहाँ पे. And can we have a quick look at the women's standings as well
Yeah.
before we wrap it up? Because Humpy G losing in the classical, but Divya Deshmukh scores a nice, memorable win against the women's world champ.
Yep, and Humpy of course will be striking back. There's no doubt. But कल दोनों का आपस में है, so I think that's going to be a crucial
Yeah.
clash. Divya has the white pieces, and
Ooh.
if she wins
Ticku
this,
bhai,
Humpy could be. Huh?
like on that note, do you remember कि दिव्या और हम्पी का rematch हुआ है after the Women's World Cup final? I think this is the
I
first
don't think
time.
so. I was thinking
I
that
don't
as
think
well. I don't think
so.
so.
And also, they were
Yeah,
supposed
it's
to
the
play each other
first
in
time.
round one of candidates. They were supposed to
Correct,
play
और
each other in
नहीं
round one
हुआ
of
वो.
candidates.
Yes,
Wow.
so this is the
Also वो
first
भी,
time they
भाई
play.
वो भी टाई ब्रेक्स में सेट हुआ था, वो भी टाई ब्रेक्स में डिसाइड हुआ था वो
Correct,
वाला मैच।
correct.
Hmm.
So
यहाँ
yeah,
पे
I
भी
think
अगर
it
ड्रॉ
will
होता तो
be.
टाई ब्रेक्स ही होंगे।
We'll see that tomorrow. Hi, juicy matchups coming up. And once again, what a dreamy start to Norway chess. And thanks to, 4,000 peaks he had Tiku. Lots of people joining in India में काफी late है, but dream start, I would say, for Norway chess 2020.
By I think this tournament, the format, the lineup, I mean the time control, the emotions, I think they were all on peak. I think कहीं पे भी कोई कमी नहीं रह गई थी. And I think tomorrow's it's only gonna be sharper and sharper. And let's not forget day 3, it's Pragg versus Magnus. Day 4 is Gukesh versus Magnus. So हर दिन के साथ it's gonna get more and more crazy, Rakesh bhai, Sahej bhai. So any final words before we end day 1?
Bhai, I think everything has been said and done, and I think the chess kind of spoke as well. So I think it's a good time to, call it. And of course, very super excited for what this event has to offer in the next 9 days.
Yeah, super excited. And chat, in case you want to upgrade your chess, do take opportunity of the 50% off spring sale to get better and improve your tactics as well. And to play like these guys, but what amazing chess. भाई गुकेश का विन आज बहुत याद रखेगा. टिको भाई, big shout out to you guys for hosting this as well as always. And समय भाई ओपी चैट ओपी मजा आ गया. टिको भाई, टेक इट अवे.
चैट आपके बिना तो मजा नहीं आता. सो कल आपको पता है कितने बजे कहाँ आना है. 8-8:30 के बीच हम चालू करेंगे स्ट्रीम. एंड इट्स गोना बी द सेम प्लेयर्स, द सेम इमोशंस. स्टार्टिंग में स्लोली लेंगे एंड देन सडनली एक ट्विस्ट मारेंगे या सडनली लाइक हाँ ये क्या हो गया भाई, टोटली अनएक्सपेक्टेड. So thank you Rakesh bhai for joining. Thank you Sahej bhai for joining, and thank you so much for the amazing broadcast. पता ही नहीं लगा भाई कैसे वो दोनों सीन आ गए अचानक से. Like it was amazing. And thank you for the players literally bhai for giving us so much entertainment. This shows chess can genuinely be entertaining. Just remove the
Yeah,
increment and extra time देना छोड़ दो बस.
हाँ,
It can be so
correct.
entertaining actually. So thank you chat. We'll see you tomorrow. Same place, same format, same time, same location, and same commentators. It's going to be spicy. Let's see if the Indian players continue their winning ways. Take care. Bye bye and good night.